opened. Comme il est 11.
It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to private members' business as indicated on the order paper.
At second reading of Bill S-248, National Physicians Day, standing in the name of Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie-le-Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs, moves that Bill S-248, an act respecting National Physicians Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Ville-Marie-le-Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs, for seconding this bill. Now, it's a pleasure to stand here and speak to a very simple one short line bill, which says that we would like to name May the 1st National Physicians Day. And why May the 1st? Because May the 1st was the birth of a very famous physician, the very first female physician in 1800s who was graduated in New York and came to live here because she was a Canadian woman from Toronto. Her name is Emily Stowe, and she wasn't able to study here, so she actually had to go to New York and get her medical degree. And so the medical profession would like her birthday to be the day that we celebrate National Physicians Day. Not only did Emily Stowe come back, but she came back. She was a very prominent suffragette, but she also helped to create what we now call Women's Hospital and Women's College, so that women, unlike her, could now get to study medicine in Canada. So that's one of the reasons that we're naming it on May the 1st, because of Emily Stowe. But I want to talk about why Physicians Day. Mr. Speaker, you know, well, I'm a physician. I studied medicine in Dublin, Ireland, and I came to live here in Canada. And I actually practiced medicine for 23 years, delivering over 800 babies. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that was a remarkably wondrous time in my career, because I loved delivering babies. I loved getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning and rushing out and going and delivering a baby. And it was always a great feeling, but sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes babies were born with problems, and that was really hard for a mother that you had worked with over 9 months to get to that point and to know that she was facing the birth of a child. Physicians do that every day. They see that people get sick. They sometimes find that we cannot help people. But all in all, physicians spend their days. I don't think there's anybody in this place who has not at some time or other seen a physician. I think for me, being a physician was a remarkable time in my life, but I wanted to just point out how many physicians who not only look after patients, try to prevent patients from getting sick, look after patients when they are dying, take patients through the difficult time of when they are seniors and they have Alzheimer's. I mean, this is what physicians do. But most of us don't recall that there are still physicians in this country who are making house calls. There are about 1 million house calls made a day in this country by physicians. And it was something I like to do because I get to go to my patient's house and I got to visit them. And I really kind of saw the way that they lived and it helped me to understand what was going on with their lives better. I think as physicians, we were not only involved in healing the sick and in helping people to get better and in preventing people from getting ill, but advocacy was a major thing for physicians. When I was at British Columbia Medical Association, I remembered we worked really, really hard to get infant seat restraints. We pulled all kinds of stunts in order to get the government of British Columbia to have infant seat restraints. In fact, we had a poster that said, "Did you belt your kid today?" with a kid in a seat belt sitting in his little chair or her little chair. We also worked hard to get bicycle helmets. And again, trying to make people take notice. There was a bicycle, someone riding it, and a watermelon in it, and the watermelon fell out and splattered. And it says, you've got to wear a helmet, protect your melon. There are all kinds of things that one had to do as physicians to move that agenda forward, to try and speak for patients, because many times patients are vulnerable and they don't have the voice to speak for themselves. This, for me, is what the essence of being a physician is. It's not just studying for 7 years and then doing 2 years residency and then finally coming out and practicing medicine. Because when we did, I knew all about the science of medicine. It's my patients who taught me the art of medicine. It's my patients who helped me to understand what being a physician really was about. It was going to bat for your physicians. It was trying to get the best thing for your patients. Consider first the best interest of your patients was one of the things that we believed in as physicians. And then, of course, patients taught me. Patients taught me about not judging them, about me being able to help them and do the best for them regardless of what I believed as a religion, what I believed in my own moral belief. It wasn't about that. It was doing the best for my patients. It was supporting them through all their decision-making and helping to make their lives better. As a family doctor, I can tell you, it was about getting to know their family. It was about getting to make sure that we knew that the family itself was at the heart of what made a patient tick, about what made the patient who they are. And sometimes when you were trying to deal with a patient's ailment, you had to deal with the family. You had to look at the family dynamics. You had to do this kind of stuff that we never think physicians do. And that is why I wanted to even talk about some physicians I know very well in British Columbia who have put themselves out there on the line. They don't get paid for it, but they push hard. I want to talk about Dr. Julio Montana from the downtown east side, where he has worked so much with people who are addicted, where he has worked with people on overdose, HIV, AIDS, hepatitis C, all those people that the world tends to forget or are judgmental about. He has put himself on the line pushing for those things. And Jerry Lynn Pryor, who is a friend of mine, a colleague who moved at one time to try and get women to take folic acid so their children would not be born with spinal injuries. And today she's now pushing for dying with dignity, she herself being in a wheelchair with an intractable disease. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on for all of the things that physicians do other than just come in and look at us when we're sick. I know how many funerals I've attended as a physician. I know how many births I've attended. I know how many marriages I've attended. I know how many women would call me in the middle of the night because they were scared. They were locked in their bathroom because their husband was outside screaming at them with a baseball bat because he had come home having drunk too much. And sometimes going to bat for them, finding places to keep them safe. This, for me, is what a physician is about. And this, for me, is what we're asking for everyone in this House to support the concept that one day in the year we will say, let us celebrate physicians, the work they do, how integrated they are into our families and into our lives, and how much we want to be able to ensure that this country has physicians. Family physicians take care of about 3/4 of patients and their needs. Today, we'll talk about gender equality a lot in this House. Well, you know, family physicians, 2/3 of family physicians are women. And we now see that enrolling in university to study medicine and graduating even across the board as specialists, etc., that in fact we have now got about 45% of women who are physicians. So as we go back full circle and we talk about how being a physician is really an important thing, how many of us depend on physicians when we're helpless, when we're in need, and the trust that we have with physicians. Being a doctor is one of the 3rd most trusted professions in the world. And I think that this tells of the relationship that we want to celebrate when we talk about Physicians' Day on May the 1st. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I'm hoping I could get support from this whole House to support May the 1st. And perhaps, I know it's just around the corner, this May the 1st might be the May the 1st we stand in this House and declare it the very first National Physicians' Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Proud to be able to participate in today's discussion, less of a debate, I believe. As noted, Dr. Emily Stowe was Canada's first female physician, and I think obviously this day and this notation in Canadian history is important not only for physicians but also for the women's suffrages movement. Dr. Stowe was well versed and capable. In fact, she actually had to get her medical accreditation in the United States before it was even accepted later on here in Canada. So I'd like to ask my colleague, with in terms of her government, what they intend to do to help budget some educational and as well some discussion that can be fairly robust in improving women in Canadian society, because her case is one that's unfinished business. We still have, even by the members' discussion this morning, people coming to doctors who are physically abused by men. Dr. Emily Stowe was one who pushed the women's movement for voting, pushed the women's movement for inclusion, and I think it would be appropriate that the government include some resources to educate Canadians about this important day that we will recognize, hopefully.
Honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
I think, in fact, educating Canadians about this importance of women in medicine and the work that Emily Stowe did is really an important part of what we're hoping to bring to the fore here when we talk about May the 1st, which was her birthday. But I think we look today and we see that over 60% of women are enrolling in medical school now. We look today, we see 50% of women, family doctors. We see over 45% of women going into all of the specialties in medicine. So women bring a very different thing to practicing medicine. They bring a humanity to it that I know our male colleagues as well bring. But women see the world from a different perspective. I know that there was a joke that said that more women are patients than men, so women understand what it's like to be a patient, and they understand the needs of the patient better. And I'm hoping that as we talk about Emily Stowe, we talk about the fact that physicians are not just here to be healers. Physicians are not just here to prevent us from getting sick. Physicians are probably the best advocates we can have for poverty, for the vulnerable, for those people who society shuns. I know that all my colleagues as physicians go to battle for these issues, and they do so, they don't get paid for it, but they do so because they know that it's inherent and important for the well-being of society and for the well-being of the patient. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank my colleague for supporting this very important bill. As there are many Dr. Wongs in my family who are physicians, I definitely recognize this is a great move. My question to my colleague is, as the society and the whole nation is aging, as a former minister for seniors, I do care about their health and the need for more doctors, because it's so difficult to even find family doctors now. I probably have to find a much younger family doctor myself, because by the time she retires, I'm still alive. So I do need that. And then my question is about foreign credential recognition, because there are so many, as you just mentioned, even, the person we are honoring right now did not get her recognition in the States, back here. So looking at the multicultural demographics, we all age together, and we need a lot of physicians. So what is your government doing about foreign credential recognition for physicians trained overseas?
Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that my colleague asked that question, because that was one of the things under a former Liberal government that was my duty to look at all of the barriers that stood in the way of people who trained in foreign countries to be able to come here and practice medicine. Fortunately or unfortunately, in some cases, this is out of our hands. The colleges who set the criteria for how a physician is trained, what training is needed. You have to pass your board exams first when you come to this country if you weren't trained here. You have to be able to pass all those exams so that the college can say you are fit to practice. And then there is the issue of speaking the language well, because being a physician doesn't mean you just have to say, hello, how are you, in English or French, and not say anything, because the intricacy of the relationship between the patient and the physician requires good language skills. And so this is something that we had at that time under that Liberal government put money in, and I understand that that money is still there. It was over $20 million for what we call advanced language training. And then, of course, the need to be able to get their practice done here. Again, we were looking at how we could get them into clinics where they could train for about 4 months to be able to understand how Canadians practice medicine and what the ethics and rules are. This is a very important thing.
Well, I think we have time for one more question. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for introducing this bill in the House. When she was giving her speech about the care of doctors, I was reminded of physician Dr. Carol Lang, who attended to my wife when she was sick with cancer back in early 2000. And she was special. She would always make a point of asking how I was, how our son was, and to the point that the member mentioned, and showed up to the funeral home to make sure that we were all okay. But my question to the member would be is, physicians, yes, recognising them was a great thing to do, but I wonder if she could explain what we should be doing more of in order to attract physicians to more rural areas of our country.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, and that's a very important question that my colleague asks. One of the problems that we know when we research why physicians didn't want to go in rural areas is that actually when they got there, it was very difficult to get replacements, so that they were on call 24/7, literally, and they couldn't leave. And as you know, every year physicians are required to have upgrading of their skills. They have to do continuing medical education because things change rapidly in the care of the patient. Almost every 3 months there's something new going on. And so that was one of the problems as well. When their children got old enough, they wanted to be able to send their children to university, and sometimes they therefore wanted to have something close by, and this wasn't possible. I think there are very many provinces that are trying to use incentives to help physicians to stay up there, trying to get them someone to take over as they go to do continuing medical education, trying to allow them the ability to get support from tertiary care centers through telemedicine. So there is a lot of that happening that's going to help people. I think, though, a lot of young people don't seem to want to go into medicine anymore, mainly because of the hours. The stress, the time, that ability to have, as you say, that interpersonal relationship with your patient that demands a lot of emotional strength and emotional support. Physicians are burning out rapidly, we are hearing. So I hope that people who are listening to this debate would say, I want my kid to be a physician one day, and maybe start bellying up to the bar to do that kind of thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Mr. Speaker, on this Monday, I am very pleased to be discussing Bill S-248, an act respecting National Physicians' Day. My Conservative colleagues and myself are in favour of this bill. Doctors are indispensable in our health and social system. They lead medical teams and take on a number of responsibilities. The population holds them in high esteem. There are many leaders among physicians. In my beautiful riding of Chicoutimi-Le people have been inspired by a number of doctors, particularly Dr. Stanley Vallon, who was the head surgeon at the Chicoutimi Health Center. I know this gentleman very well. He was there for a number of years, and I've had many discussions with him. He is the first Indigenous surgeon in Quebec and the second in Canada. Since 2010, he started a long walk following in the footsteps of his ancestors to transmit his message of hope and determination to young Indigenous people. He reminds us that we need to invest in young people so that they never give up. He believes that much of our health budgets should be invested in education. He leads by example and has transmitted a message of pride in Indigenous culture and has promoted healthy lifestyles. I would be remiss if I didn't also mention the involvement of the General Practitioners Association of Quebec. Pierre Lavoie, who's from my riding, has worked with them, and Dr. Dominique Gagnon has also worked with him promoting healthy lifestyles. Pierre Lavoie set up a challenge that involved a 60-kilometer-long bike ride leaving from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and ending in Montreal. The goal is to raise awareness about the importance of healthy lifestyles. The Défi Pierre Lavoie also helps fund the foundation of the same name, which helps support and promote all activities that would lead to a more active lifestyle, primarily among youth. Physical exercise is one of the best ways of treating, or rather preventing, a whole range of health issues. The aging population and the increase in obesity will have an impact on health services in the future. So I want to join them in reiterating that the solution is not only in treatment, but also in prevention. The advantages of having a healthy lifestyle go far beyond just weight control. They also play an important role in preventing certain types of cancer and cardiovascular disease, as well as managing stress. It can also lead to a better self-esteem and a better lifestyle. Working in healthcare is increasingly complicated. We need strong leadership from doctors. I appreciate and recognize the leadership of my colleague, the member for Simcoe Grey, who is a surgeon, a pediatric orthopedic surgeon, as well as a parliamentarian. She continued to practice medicine even while she was a member of parliament. She has never hesitated to travel. For example, she went to Nepal in 2015, not only as a representative of the government, but also to help the victims of a recent earthquake there. Now, medicine is undergoing a number of changes, including technological changes, the use of AI, for example, and we might wonder if this would lead to the end of certain professions. Technology is making some treatments more efficient, and there are also changes that have to do with the aging population. 1 out of 4 people will soon be a senior in Canada. So healthcare is facing a labor shortage to deal with this. In June 2016, Canada legislated medical aid in dying, a big moral change in Canada. There are also changes that have to do with bacterial resistance. So leadership from doctors is very important, and that means recognizing all of the actors in healthcare. We need to rely on teamwork, and we need to share responsibilities and knowledge. In healthcare, everyone needs to play their part and contribute. This bill proposes creating a National Physicians' Day on May 1st. This would recognize the work of nurses, or rather, their work is already recognized the week of May 12th. But doctors as well have to live with a great amount of pressure and need to overcome a number of challenges. So they need to be recognized too. It's important to recognize that ER rooms in Canada are often full, and patients have to wait for a long time to see a doctor there. The aging population means that there are greater needs in the community, notably in terms of palliative care. More and more people would like to use medical assistance in dying. Doctors are now facing the problems of Dr. Google, for example. Patients sometimes think that they themselves are doctors and they just Google their symptoms. There's a lot of misinformation on the internet, and this also puts a lot of pressure on doctors. The World Health Organization has listed vaccine hesitancy as one of the top 10 threats to world health in 2019. Citizens are becoming more concerned about vaccinations than the diseases that they're supposed to cure. The anthropologist Edie Larson, who is a risk analysis expert in London, has said that the next big epidemic may be caused by false news. Now, doctors are often criticized for earning their high salaries. They have sometimes been attacked by the media. Now, during this parliament, changes to our tax system have punished doctors. They were treated as tax cheats and for sometimes using aggressive tax loopholes. Perhaps we could use the model of cooperative forestry, which is used. So we need to recognize our physicians so that they don't leave to the U.S. The professional oath that is taken by doctors in Quebec says that doctors have to carry out their duties to all patients with conscientiousness, loyalty, and integrity. And they need to meet the code of ethics of the organization. They need to be loyal to the profession and deal with their colleagues with respect. They need to behave with the honor and dignity of the profession. The member for Markham-Stouffville was sad to have to leave the Liberal caucus and was even more disappointed when she was expelled from that caucus. People publicly accused her of being disloyal. And this was often based on false perceptions. She's someone who respected her fundamental values to help Canadians. She respected her ethical obligations as well. And she's paying the price for that. I think that our government needs to recognize National Physicians' Day. Doctors are real leaders in our communities. Many are involved in the community, and they help drive the economy in smaller towns. And most importantly, they save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise on Bill S-248, an act respecting National Physicians' Day. The day would be declared, Mr. Speaker, on a recognition on May 1st as the National Physicians' Day. It's done in memory, and which I think is important for this discussion, for Dr. Emily Stowe, who has been declared one of Canadians' heroes when it comes to a person that not only advocated for women's rights, but also for patient rights and also for the women's movement in general. In fact, Mr. Speaker, for her to do this type of trailblazing was nothing short of incredible. In fact, this bill having its day on her birthday is very significant, and I'm quite able to talk about that because the two go very much together. When you look at physicians and what they deal with unconditionally every single day in our society in terms of assisting the patients that come to see them and their contributions in trying to make a difference of the exact society that they deal with and the repercussions of that, whether it be an injury, whether it be a workplace accident, whether it be violence against people. They are people that see the men and women, our neighbors, our family members, our colleagues, our other fellow citizens from coast to coast to coast and deal with the ramifications, whether they be health issues that they just naturally occur because of their body changing, or whether or not they be responsible are repercussions related to the environment that they are exposed to, or an accident or violence perpetrated against them. And, Mr. Speaker, I can speak a little bit, too, with regards to the humility that these individuals say. I myself am a PSW, a personal support worker, and I have been in the profession to experience some of my, I think, most learned moments having to assist people in vulnerable states where there is very much you're the last person that they see or available to them that is going to be dependent upon them to get information, try to assist, and it can involve something very simple from a medication to much more significant things that relate to infections and other types of problems. And I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if we didn't talk about the mental health requirements as well, too, for not only this occupation, but also what they now deal with in the general population. And Dr. Stowe was an interesting case with regards to a Canadian society that still to this day has not found any type of resolution to equality of any significance. And the mere fact that we still have women that are underpaid to male counterparts. We still have women that are subjected to higher rates of violence. We still have women that are underrepresented on either corporate boards or whether it be not-for-profit areas or whether it be even in professions. And Dr. Stowe was someone who actually had to go beyond our borders to make a difference here within our own country, which is sadly the case in some respects to this day, where her, as an example, went to the United States to get her medical credentials actually and professional training, only returning back to Canada to have that denied, and eventually fighting and getting that eventually as part of her accreditation. And Ontario has already recognized this, in Nova Scotia, with regards to her contributions. She subsequently went on as well, too, as part of her legacy for our country and as a role model for others, to work within the women's movement for the right to vote and the suffragist movement as well, too, Mr. Speaker, which is so important to the national fabric of our country. And again, this is unfinished business for Canadian society. It remains so today, and this legislation ensuring that there is a connection between the two in terms of family physicians and Dr. Stowe, I think, is very important, because there is no doubtedly a connection that should be acknowledged and should be celebrated, and it should be on a day on May 1st that is quite recognized that we need to continue to work on that unfinished business. Now, family physicians and other specialized physicians mark our communities very much in many ways. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one could argue, especially as Canada was settled as a nation, that very essence of their presence formed civil societies because of their consistency able to serve, whether it be in preventing diseases, whether it be assisting individuals that are having issues related to everything from infections to injuries to birthing. All those different things made a centerpiece for many of our now urban cities, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, to this day, where we have civilizations and we have actually settlement take place, and we struggle as a country to continue to provide that service. And it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, when you think about the long hours that they put in and the time that they give up. It's not only just with regards to their personal interests in themselves, but also their family members. So this bill, to me, as someone who has been the benefactor of having a doctor, a family physician, Dr. Albert Ng is mine, and his father, Edward Ng, was someone who had my grandfather as a patient. I'm very grateful to have that privilege and that ability to be able to get that type of attention when necessary. But it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that many parts in Canada still struggle with this aspect. So hopefully that will be part of this discussion, because as a New Democrat, I can tell you it is the unfinished business of Tommy Douglas to have a pharmacare program, but having accessible and affordable treatment and medical attention is the core principle of where we stand politically, and more importantly, where we should go, because that is actually how we build a strong economy, how we build strong communities, and how we better ourselves as individuals. And Mr. Speaker, right now we know that in many communities there are a lot of issues that, say for example, we could easily have a day for mental health and other types of addictions and modern society problems that emerge, where the physicians are the frontline persons that have to serve under those circumstances. So you have many individuals that have literally people showing up their doorstep that have these types of different illnesses and treatments, that some of them can be as regular or reoccurrences that would be routine in their eyes, but others that become new, especially as you have issues related to environmental contaminants in human health. We have exposure to toxicities in regards to accidents and a number of different things. And we even have physicians, Mr. Speaker, who not only do that here in our own country, but often go to other countries to actually help individuals that need, understanding that the human essence of ourselves is beyond just our borders, and that actually is something that makes a nation proud like Canada, and our contributions are well known. I would look at our public policy, and what I think has been one of the most underutilized aspects of our contributions internationally we do better at is the DART program, the Assistance Relief Team, that is able to go to different jurisdictions, and I often think that that is one of the most underutilized aspects of Canada that we could help in many places of the world. And Mr. Speaker, we have in our country physicians who contribute so much in different ways, and often their families. Like when I think of Windsor, we have the Bernstein brothers, who one was an orthopedic surgeon, the other was an ophthalmologist, and for serving patients even into their 80s, made distinctions and contributions that were very significant. And we have others that serve people that then go on to be hospital administration and other types of policy people that also form the way that we organize our medicine. So we have, say, for example, I think of Gary Edwarding from our area, who was a physician who went on to then help organize our medical procedures and our medical administration practices that are very critical about the use of spending public money and getting the most out of our dollars. And I don't think that's unusual when you think about a place like Windsor and you think about places that have large service provisions like that undergo changes over the years. But again, Mr. Speaker, I think that this day on May 1st will be a recognition of the complexity of physicians in our society, not just with regards to treating people in that one aspect, but when we look again at Dr. Stowe and her contributions, they were very complex. There were determinations there to service people, despite the fact that society shunned her for being female. They shunned her from a profession that they said was only for males. She had to leave this country to get the accreditation to do the work that was necessary, and then she had to come back and fight for those rights as well. And so these are our men and women that are servicing as physicians in our country right now. And often, when you look at the situation with the opioid epidemic and why we believe it's a national crisis and we need a national response, is that we leave it solely on the shoulders of healthcare providers to deal with this in a piecemeal way, as opposed to looking at the complex civil society response that's necessary and the supports for a longer treatment and support. And often our men and women who are physicians end up having to be the ones that are the front line of defense. And so, Mr. Speaker, I conclude with this by thanking our physicians. And May 1st is appropriate because of Dr. Stowe. And I want to thank all those participating in this to make it actually a day that we can celebrate for our future.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure of mine to rise and speak on what is a very important piece of legislation introduced by my friend and colleague from Vancouver Centre in recognizing the important role that our physicians play in today's society. But as it's been mentioned by the three previous speakers, they talk, and that's the way in which I would also like to approach the bill, is to talk about it in really two, maybe possibly three parts. The first one paying virtually tribute to Dr. Emily Stowe as an individual that has actually led the way in many fronts. We hear her as a physician. Prior to being a physician, Mr. Speaker, she was involved and played a very strong leadership role. In fact, I do believe, at least according to my minimal amount of research, is that she was actually the first female principal in her era, in that area of Upper Canada at the time, Mr. Speaker, which would only lead to one to believe that she was a pioneer. Went on to then become a practicing physician. In fact, what intrigued me was the fact that when she opened up her clinic in Toronto, that was the year of Canada's Confederation, 1867. And so there's no doubt she was a pioneer. One can only imagine the level of difficulty at the best of time for women back then to get into universities and the type of barriers that would have put into her place. So I can genuinely appreciate the significance of making May 1 as that designated day, the day in which Dr. Stowe was actually born, Mr. Speaker. When I had first heard about the legislation, and the acknowledgement of May 1. I was a bit curious as to why May 1. That curiosity has been answered, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't think of a more appropriate day given the history of Dr. Emily Stowe. And I would encourage those that might be following not just to leave it at that, but to look into it and do a bit of background, as Dr. Stowe has in fact been just an incredible individual, a true pioneer, and no doubt has inspired many within women or females to advance to where we are today. So we owe a great deal of gratitude. Getting on to the National Physician Day itself and recognizing our physicians, Mr. Speaker, I think is something that deserves a great deal of merit. You know, I used to be the health critic in the province of Manitoba, and in that capacity I had the opportunity to meet with numerous doctors. Some doctors that were specialists, to the general doctors, to doctors rural versus urban doctors, and Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt the common theme that they had was the love of what it is that they were doing, and in many ways, I would suggest to you, has already been alluded to, that our medical professionals, in particular our doctors, have their heart in the right place in wanting to make society a better place for all of us. So you can talk about the micro of the individual patient and the quality of care that's provided to the patients, to the macro issue of advocacy. And that is something in which I also want to be able to make some reference to, Mr. Speaker. You know, we all know that there, by the grace of God, walk us all, in the sense that at any point in time, something could happen to us in which we know and feel confident in our system that we're going to get the attention that's needed from our doctor, because the doctor is the one that truly cares and wants to be able to get us in a better health condition, Mr. Speaker. There's a great deal of faith in our doctors as a profession. I always find it interesting when you talk about the different professions and the level of respect from the public as a whole. You always find doctors are somewhere at the top, if not at the top, compared to, let's say, used car sales people or something of that nature, Mr. Speaker. So you'll find that there is just a great deal of understanding and respect towards that particular profession, and individuals on that micro level are very much attached to their doctors and have faith in their doctors and wanting to be able to have that relationship because they understand and appreciate the importance of good health. If I was to talk about the bigger picture, that advocacy role that doctors play in society, and it's done in many different ways. As I indicated when I was a healthcare critic, where we would sit down with doctors and talk about our tertiary health care facilities to our community health facilities, and even in-home care. As the member from Vancouver Centre pointed out, we still have doctors that actually go to homes, Mr. Speaker, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily realize that that is in fact the case. But so whether it's sitting around a boardroom table with doctors to talk about, well, what is the future of a particular health care facility, or it's talking to doctors about where the potential growth is in regards to healthcare services, such as community clinics, Mr. Speaker, or it's, as I say, that one-on-one. And it even goes beyond that, you know, to international Doctors Without Borders and the fine work that they do. You know, recently, last summer, actually, I had the opportunity to travel to the Philippines, and the member from Simcoe Gray also went to the Philippines, and it was kind of a parliamentary friendship group adventure of sorts, Mr. Speaker, and the member from Simcoe Grey actually went out before we went to the Philippines as a committee, where she offered her services at a local hospital facility, and I know that it was exceptionally well received. My colleague from Charleswood in St. James and the fine work that he has done on the international scene, Mr. Speaker. Previous speakers have talked about contributions such as Canada with the DART missions. There is no doubt that our doctors that are trained and performing as well as they do, Mr. Speaker, play a very strong international leadership role. And Canada is often turned to as a place to go to invite doctors because of the reputation and the fine work that they do. Mr. Speaker, going back into the national perspective, we have organizations and umbrellas. In fact, Dr. Osler is one of my doctors that I see, Mr. Speaker, who's representative of doctors across Canada, and just making sure and ensuring that strong voice in terms of important issues, advocacy. And a good example of that, Mr. Speaker, would be the PharmaCare program. We hear a lot about PharmaCare in Canada as the current government is moving more and more towards having some sort of a national PharmaCare program. We have seen that after now a couple consecutive budgets where we're seeing a more tangible commitment. And one of the strongest advocates you will find for that policy is in fact coming from our doctors, Mr. Speaker. And whether it's PharmaCare, at one point, you had very strong pressures coming in terms of even the universality of health care. When you have at that local level, and I'll go to the Seven Oaks Hospital, Mr. Speaker, an area in which I represent that serves the north end of Winnipeg as a community hospital facility. It has been the doctors in good part that have provided the education to many of the individuals to become advocates for that particular healthcare facility, myself included, Mr. Speaker. So whether it's that advocacy role at that macro level, from an international perspective to a national perspective to that local community perspective, doctors are there in that very real, tangible way, making a difference. And this is something in which, in the years ahead, is going to become even more important. What we know is that Canadians love our national health care system, which is administered at the provincial level, but they believe in it, Mr. Speaker. And for the future of our health care system to succeed, doctors need to be able to be empowered, continue to be empowered to play that important advocacy role, because it is all about the care of the patient, no matter where that patient might be. I thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts on an important issue such as our doctors in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
After spending 8 years in elected politics, including serving in cabinet and running in the Conservative leadership, I will say first and foremost, I always define myself as a physician, a role that I'll be returning to full-time at the end of this year when I leave this place. When people ask me what I do for a living, I've always said that I'm a pediatric orthopedic surgeon. I'm a doctor who gets to take kids who can't play on the playground and let them play again. So it gives me great pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill 248, an act respecting National Physicians' Day. This act will declare each May 1st National Physicians' Day. Children's health has been the primary focus of my medical career, and it was one of the main reasons I ran for office. When asked in 2006 by Minister Jim Flaherty to chair the expert panel on the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, I was able to see firsthand how I could have a positive impact on the health of thousands of children via good public policy, not just one child at a time in clinic. A tax credit to support healthy activities for kids and make them more affordable for their parents was an innovative idea. It was a welcome idea. Besides the reduction in the GST, I've heard from many that this is the most popular and most memorable tax credit of the former government. Not only was it popular, it was a success. Over 2.8 million children as of 2014 had taken advantage of it. The Children's Fitness Tax Credit was so successful that the only criticisms of it was that it wasn't enough and that low-income families should receive a subsidy. In 2014, Conservatives made these changes to reflect what Canadians wanted and deserved. The success and popularity of the tax credit made it even more puzzling why the Liberals promised to kill it in the 2015 election. Unfortunately, the Liberals kept that promise, reducing it in 2016 and eliminating it altogether in 2017. One cold comfort that is in 2016, the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario Research Institute and other researchers compared Participation's report card on physical activity for children and youth to 37 other countries in 6 continents. Canada's highest grade was for participation in organized activities. The report noted that Canada's rates were, quote, significantly higher than sports participation rates 10 years ago. I know that the tax credit was the right policy to help make Canadian kids healthier and for parents struggling to afford sports. So earlier this year, I traveled across the country meeting with parents. I wanted to talk to them about preventative health and what we could do to help get kids active. I continuously heard from parents that they were upset that the tax credit for kids had been cut. So I went to work drafting a bill, and on February the 6th, Bill C-428 was launched with a website to promote it. So I encourage people to go to healthykidshealthycanada.ca to support this initiative and bring back the Children's Fitness Tax Credit. When I heard of the idea of a National Physicians' Day, I must say I had second thoughts about it. A day to honor doctors, I wondered. If you speak to most physicians, they will tell you that every day it is actually a privilege for us to take care of people. I know that for me, as an orthopedic surgeon who takes care of kids, I spend my days helping children. Frankly, when you see a child with cerebral palsy able to walk again for the first time, even with assistance, the joy in their mother's eyes and their sense of accomplishment and their great smile, there's no need to be honored. You know that you've played a role in making that happen. As I looked more into the bill, I began to see why this proposal was being brought forward by Senator Eglinton with the support of the Canadian Medical Association. A special note is the date, May the 1st, which marks the birth date of Dr. Emily Stowe in 1831, which several of my colleagues have commented on. Dr. Stowe was the first female to practice medicine in Canada. She was also a pioneer of Canada's women's movement and an idol for many young Canadian physicians now, particularly female ones. National Physicians' Day is also important because it highlights the role that doctors play in communities across Canada, as my colleagues have also mentioned. For those who live in big cities with access to care that's often taken for granted, we do know that in smaller communities, people may not even have a doctor. In our north, we may be lucky to have a nurse practitioner in our communities. Anything more complicated than a broken arm requires a flight to Yellowknife, Iqaluit, or Whitehorse, or often a more southern destination. In the northern parts of many provinces, a doctor may rotate from a southern center, which is great, but it means that no one has a family doctor they could possibly have in a bigger center. I say possibly because millions of Canadians in communities all across the country lack a doctor. Like the places in my community, Simcoe Grey, a rural part of the country, that when we lose a doctor as they retire, we go through great lengths and efforts to recruit a new one and frequently can't. For many communities, the loss of a doctor is like the loss of the post office, or their local grocery store, or their local school. It's a turning point for a community and not a good one. The recognition of National Physicians' Day gives an opportunity to bring these issues to the forefront at least one day a year. It gives an opportunity to speak to the important roles that doctors play in our communities, of the need for quality care that is accountable and accessible to patients, and the ability to talk about lineups and wait times, or about how the government demands everyone to use one system and then is unwilling to innovate and change to provide reasonable access to care. Part of this bargain, the unwritten relationship between citizens and government providing health care, must be reasonable access to care in a reasonable time frame. Currently, this is not the case. This neglect is made worse by the stress that it causes to the patient suffering and to the families of these patients. I heal kids. There is nothing worse than watching a child suffer. But what the families of these children go through because of the challenges in our system are a really close second. It is frustrating for my colleagues and I knowing that we are bound by all sorts of rules limiting our ability to take care of patients, to get surgical time at a hospital, or even open up a clinic. There are many problems. Just this weekend, a colleague of mine, Dr. Smith from Windsor, an anesthetist said, "The system is broken. The patients know it. The families know it. Why are your politicians' colleagues afraid to change it?" I heard concerns like this across the country when I was conducting consultations on modernizing the Canada Health Act. Similar views were reflected in reports by Liberal Senator Michael Kirby and NDP Premier Roy Romano about how unaccountable the system has become to Canadians, how out of touch and bureaucratic it is, how the user, the patient, is often the last person of concern. We need to listen to doctors when they use their collective voices to speak out on issues of national importance. We need to listen when they say that the system is broken, which is exactly what our patients are saying to us every day when they come to clinic. That there needs to be a revolutionary change in our healthcare system, that the Canada Health Act needs to be modernized so it can provide the high-quality care for Canadians, the one they expect, and quite frankly, the care they deserve. Interestingly, one of the most recent and most vocal examples of doctors speaking out was not medically related. It was related to our role as small business owners. Yes, I'm talking about the recent tax changes to small businesses the government introduced. Many Canadians learned during the whole affair that the overwhelming majority of doctors in Canada are small business owners. We're not government employees, which the majority of people believe. This misconception is largely owed to the Canada Health Act that makes people believe that doctors are government employees. We are not. We are small business owners that have a large amount of overhead, and we have to pay for it ourselves. The same expensive equipment you see in a hospital, we often have to buy for our clinics. This equipment is not cheap, and it needs to be regularly updated. Doctors are also substantial employers. Even the smallest doctor's office provides 2 jobs to an administrative assistant and a nurse, and most provide more. A scheduler, an office manager, nurses, a large doctor's office has more full-time jobs in it than a local cafe or a small clothing store. These investments in our communities is why Canadians witnessed the negative reaction to the proposed tax changes. Doctors took it as an insult to be called tax cheats by this government. To be accused of taking advantage of a system by Liberal politicians was a bit much. Each and every day, it's an honor to be a pediatric orthopedic surgeon. I have an amazing job, and I get to get kids back on the playground to play. My colleagues and I don't need a day to honor us. But if a National Physicians' Day can help bring attention to doctor shortages that Canadians face, to the small towns losing their only physician, to the lack of accountability in the health system, to the present model of healthcare that forces patients into a system where they're simply neglected, or to the unfair tax changes that have done nothing more than chase doctors out of this country, the National Physicians' Day is worthwhile. I'm pleased to lend my support to this legislation. Thank you. Merci.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Glengarry Prescott Russell.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell, and I will inform the member that he'll just have 2 minutes at this point, but he will have additional time, the remainder of the time, for his speech. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, and I probably have a minute and a half now. I'm pleased to be here today to speak on Bill S-248, an act respecting National Physicians' Day. I would like to begin by commending the Honourable Art Eggleton for introducing this bill in the other place prior to his, as well as the member for Vancouver Centre for sponsoring it in the House. Bill S-248 seeks to designate May 1st of each year as National Physicians' Day in honour of the vital role that physicians play in caring for patients and in supporting the health and well-being of Canadians. A variety of commemorative periods already exist to recognize the contribution of health professionals, such as Family Doctor Week, Oncology Nurses Day, National Physiotherapist Month, and Paramedic Services Week. However, these commemorative periods were not proclaimed by a legislative initiative, but are designated through an annual declaration by the Minister of Health. The approach of this bill to proclaim a national day through legislation for healthcare professionals is a novel one. As was stated during the debate on this bill in the other place, and as I'm sure we all share, we would like to hear more of this in this chamber, a national day would serve to recognize the phenomenal contributions of physicians. It could perhaps also act as a means of recognizing the growth of the medical profession itself, from a fairly low-skill occupation with little in the way of formal standards or regulations at the beginning of the 20th century to the medicine practiced in this new millennium, whose cures astonishing and give us hope even in our darkest hours. However, these considerations aside, I would like to take the opportunity presented by this bill to describe the actions that the federal government already takes to support the work of Canada's 86,644 physicians, 250 of which, I might add, are directly employed by the federal government in the Canadian Armed Forces. And Mr. Speaker, I can see you signal me, and I will stop right here and continue on the next day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell, and let him know, of course, that he'll have the remaining time in his 10 minutes, approximately 8 minutes left remaining when the House next resumes debate on the question. La période prévue pour l'étude des...
The time for the consideration of private members' business has expired, and the order is moved to the bottom of the order paper.
I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on March 22nd, 2019 by the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington concerning an apparent violation of Section 49(8) of the Parliament of Canada Act. La Secrétaire parlementaire de la Leader.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, the Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, and a number of other members also contributed to the discussion on this alleged question of privilege.
In this matter, the member for Perth Wellington explained the meaning of certain provisions added to the Parliament of Canada Act in 2015. As a result, caucuses are legally obligated to conduct certain votes at their first meeting after a federal election, one of which is to confirm whether Section 49(2) of the Act, which stipulates the process for expelling a member from caucus, will apply. The member for Perth Wellington concluded by asking that the House be allowed to deal with this matter given the lack of judicial recourse offered to members in this regard and the generally accepted limited authority of speakers to interpret the law. Dans sa réponse, le secrétaire parlementaire.
In response, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader contended that, as the member for Whitby confirmed that her resignation was in fact voluntary, the requirement of timeliness for a question of privilege had not been disregarded, and the Speaker cannot adjudicate on the legality of matters. The issue was a matter of debate rather than a question of privilege.
To this specific case, there are a few points that need to be clarified. I will deal with them in reverse order. 1. Asking the House to deal with the possible expulsion of a member from caucus is not a proper subject for a question of privilege. If the member believes that the House needs to put in place certain practices, perhaps by way of additional standing orders, this should be done through a substantive motion following proper notice. Deuxièmement, comme il a été...
Secondly, as was pointed out, I, as Speaker, have no rule in the interpretation of statute, nor in the conduct of these 2015 provisions. All that is allowed under subsection 49.85 of the Parliament of Canada Act is that I shall be informed of the results of any vote taken by a caucus to formally expel a member with the terms of the Act.
From the knowledge that I have, the honourable member for Whitby was not expelled. Instead, she voluntarily withdrew from the caucus to sit as an independent. Based on this understanding and these facts, there is no question of privilege. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on March 22, 2019 by the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook concerning the alleged breach of the confidentiality of an Ontario Liberal caucus meeting. In his intervention, the member argued that information reported in the media about the discussions held during the Ontario Liberal caucus on March 20th, 2019 violated the expectations of confidentiality and was a breach of parliamentary privilege. He underscored that it was the publication of the confidential information rather than the leak itself that was the catalyst for him asking the Speaker to intervene. Dans sa réponse, la secrétaire.
In response, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House argued that not only do matters of caucus proceedings generally lie beyond the Speaker's purview, but also precedents demonstrate that prima facie questions of privilege have involved the secret recording of members in caucus. The Chair is being asked to determine if, in this instance, the evidence presented is sufficient to have the Speaker intervene in a matter that is normally outside the confines of parliamentary proceedings.
Caucus meetings are, by definition, meant to be exclusively for members belonging to the same political party. They are closed meetings conducted in the expectation of airtight confidentiality. As the third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice explains at page 34, quote, because they are held in camera, caucus meetings allow members to express their views and opinions freely on any matter which concerns them. Policy positions are elaborated along with, in the case of the government party, the government's legislative proposals. Caucus provides a forum in which members can debate their policy differences among themselves without compromising party unity. End of quote. While caucus meetings are obviously different from proceedings of the House, they nonetheless have an effect on and ultimately serve the interests of the House. The member for Flamborough-Glanbrook had good reason then to cite Speaker Milliken's ruling of March 25, 2004, which states at page 1712 of debates, quote, the concept of caucus confidentiality is central to the operations of the House and to the work of all honourable members, end quote. La présidence est appelée.
The question that the Chair must consider carefully is how far, if at all, parliamentary privilege extends to protect the deliberations of a caucus. The precedents cited by the member for Flamborough-Glanbrook are helpful. One precedent led to the 22nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure in House Affairs, presented to the House on April 26, 2004. The report is useful because it explains what could trigger a possible intervention by the Chair. Basically, it is related to House support for these caucus meetings. As the report noted, quote, to the extent that caucus confidentiality is breached by members by disclosing what was said or went on to non-members of caucus, this is a matter to be dealt with by each party caucus. Any unauthorized recording of caucus meetings, however, is a matter for the House itself. Not only does this arguably impede members in carrying out their parliamentary duties, it could also constitute a contempt of the House. As I said, it can also constitute contempt of the House, end of quote.
That it was caused by a failure of House support, nor did any caucus members bring this to the attention of the House. Nonetheless, this should not be construed as an endorsement for divulging caucus information, even in the most general of terms, without the caucus approval. Absent any sufficient evidence to demonstrate that members' privileges were breached, I must conclude that there is no question of privilege. I thank honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Second reading of Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis.
Mr. Blair for Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moves that Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Il me fait plaisir de lancer.
I'm pleased to launch the debate on Bill C-93. This legislative measure will amend the Criminal Records Act for people with criminal records for simple possession of cannabis so that they can have said records suspended quickly and leave their lives fully.
Precedented and exceptional measure of eliminating the waiting period and the application fee for people seeking a pardon for cannabis possession. That means that instead of waiting 5 years and paying the parole board $631, applicants won't have to wait a single minute and they won't owe the parole board a single cent. Bill C-93 is the next logical step in a process that began during the last election campaign when we committed to ending the prohibition of cannabis in Canada. The result of decades of prohibition was that Canadians were amongst the heaviest and youngest users of cannabis in the world. Under the former system, the illegal cannabis trade put $7 billion annually into the pockets of organized crime, and Canadian law enforcement agencies spent over $2 billion every year trying to enforce an ineffective and counterproductive legal regime. Last October, we finally put an end to the old way of doing things, and cannabis is now legal and strictly regulated as promised. However, one of the lingering consequences of the previous system is that it saddled many Canadians with criminal records, making it harder for them to get a job, rent an apartment, travel, or volunteer in their communities. And the people affected are disproportionately from minority communities. To be sure, they broke the law. They committed what at the time was a criminal offense, and there are consequences for that. But people who have been convicted only of possession of cannabis for personal use, an activity that is now legal, should be able to shed their criminal record and the associated burdens and stigma as quickly and easily as possible. That's exactly what Bill C-93 will allow. This legislation creates a pardon process for people who have been convicted of simple cannabis possession that is streamlined and simplified in a multiple important ways. Currently, to apply for a pardon or a record suspension, which has been the legal term used since 2012, a person who has completed their sentence has to wait several years before they can submit an application. It can be 5 or even 10 years, depending upon the circumstances. Under C-93, there will be no waiting period at all. Currently, the parole board charges a $631 application fee, which is obviously a major barrier. That's especially true for low-income Canadians who need to clear their record so they can get a job and earn a salary. But without that job and salary, they can't afford the fee. Bill C-93 eliminates the application fee. Ordinarily, in addition to requiring police and court records, the law puts the onus on the applicant to demonstrate that they have been of good conduct and that receiving a pardon will provide them with measurable benefit. and these subjective factors are considered by government-appointed parole board members who make a judgment call about whether to grant the pardon or not. Under C-93, for people whose only offense is simple possession of cannabis, the good conduct and the measurable benefit factors will be eliminated. Applications will be quickly processed by public servants at the parole board because there will be no judgment call to make. If the police and court records show that your only conviction was for possession of cannabis for personal use, then you get your pardon. In short, there will be no application fee, no waiting period, and no need to convince the parole board to grant a pardon based on subjective criteria. This will dramatically simplify and accelerate the process. But these are just some of the measures in the bill itself. There are additional practical steps the parole board is taking to make it even quicker and easier for people to apply. For instance, they are redesigning the application form to make it simpler to understand and faster to complete. They are devoting resources to work with people to ensure that applications are properly submitted. They are updating and clarifying the information on their website. And they are preparing a step-by-step application guide, a 1-800 number, and a dedicated email address specifically to help people with cannabis possession convictions, allow them to make use of this new expedited process. Plus, they are developing an outreach strategy that will involve community partners, civil society organizations, and social media in order to make people aware of the new process and how to access it. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, if in your past you committed an act that is no longer criminal, you shouldn't run up against obstacles every time you want to work, study, travel, find housing, or volunteer. These legislative changes I have just mentioned will mean that people with criminal records for simple possession of cannabis only can move forward with their lives as fully reintegrated members of society.
Developing our approach for dealing with criminal records for cannabis possession involved a great deal of discussion, both internally and with stakeholders like the Campaign for Cannabis Amnesty. We ultimately settled on the streamlined pardons process that I've described, but we did carefully examine other possibilities like amnesty or expungement, and I will address both of those approaches to explain why we didn't choose them. The amnesty approach is being used in California, where the state is proactively and automatically clearing people's records without requiring applications. I completely understand the appeal of that approach, but in Canada, at the moment, it is unfortunately a practical impossibility. Canadian law has never had an offense known as cannabis possession. If you were convicted of possessing cannabis, your record might say something like possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 2, without referring to a particular one of the dozens of substances in that schedule. So, in order to find everyone who has ever been convicted of cannabis possession, you would first have to find everyone who has ever been convicted of possession of a controlled substance in the same category as cannabis. And then, in each case, go through the court documents to find out what the substance actually was. And that would be challenging enough if all those records were held in one central repository. But that is not at all the case. We have a patchwork of different law enforcement authorities at various levels of government, each with their own records and record-keeping systems. Some of these systems are sophisticated and computerized, but others are literally papers in locked boxes in a courthouse basement. In other words, proactively clearing people's records for cannabis possession would require a massive amount of resources at all levels of government, and it would take a very long time. People would still be waiting to have their records cleared years from now. It is much simpler to receive an application where the person provides the specifics of their particular case. That allows the parole board to process the file much faster, and it allows the applicant to have their record cleared much sooner, and that is the point. There have also been calls for expungement instead of pardons. The difference is that a pardon sequesters a person's records so that it doesn't show up in a criminal records check, whereas expungement eliminates any mention of the offense from all records, as though it never happened in the first place. Expungement actually didn't exist in Canada until last year, when we used it for the very first and thus far only time to deal with historic convictions for consensual sexual activity between same-sex partners. The idea was that the laws in those cases were unconstitutional. They should never have existed, and they were, by their very nature, fundamentally and inherently unjust. The prohibition of cannabis was bad public policy, but it did not violate the Charter. Still, there is no question that, in its application, it had a disproportionate impact on certain groups of Canadians, especially members of Black and Indigenous communities. And it is in recognition of that fact that we are proposing the exceptional and unprecedented measures contained in this bill. Practically, for the applicant, the effect of a pardon or expungement is virtually the same. With either approach, a prospective landlord or employer will not be able to find out about a past conviction. In fact, the Canadian Human Rights Act expressly prohibits discrimination on the basis of a pardoned criminal record. So the goal of letting a person move on with their life without the burden of a criminal record is achieved in both cases. The only realistic scenario in which a pardoned record for cannabis possession can be reinstated is if the person commits a new offense. And at that point, because of the new offense they've committed, they're going to have a criminal record anyway. So the impact of reinstating the cannabis conviction is pretty minimal. And when it comes to international travel, in particular to the United States, expungements could cause additional complications that a pardon does not. That's because the U.S. might have a previously existing record of a person's conviction, likely from when they crossed the border or tried to cross it in the past. So even if a criminal records check comes up empty today, which would happen with either a pardon or an expungement, the American border officer would have a note in the file from the last time, and the officer could insist that you get a waiver or provide more information about the conviction. However, if your record was pardoned, you could contact the parole board and get the information you need to satisfy the U.S. border officer. But if the records were expunged, there would be no documentation for the parole board to provide, and you might simply be denied entry. L'essentiel, Monsieur.
So essentially, Mr. Speaker, the approach that we are proposing with Bill C-93 is a practical and effective way to clear the criminal records of people who were found guilty of simple possession of cannabis.
We're waiving the fee, which is $631, and we're waiving the waiting period, which is usually 5 years. We're eliminating the subjective factors like whether the applicant has been of good conduct or whether the pardon will provide a measurable benefit. And we're making the application process simpler and more user-friendly. I'm proud that during the last election campaign, when others were talking about maintaining the status quo or proposing timid half measures like decriminalization, our party had the courage to recognize that bold action was needed. We made a commitment to legalize and regulate cannabis, the better to keep cannabis out of the hands of Canadian youth and the profits out of the hands of criminals. We upheld that commitment, and now we've put forward a bill that will help people criminalized by the previous system turn the page, so they can no longer bear the stigma and the burden of a criminal record. I invite all honourable members to join me in supporting this important legislation. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. I do have a question with respect to this issue. In my riding of Vancouver East, for example, we have a significant number of people who are impacted by this criminal record. And of course, as well, for the racialized communities, the Black community and the Indigenous community, they have a much higher number of individuals who've been charged with possession of cannabis as well. So in our community where if a person has to go through the process of getting a pardon, it already sets up a barrier for them. Many of them would not be able to engage in that process accordingly. And so one of the reasons why the NDP has called for an expungement of the record is to simply facilitate this process as well. We're now in the situation where cannabis possession is no longer illegal. Wouldn't it make sense for the government to actually expunge this record so that it applies to every single individual who has been impacted previously? That would be the fair process to embark on, Mr. Speaker, and I would urge the government to really reconsider this process, and particularly in taking into consideration of the impact for the Indigenous community and people from the racialized community.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question and for her advocacy. I think that what we're trying to do is to make it happen quickly. And I think the parole board has made it quite clear that part of their plan is an outreach strategy to connect with community organizations, to connect with the people who do this kind of work, who support these kind of changes. And you're going to find them in your communities. They will be out there and they will be active in order to help people take advantage of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? La députée.
The honourable member for Charleville-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In her speech, the parliamentary secretary said that the bill of C-45 was to reduce profits to organized crime, which is evaluated at being worth $7 billion. Has she seen that organized crime has lost profits, or is that not the case?
Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I have seen news reports that they are tracking that change. They have seen it. We have, of course, this is not going to happen overnight. We're only 6 months in, but they've already seen changes. So we still have more work to do in order to get the full effect of the bill that we're looking for, but we are heading in the right direction. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. But it seems to me that there's a problem both with the style and substance of Bill C-93. In terms of the substance, I'll be talking about that later, but on the style of it, it seems to me that at the rate that things are getting done, I have a hard time seeing how this bill could receive royal assent before the end of the session. So my question is simple. Are we dealing with a real bill that is not going far enough here? Or are we just facing a smokescreen?
Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Member for his question, and I think it's quite clear that the process of the legalization of cannabis, this was one element of it. We could not introduce before we had actually the original bill having been put forward, and this is part of that process. And Mr. Speaker, the way this bill was drafted, it's quite clear what we're trying to achieve, and having it come to the House for debate is an important first step, and we believe there is time in the legislative calendar to make it happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was speaking to a number of people from the Canadian Police Association last week when they were here on the Hill, and they have some concerns about the bill. Obviously, my colleague mentioned the cost of the bill, at $631 for waiving the fee. But, Mr. Speaker, on the other side of that, I think what we need to know before we pass this bill as parliamentarians is what is the cost of this bill? What will the cost be to the Treasury if we totally eliminate all of the fees? But secondly, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the concern about it totally eliminating the waiting period. I agree that the inordinate amount of time that they're currently waiting is too long, but would my colleague not agree that simply shrinking that waiting period to at least give the board a few days to research the final outcome of the process, would that not be a wiser solution than simply eliminating it totally and making it a less than a minute waiting period? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you. I thank the honourable member for his question. The cost of a pardon, $631, yes, that makes it prohibitive for people, especially people who have been disadvantaged their entire lives, and this is what we're trying to change. Make it so that people have access, so they can therefore get a job and they can rent an apartment and change the trajectory that they're on. I think here, when we talk about this, the waiting time was from the time of their conviction. And so now that people who were convicted 4 years ago, they can apply today. They don't have to wait that extra year. They can move forward on their lives. They can shed the stigma of having a criminal record. And Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're doing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to recognize that virtually over the last couple of years, we've seen the department work with many of the different stakeholders to ensure that when it came time for the legislation, that everyone would, in essence, already have a good sense in terms of the process. And to highlight the importance of the impact of this legislation passing for those individuals that are requiring a pardon will have a very profound positive impact on their lives, in the sense that the member across the way made reference to success in terms of being able to apply for a job, amongst many other things. And I'm just wondering if she can provide her thoughts in terms of just the manner in which this has actually been rolled out by working with the different stakeholders. And that's one of the reasons why we've seen very little resistance to it, because it seems to me that we've really crossed the T's, dotted the I's to make sure that we got it right.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I think he's absolutely right. We understood the kind of impact this could have on people's lives, and we really wanted to make sure we rolled it out well. We have talked to a lot of people, we have listened, but we have decided that this approach, a pardon, you make it quick, you make it accessible, you make it at the community level, is going to have the most significant impact in the short term and over the long term. Because the impact on the individual is the same, whether it's a pardon or an expungement. We just want to make it happen sooner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and the parliamentary secretary in her response to my answer was to say that the parole officers could be in touch with the individuals to move the issue forward. But what about in cases where the charge was some time ago and that the person may not be connected with the criminal justice system anymore? How would that connection be made? I mean, the truth of the matter is this process will create a bureaucracy. It will create costs. That, in my view, would be unnecessary. In fact, if the government went forward with an expungement process, it would apply to everybody who's had the record and to anybody, regardless whether or not they are going forward with a pardon procedure and process. Wouldn't that be a far more effective and efficient way of doing it, and to ensure that nobody is left behind? If that is the goal of the government, to make sure nobody's left behind, then go forward in an expungement process. On the issue around the border crossing and the concerns there, the government has, by the way, brought forward expungement in other situations, particularly for those who were faced with criminal charges in the LGBTQ community. So if we can deal with it in that instance, surely we can actually apply the same principle with this instance with cannabis possession, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
To thank the honourable member again. I think what we wanted to achieve is something to make it happen quickly, giving people another chance to build a new life. As the impact on individuals between an expungement and a pardon is virtually identical. And a pardon allows us to move this along a lot quicker. And I think we are going to be reaching out to those civil society organizations and the community outreach people, community partners, to make sure that this information gets out there. And I think that connection with the people who are looking after people at the community level, I think, is actually going to be key. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to talk about Bill C-93, an act that would allow for record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis. My first thought on this is that it seems fairly reasonable, but I do have some reservations. I think that a majority of Canadians are ready to accept that records for simple possession could be suspended. We agree on that. For example, young people. Sometimes young people try marijuana and get caught. The police officers are there and they end up with a criminal record. And so that can be classified under, the mistakes of youth. There are also adults who may have tried it when it was illegal. For example, our Prime Minister, he admitted that he smoked cannabis at a time when it was still illegal. Now, for us, that's not a very good situation in terms of the model that an elected official should be giving. I don't think that smoking marijuana when it's illegal was a great example, but we understand that for young people, these are sometimes mistakes that are made. Now, Bill C-93, what we would want to see is we would want records to be suspended for people who have, one conviction for simple possession, not multiple convictions, and not people who have other convictions for other crimes. If you've tried marijuana once in your life and you have one conviction, we can agree that it would be reasonable to have a pardon.
But, however, for us, even if we're ready right now at second reading to support this bill and the idea behind C-93, we still need to study this bill extensively at committee because there are many components that are not clear. There's no preamble. There's nothing explains the clear objectives of this bill. We need to know why. So that is why it'll be important to look at this in committees. We need to really look at it extensively to understand what is not being said. It's often what is not said that says something. So costs, for example. There's 500,000 files right now roughly, Canadians who have criminal records for simple possession of cannabis. So it will cost roughly $100 per requester of a pardon. So it could cost $315 million to pardon these criminal files. On the other hand, the government could make this free. So we need to look at this. For processing the files of these people, they should have to pay for it, which would help cover the costs of, this is an important sum of money. And why should taxpayers have to pay indirectly for the costs related to a pardon request? That's the nature of the Liberal government right now. Money's not important for them. The taxpayers, they pay a lot of taxes. We never consider them. They spend money left and right, the Liberals, and that's what they've been doing for 3.5 years, and that doesn't surprise us. But for considerations, for the Conservatives, these are a consideration. And now that leads us back to Bill C-105, the actual preamble on the legalization of marijuana. There was a bill that was tabled quickly to fill a campaign promise, which rose a lot of questions that were not answered. The government consulted experts. They received training. Or these consultations, well, we weren't listening to what people were telling us. The police force had many concerns, as did the medical field. They were concerns that were raised that were never considered. And housing owners also raised concerns. They had concerns about consumption. And these issues were never solved. And then this creates doubts when we see how C-45 was processed so quickly, just to fulfill the Liberals' campaign promise and to please their young electorate. When we see how the government didn't listen to doctors and the police force, well, there'll always be doubts. Even if I can say that we're ready to support C-93, we really have to look at things deeply in depth, because they might be trying to pull the wool over our eyes. Legalization should lead to a reduction in cases. The revenues of organized crime are estimated at $5 billion for marijuana alone. So we should be getting money from organized crime, and this should be going to the government coffers. So we should be able to take this $5 billion. And this is one of the arguments that we don't believe. We think that organized crime is getting organized, and they're still selling cannabis, and they even have techniques to package products. There's a branding in legal stores that they use, and organized crime does the same thing. This is not preventing them from doing business. And since it is legal now to sell cannabis, no one's afraid to get arrested. So people will continue to smoke legal products. Organized crime still making money. And people continue to consume because they're not afraid to get arrested because it's legal. When we discussed all the concerns we raised when we debated C-45 are now being confirmed today. We need to send this bill to committee to make sure the final text is not ambiguous in any way. Mr. Speaker, this is my first mandate here in the House as a MP, and I've learned very quickly since I've been in the House, and I learned quickly that we cannot trust the Prime Minister. We can see this with what's happening right now. He raised a lot of hopes on many files, but in the end, it's kind of a lot of fairy dust was sprinkled around. There was a lot of unicorns and rainbows and promises that were made to everyone. And we realized today that this was not true. And the Prime Minister said he was a feminist. that this was an important matter and that we wanted to update things and debate. And what happened to 3 female MPs in his caucus who are now independent MPs? Mr. Harper took into account the needs of Indigenous peoples, and Mr. Trudeau told the Indigenous peoples that he loved them, but we saw last week that young Indigenous women were turning their backs to the Prime Minister here in the House because they realized that he made lovely promises, but he didn't really fulfill them. So with legalization of marijuana, as I said, well, the Prime Minister was in a rush to fulfill his election promise, and he didn't really listen to scientific evidence. And the Conservatives, we often say they don't believe in science, but he was the first person to not listen to scientists, a Liberal Prime Minister. Yes, they nod their heads in agreement, but they didn't really listen to the scientists when they legalized cannabis. And the other promise that they haven't yet fulfilled after the legalization of cannabis was within 12 months to statute derivative products and edibles and to create some laws on that. So we haven't seen anything right now on these aspects, and we know that the time is running out for this, and this will be another broken promise. So, Mr. Speaker, you can understand why most Canadians are disappointed by this Liberal government. Just like Obama, our Prime Minister has made a lot of promises, but he hasn't fulfilled them. They talked about the dangers of marijuana, and now we see this as a simple, banal product. People are saying it's legal, we can smoke it, it's no big deal. But that's not how things work. Even if this is a legal product, it's still a very dangerous one. And young people have to see it as a dangerous product to their health. They shouldn't see it as something that doesn't have an impact on their health. Experts said it, and everyone has said it. Well, in a Globe and Mail article published last year, the Canadian Pediatric Society and many other medical associations are concerned about the negative impacts of cannabis, particularly in those who smoke it under 25 years of age. Many experts have said that it's important to bear in mind public health when we legislate. The clinical director of Montreal in the pediatric sector, many think that this is a safe product. And I would like to show that smoking cannabis does have consequences on your health. Experts say, and I quote, the medical profession in this country has for quite some time had doubts with regard to medical marijuana. The efficacy of pot for treating chronic pain, well, now that we have legal marijuana and recreative marijuana, attitudes have changed. There are major concerns. People could become hooked, notably young people. We know that they can have issues if they start smoking cannabis, and a professor at McMaster University confirmed this. Cannabis becomes problematic when users cannot lead their everyday lives. It becomes difficult when they can't go to work and they have family conflicts, according to Dr. Graham. This was published last August. Cannabis has also been associated to some mental disorders, depression, anxiety, and we haven't established a cause and effect relationship between cannabis and these disorders. But if people do smoke cannabis because they're depressed or anxious, or they may be depressed or anxious because they're smoking cannabis, so we're not sure what the relation is there. High consumption of cannabis can lead to psychosis if people do have a mental health history. But most research on daily smokers of cannabis, well, we haven't discussed the impacts of tobacco either. We don't know what the floor is, and there's no evidence that says that using cannabis only once or twice won't have an impact on your health. Marijuana smokers often have lesions in their brain. They lack memory, cognitive function, and for regular consumers, they can also see visible changes in their MRI. So some brains are smaller, and their cortex appears smaller sometimes. It can have an effect on the way they think and the way they are organized. So chronic pot consumption can have effects. And we have heard concerns about the impact on the brains of young people. And last year, they wanted to ban the sale of cannabis to young people of under 21 years of age. And most health problems related to cannabis are for major smokers, but occasional smokers can also see effects. Someone who smokes once in a while can become high very quickly. They could drive a car, and this could create issues. So cannabis can impair your capacity to drive, your ability to drive, and it also can make it difficult for you to perform several tasks at once. So we've established roadside detection systems to try to detect if people have been smoking cannabis. Smoking can lead to problems in your throat, with your breathing, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an older article, as I've said, but it does discuss the concerns related to cannabis use, related to marijuana. Well, people can say, why is he talking about this now? But I'm going back to it because it goes back to the basic concept about how legalization was done in Canada. The way that the government wasn't listening to the experts or the scientists, and the government didn't care about the work that had already been done in committee, what the Senate did. The senators proposed a lot of amendments that were refused, as were those of the official opposition. So C-93, it may make some sense, but based on how the government's working right now, we'll never be able to say this is great, we accept it, well, let's support it without looking at it further. We can't do this because there's always a gray area in what the government does. They're never entirely clear. They know what they want. They have an agenda. They have a way of doing things, but we have the duty to check things out, to ask the right questions, and to do what's necessary. So yes, we're ready to support this legislation at second reading, but at committee, we have to do our work, and I hope that the government will open its eyes and ears and listen and understand the amendments that will be brought forward. And I'm sure that the NDP will also have some amendments to propose. Unfortunately, we don't have enough information right now to approve it right away. We need to go further. We need to go to committees. And based on what the Liberal government says, we'll see what happens next. But for right now, we have doubts. We have to look further, and then we will respond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I think that as a whole, Canadians have been waiting anxiously to see the legislation that we're debating today, as it is something that puts into place an opportunity for people to be able to successfully get a pardon, which will enable them, I would argue, to maybe get that job, that driver's license, other opportunities for them as a direct result. It's something that's affordable. And I think that as we've seen the legislation brought in regards to the legalization of cannabis, that at the end of the day, that it's been done in a fairly holistic way. Others in this chamber have been arguing that we should have done more, gone further. The Conservatives seem to be saying that that maybe we might have gone too far. I'm curious to knowing, in terms of, unless I've missed it, what is the Conservatives' position on the legislation itself? Do they see themselves supporting it or voting against it?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, perhaps you weren't there, but when I started my presentation, my speech, I mentioned that we are ready to support C-93 at second reading. However, we have several considerations that we need to look at. We can't trust the details of this bill, and a committee will be able to look at it further and propose amendments which we hope will be accepted by your government. But yes, at second reading, we are ready to go to committee on principle. We accept it, but we need to look at the details further. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I was particularly surprised by one passage when he talked about young people. Not too long ago, there was a time when smoking marijuana and possessing it was illegal. And when someone was charged for possession, it was already considered by most people as a minor crime. And people didn't think we had to invest a lot in this and let it go. But now it's entirely legal. We shouldn't be talking about errors of youth. There's no error at all because it's now admitted that this is legal. So the question is, if we're not talking about errors of someone's youth, can my colleague agree to say that it's not suspension that should be proposed, but this expungement, full expungement of these files? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The first point is that we have to stop saying because it's legal today that what happened in the past is no longer important. At the time, it was illegal. And if we take any other thing that we could do today that used to be illegal, do you think that in 20 years, if it becomes illegal and if I did something criminal today, it would no longer be important? No. It was criminal in the past, so it has to be considered as such. And it's not because now that it is legal that it's no longer important what happened in the past. In terms of expungement versus pardon, I think a pardon is enough. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague. I listened very carefully to his remarks, and he talked about the legalization of cannabis. We held a consultation, in my riding, and something very significant changed in Canadian policy, and I hear him talk about problems relating to cannabis use, mental health. I'd like to hear his comments on how, with legalization and where we're going, how this will help researchers to conduct additional research in order to identify the links with mental health. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague. Now, I'm trying to understand her question, but from what I know now, legalization hasn't been linked to mental health. The reports that we have from the medical profession saying that people, that as I mentioned in my remarks, cannabis can be purchased legally, but the illegal market continues to operate. And when we made our speeches on 45, the criticism that we had was with respect to trivializing marijuana, which is the case. So when it comes to mental health, I'd like to invite my colleague to ask the question of the Minister of Health, who has up-to-date information. And based on the information I have, in that respect, we have not improved things. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I must say that I appreciated my colleague's remarks on this bill, which is the follow-up on what came into force on October 17th, 2018. Mr. Speaker, science has been set aside with the adoption of the previous legislation. As the member for Charlebourg-Old-Saint-Charles said so clearly, several studies, scientists, and physicians have showcased the real dangers linked to public health with the use of this product. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague the following question, and it goes back to something that was said by the NDP earlier. Once it's legal, it's legal. We can't necessarily say that it's trivial, as the Dr. Karma in Quebec said. However, in the past, it wasn't legal. The member mentioned that in his point, a pardon would be the best avenue for people who committed this illegal act in the past. I'd like to hear his remarks on that. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Old-Saint-Charles. Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent for his question. A pardon versus expungement, as requested by the NDP, is that the offence is being set aside. So someone can apply for a job, for example, and when the background check goes through, the information doesn't appear. If the person committed another criminal act, it could be put back on the background check, on the file. But people who have a simple possession charge have their file set aside, and so they can apply for a job and do other things. But if other criminal charges are laid in the future, then it would be put back on the file. If it were expunged, it's eliminated as if nothing had happened. Because when something of criminal nature occurs, we need to bear in mind that the law is the law and it must be respected.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. This conversation has gone on not only with this record suspension, but also potentially with other criminal offenses. And I'm hearing from my constituents that many of them feel that their taxpayers should not be on the hook for paying for the suspension. They don't disagree that suspension should be available and for minor possession necessarily, but they're concerned that the taxpayer again has to cover the cost of what this is going to be to the system. And they're, what are you hearing? What is my colleague hearing with respect to this issue of cost? And I'm wondering whether there could be some common ground that we can arrive at that's fair to both the people seeking a suspension and the taxpayer.
Great question.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Old-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That's what people say. They say, why? As taxpayers, indirectly, should we be paying for people who have committed a crime? Can the cost be assessed? Well, that's part of the discussions that we could have at committee. At present, the costs for seeking a record suspension were put at $631. That was the exact calculation required for an official and all of the administration to administer the pardon. Now, we do understand that there are people who don't have the means, the revenues, that they can be penalized by that. So that is a discussion that we could have as to whether we could change the amount, but simply eliminating it and putting it at zero. Once again, taxpayers with their tax dollars are paying for that, and we find that unfair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to explain at the outset, Mr. Speaker, why the NDP will oppose this legislation. And I hope over the next 20 minutes that I have available to explain why record suspension is not the way to go and record expungement, which I will describe, is the way to go. And that is the subject, record expungement for simple possession. That is the basis of my private member's bill, C-415, which will be up for second reading debate in the chamber on Thursday. I've risen on previous occasions in this place to call this Bill C-93 a half-baked measure, and I'm still of that opinion. Let me explain. It's too little and it's too late. It's too little because record suspension is just that, putting a criminal record aside where it could be potentially used again against the individual. And it ignores the historical injustice, the disproportionate impact of cannabis possession offenses on marginalized Canadians, on blacks, and particularly on Indigenous people. It's too late because here we are, Mr. Speaker, almost 6 months since October when we had the historic legalization of possession of cannabis. And here we are, almost at the end of this parliamentary session, starting the second reading debate on this bill. Has to go before committee, has to go to the Senate, has to go before Senate committees. So I'm anxious, Mr. Speaker, that this will not be law in Canada, and we'll have to wait, as it will die on the order paper, until the next Parliament to address that. It's especially disappointing because the Liberals have had years to do this. Their excuse has been, no, wait until possession is legal on October 17th, 2018. And now here we are, almost 6 months later, at the dying days of this Parliament, and we're suddenly talking about it. I hope cynicism is not warranted. I hope there's goodwill on the part of the government to fix this bill and move it forward expeditiously. I have my doubts. My private member's bill, which is the, if you will, the counter to this bill, requires an application process for expungement. In an ideal world, Mr. Speaker, my bill would have had automatic expungement, which is the case in Delaware and California, where officials sweep the records, find out whether a person has a record and qualifies, simple possession in effect, and if so, the record is deemed never to exist, Mr. Speaker. It's gone. It's zapped from the system. This bill requires an application. My bill did too, but that's because, as you will well know, Mr. Speaker, it was a private member's bill, and due to those technicalities called the royal recommendation, I couldn't ask the government to expend money, so I wasn't able to do what they've done south of the border with automatic expungement. And that would apply universally and automatically and benefit disproportionately Indigenous and racialized Canadians. Mr. Speaker, let's just stand back from this. We have an activity which is perfectly legal now, but for which hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps that high, have a record for past consumption of cannabis, possession of cannabis, when it was illegal. And now they can't get on with their lives. And why does that matter? It matters because blacks can't rent apartments because they have a criminal record and they're in the bottom of a list in a tight housing market. And as I will explain later, Mr. Speaker, there's way more people affected in Halifax who are charged with cannabis and have record for cannabis than the non-black population. It's most glaring in Regina, Saskatchewan. Believe it or not. And this is the government data. This isn't me. This is from records disclosed under access to information. 9 times, if you're an Indigenous person in Regina, you are 9 times more likely to have a record for cannabis possession than non-Indigenous people. If you're black, 5 times more likely in Halifax, 3 times more likely in Toronto. If you're Indigenous in Vancouver, 7 times more likely. This matters. We would call this at law adverse effects discrimination. We would call this constructive discrimination. And that's why it's so galling, Mr. Speaker, that the government wants to bring in a half-baked measure in C-93. Rather than doing what they did in California, where actually in San Francisco they have an automatic intelligence system that simply sweeps the records and makes them all disappear if a person meets the criteria of having had a possession of cannabis offense in their record. Contrast that to what the government wants to do today. They want to bring in a bill where, to their credit, you no longer have to pay $631, thanks to Mr. Harper did, for getting a criminal record suspended. And you don't have to wait 5 years. I congratulate the government for that minor step in the right direction. In the States, you're automatically expunged. In the states I've mentioned, records deemed not to exist. And why that matters is you can go to that landlord and say, you know what, when you're asked the question, do you have a record do you have a criminal record for anything, you can say, no, I don't. If you're asked by an employer, do you have a criminal record? And all you got in your background is a cannabis possession charge from several years ago. Do you have a record? No, I don't. Because under expungement, it's deemed not to exist. Oh, the government says, don't worry. You don't understand. There's a human rights statute federally and in all the provinces that says you can't discriminate against somebody on the grounds that you have a criminal record for which a pardon was granted. Tell that to the inner city landlord in downtown Halifax. Tell that to an inner city employer, a small business operator in downtown Vancouver. It's ludicrous. Why wouldn't they do the right thing? Get it all done at the same time and do it properly, rather than this half-baked measure. So too little, too late, I'm sad to say, is my theme. I'm not the only one who agrees with this. I'm pleased to say that the Liberal Member of Parliament for Toronto Beaches acknowledges the limitations of this bill, and he's quoted as follows, quote, only full amnesty recognizes the disproportionate impact of cannabis prohibition on people of color and the fact that cannabis should never have been criminalized in the first place. Our government's solution is better than nothing, but it's not enough to be better than nothing when we have an opportunity to make historic injustices right. I'm quoting a Liberal member, Mr. Speaker. I'm not quoting anybody who has an axe to grind, if you will, in this issue, but a Liberal who realizes we can do so much better. One of the arguments the Liberals have used to me in why we can't have expungement is, oh, there's so many people who will be affected. It would cost so much money, it would take so much time. Well, you know what? That's not true anymore, because we have new data to suggest that only some 10,000 people by this bill will be positively affected. It's not a very large number. Why can't we expunge those records rather than simply giving them this record suspension, where it moves from one filing cabinet to another and can come back and bite you later in some subsequent event if the state deems you to have committed another crime? And how about a crime such as failure to appear? These are called administration of justice offenses, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's not the actual offense of cannabis possession, but, oh, you don't pay the fine, or you don't show up in court, etc. Those are situations where you continually have the criminal justice system on your back. But the root of it all was a cannabis possession charge. So Indigenous women, I've been advised, are sometimes affected down the road when they have custody issues with their children. Because not of the cannabis offense, but for the fact of other matters which are on their record resulting from that. It's ludicrous. For a government that says the most important relationship is with Indigenous people to make a tiny but critically important change in the lives of so many, why would they let this opportunity pass and not expunge the records of those people so they could say, I have no criminal record, and they can get their foot on the social ladder in order to get employment and housing and the like? I don't understand it, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand their reluctance in this context. Professor Kent Roach is one of Canada's leading criminal law specialists, and in the Criminal Law Quarterly just recently, he wrote the following. The government's approach to cannabis convictions in the wake of legalization is even more problematic than the Expungement Act, another bill I'll come to. It has announced plans to allow the National Parole Board to grant pardons under the Criminal Records Act. This again requires case-by-case applications. This places challenges on the most disadvantaged people who've been convicted of cannabis possession. He goes on, by not relying on expungement, the government's approach leaves applicants vulnerable to records of convictions and arrests being retained by the RCMP and other federal departments, and to questions from prospective employers and landlords about whether they've ever had a criminal conviction. It falls behind states such as California and Delaware in cases of reform. He then goes and says, I'm proud about my bill that it makes a better approach by proposing to expunge cannabis convictions, including the destruction of records of conviction. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not here to score political points. I'm not even running again in the next election. I'm fully convinced that automatic expungement is the way to go. It's what people deserve, and I implore the government to amend this bill and do the right thing by so many people who are affected, whose lives are on hold until we get this right. Record suspension simply removes criminal records from the main database, it's called CPIC, the Canadian Police Information Centre, and puts them somewhere else where they can be used prejudicially later and potentially shared with other departments and therefore have a negative effect. Expungement means those records, for all purposes, for all time, disappear. A record suspension or pardon indicates the government is forgiving or excusing individuals for criminal behavior. That's all. Expungement acknowledges it was wrong to criminalize in the first place. At this point, let me give you the other government excuse for not doing the right thing. They brought in, to their credit, the Bill C-66, which was called the Expungement of Historically Unjust Convictions Act. That bill dealt with same-sex sexual activity, which is no longer criminalized but was in the past. And they said, you know, we're going to deem those offenses to no longer be on a person's record, gone. Two things to say about that. Number one, since October, the last statistics, do you know how many people have even bothered to apply? Of the 9,000 eligible? 7. 7. Hardly giving you confidence that this application process is going to make a difference. The second thing is the government says, oh, Mr. Member for Victoria, you know what? You know what we'll do? We will say that that's to be reserved for things which are constitutionally over the line, you know, same-sex sexual activity. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's no principled reason for that smokescreen. I've talked to criminal law specialists and constitutional specialists across the country who say that's not valid. And secondly, even if it were valid, which it isn't, what about the constructive discrimination I just talked about, the adverse effects discrimination, where your policy and application affects blacks and Indigenous people dramatically more than others? What about that? So not doing the right thing for cannabis expungement as compared to same-sex sexual activity, which you are prepared to expunge, makes no sense at all. It's another liberal smokescreen, and I'm not here to sort of score political points. I'm just trying to persuade them, Mr. Speaker, to do the right thing. Like, why wouldn't they do it? That is what's so complicated for me to understand. The NDP has been calling for this for years. I won't go through the whole background of it, but there are deficiencies, in addition, in the bill that's before us today. So they don't have, the National Parole Board doesn't have the resources to do the job. It's going to cause even further backlogs for other applications where people seeking pardons. There's a whole industry, sadly, an industry out there to help people get rid of their criminal pardons. Go on the internet and you'll see everybody who wants to help you by giving, you know, if you give them a few $100 to get rid of their record. The forms are complicated. You might not think they are, Mr. Speaker, but if you're a poor person with little education living in the inner city, you're imposing another burden. And I don't understand why, when our friends south of the border figured it out much more readily. There's also eligibility gaps in Bill C-93. Those people convicted of only simple possession are eligible, meaning anyone with prior record suspensions of crimes related to the simple possession charges won't be able to use this process. Remember, I gave the example of failure to appear or not paying your fine or the like. Those, if you have another offense on the record, then you are facing inability to apply. Someone pointed out that if you have a summary conviction offense and you're 4 years down the road, and then you have another cannabis offense that you may have to wait for a total of 9 years under this bill to apply. I don't believe that was intended, but it's a function of the drafting of the bill according to experts I've consulted with. So that's problematic. You know, Mr. Speaker, they've had 6 months since they brought in legalization to do this. You know how long this bill is? In English, it's 4.5 pages, 5 pages maybe. How on earth did it take that long? The elephant labored and brought forth a mouse. We had C-75 before the Justice Committee, 302 pages. They rammed that through. But this bill, in English, 5 pages, maybe in total English-French, 9 pages. It took them that long to produce this tiny a bill and this weak a bill. Presumably, they can just check it off on the list. Oh, another promise kept. Except if it dies on the order paper, as most people are anticipating it will. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a real problem. This is an opportunity for the government. My hope is that if the private member's bill that I have before Parliament to be debated on Thursday goes to the committee, the Public Safety Committee, I presume, at the same time as this bill, perhaps there'll be a way in which some of the provisions that I have suggested for expungement could be amended, it could be brought into the bill that's before us, and we could get it right for the victims as they are. Now, it's not just me that's saying this. The Prime Minister has been quoted as follows: "There's a disproportionate representation of young people from minorities and racialized communities who are saddled with criminal convictions for simple possession as a significant further challenge to success in the job market." He gets it, Mr. Speaker. He seems to get it. The stats that the government has produced under the Access to Information confirm what I'm saying. I'm not making up those shocking statistics about overrepresentation of blacks and particularly Indigenous people. The Prime Minister gets the consequences, so why wouldn't they do it right? I don't understand. Let me talk about Professor Dubé, the famous criminology professor at the University of Toronto, and what he said. "There is no justification for forcing those who were convicted to live with a criminal record for behavior that will soon not be criminal. A procedure for dealing with the problem has been devised by the current government, but they should ensure that relevant drug records are expunged for the thousands of Canadians who have them." Close quote. Senator Pate, who of course has been very powerful on this issue in the other place, has made similar arguments. And so I hope that those points are taken into account by the Liberals opposite. I've been working, Mr. Speaker, with a very talented lawyer in Toronto named Anna Maria Anenajor, who is the director of Cannabis Amnesty. Prominent lawyer in Toronto. She clerked to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, and she's volunteering for this important cause. And she says this, quote, "The government's statement about the use of expungements is misleading. It leaves the impression that restrictions exist on the government's ability to issue expungements for the offense of simple cannabis possession that are beyond its control. This is false. There is nothing in Canadian law that prohibits our government from issuing expungements for offences that, in their application, unjustly targeted racialized and Indigenous community. It simply chooses not to. This is a policy decision only." So, Mr. Speaker, that is the nub of the argument. Let's do it right. There may be some good arguments in theory. You know, I talked about the theoretical ability to apply the human rights legislation where people have been given pardons and so on. Doesn't work in the real world, Mr. Speaker. We have an absolute dearth of money for legal aid, and legal aid rarely covers human rights complaints if you have been discriminated against because of your record. I mean, theoretically, I guess the Liberals could hang their hat on that, but they sure haven't visited many inner cities if they think that's a viable argument in practice. Many small businesses, as you know, and landlords draft their own applications that they may not be aware of human rights legislation, and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe I'm running out of time. So let me just conclude by saying we have an historic opportunity in the dying days of this Parliament to do it right. Let's do it right. Let's expunge criminal records for small quantity cannabis possession and help those thousands of Canadians who need a head start, who need a chance to get their foot on the rung in the social ladder, and do the right thing for those people as soon as we can. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member from Victoria for his remarks. Certainly, as the laws in cannabis have changed in Canada, it's only right that people with simple possession charges have those charges removed, and the bill does that. It allows a pardon, and it waives both the fees and the waiting period. There's one area that I did want to challenge, though, the Honourable Member on. The NDP, the member from Victoria, seems to want the process to be automatic rather than requiring applications. Now, the member may not be aware, records across Canada are kept in many jurisdictions in different ways, often in boxes in courthouse basements. So a proactive automatic process could take years for all of those simple possession charges to be found and reversed. An application-based process will get people their pardons much faster. So my question is, why does the NDP favor an approach that will make people wait possibly for years for their records to be cleared when this bill offers a much faster route for them?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate what the member for Oakville has said. It may be that certain changes will be needed to make automatic expungement efforts happen. I can tell you that in the United States that wasn't an obstacle in states like Delaware where the same issues arose. Secondly, if there are as few people that will be affected by Bill C-93, 10,000 in total according to records we've just heard, then I don't understand why the government couldn't find summer students to go through those, if you found yourself eligible, to go through those files and determine who could be relieved of that burden. I don't understand why it's such an obstacle to get a few summer students to go through the work. It's easy to overstate the administrative burden of automatic expungement, but it's also not easy to stand by and watch so many people whose lives are being wrecked by the government's failure to act.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
I want to pay all my respect to my honourable colleague from Victoria. He served with distinguished and a very good and positive and strongly attitude to defend his will, to defend his ideas, and to defend his principle. And I will always remember when we met together 3.5 years, almost 4 years ago, when we worked together for this very, very good and very important piece of legislature, and especially the committee we had for the assisted suicide issue, and we addressed it with a lot of thinking for the good and will of Canadians, but each of us on some side of the debate. Monsieur le Président, j'ai entendu.
Mr. Speaker, I listened very attentively to my colleague's speech, and I want to say two things. First of all, we obviously have different views about the legalization of marijuana, but there's one thing that unites us, and that is that we, the Conservatives and the NDP, agreed on decriminalizing marijuana. I also agreed, and perhaps this is the only time this has happened, but we said that as long as the bill didn't pass, cannabis will be illegal. So now we're facing this bill, which considers what we should do with people who committed crimes that were illegal at the time. Now, a few moments ago, my colleague, the member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, said that the best approach would be to have a pardon. So there would not be a visible criminal record. But then if the person commits a crime again later, then it would be public. What does my colleague think of this idea? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the member for Louis-Saint-Laurent for his contributions to this place. And I remember, I would say fondly would be the wrong word, because it was a very, very trying emotional experience being on the committee that dealt with physician-assisted dying, and one of the highlights of my career, and I suspect his as well, was the spirit of collaboration and cooperation that marked that important debate. We do agree on decriminalization. That was, I think, a common policy between our two parties. The government chose legalization. Now they're choosing record suspension over expungement. Why would I say that there's problems with that? Well, first of all, I want to make 2 or 3 quick points. One, Record suspensions can be revoked by subsequent parliaments. If you've been expunged, it's gone. 2, if you are no longer of good conduct or have what are called administration of justice offenses that go along with your cannabis possession, then it can be revoked by the National Parole Board. You can't if you're being expunged. And some police and government agencies will still be able to access that records. There could be leaks, in other words, that happen from time to time, as you well know, Mr. Speaker, that in fact some people who claim to have no record in fact did have prior. Why would we take that chance with people's lives?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support the private member's bill by my friend, the member for Victoria. It certainly makes more sense to me to expunge a record, but I want to put it to him that now that we have government legislation in front of us that, while inadequate, goes part way towards what we want to see achieved, which is to remove the absurdity of criminal charges against people for an act that is no longer considered illegal. I wonder if he doesn't think we should work to get this bill through, or potentially get it amended to achieve the scope of what a private member's bill can't do, and fix it in committee.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Island for her intervention. I really would like to have this go to committee, and I hope that there'd be a will on the part of the government to do the right thing and amend it. And so normally I would want to agree with her, but the problem I found is after months of effort, the government seems to have a closed mind to expungement, so I don't see that there's going to be any uptake on this. As a consequence, I'm loath to simply say that. Maybe there's a procedural way with the private member's bill, if it gets to committee, and this bill C-93 at the committee to be somehow amalgamated, and perhaps there could be a positive change out of that. But I cannot support a bill that doesn't do the job and is going to continue to affect so many people's lives.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Chair, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member from Victoria, for his exemplary work on this file. As we know that the people from the Indigenous community, for the racialized community, they tend to actually have a higher criminal record because of this charge of marijuana possession. Earlier, I asked the parliamentary secretary, why not expungement in recognition of this issue? And the fact that you require people to go through a process to have a pardon is already set up a barrier for them. The parliamentary secretary's response was to say, oh, but we'll get parole officers to work with them and people in the community to work with them. So I just like to ask the member this question. On the issue around fairness, in terms of ensuring that everyone who have a criminal record for cannabis possession would no longer be faced with this record, is expungement not the best option? And the suggestion that somehow parole officers can reach out to people to help them with this process, does that make sense? And I would love to hear from the member on the impact also for the racialized community, Indigenous community as well.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for Vancouver East for an excellent question. In her community, you're 7 times more likely to be having a record for cannabis possession if you are Indigenous than if you are not. And we know that Vancouver East, which is the member's riding, is a place where that is particularly acute. The notion that parole officers will help people fill out forms when they are overburdened already is ludicrous. And a new government could come in and take away those officers. They just make gigantic cuts, and that will be gone as well. So the barrier for applications cannot be overstated. It's real. If you understand marginalized communities in Canada, you will know that it's real. Why won't the government recognize that and do the right thing?
Questions and comments. We've got time for one short question. Honourable Député Dash.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague certainly shot down some of the Liberals' arguments when it comes to the Liberals not wanting to expunge people's criminal records. Now, one of their arguments was the economic argument. They said it would cost too much money. But I think we could go even further in demolishing the Liberal government's argument here by reminding people that people who have simple cannabis possession records often have a harder time finding jobs and so are less able to contribute to the economy than someone without a criminal record. So would they agree with me that we could go even a step further in demolishing that economic argument?
For Victoria.
I think the member for Hochelaga makes an absolutely excellent point, and frankly, I hadn't thought of before. It's a terrific point. The cost benefit of this is so staggeringly in favor of expungement. If you can't get a job, you are likely to be collecting some sort of social assistance or employment insurance or the like, whereas if you can get a job because you no longer have a criminal record and can say that truthfully to the employer, then obviously the benefit to the economy, the benefit to individuals and self-worth and so forth is self-evident. So I couldn't agree more with her helpful suggestion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me pleasure to rise today as soon as I get myself situated here because these chairs don't give you much room to move. I want to rise and speak to the Liberals' latest pot plan, their Bill C-93, an act to give pardons to people who were charged with possession of an illegal substance in years past. And I'd like to salute the NDP for their ability to bring pressure to bear on the Liberals and force them to address this issue. The government did not respond until after the NDP brought this forward in the House calling for action. And I believe that they need to be recognized for forcing them into the government into acting. Now, this Liberal government, of course, has said it always has had a plan. However, it sure seems to have been rushed for something that was a long time in the planning. That's for sure. In public safety, we have this Liberal government's plans poorly developed, they lack consultations, and often miss the point or having negative consequences and unintended impacts on the Canadian public. The Liberal government has proven that virtue signaling is a bad way to manage a country as it creates more problems than it solves. So Bill C-93 makes its first mistake on the very first line of the bill. And I quote, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions. Now, while I'm sure they meant no-fee record suspension, there is no such thing as a no-cost record suspension.
Exactly.
The process of suspending a criminal record costs the taxpayers money. $630 specifically. It is a cost recovery process, and that an individual pays for the administrative costs for an application. So taxpayers will be on the hook for each pardon request, each suspension request. We're providing record suspensions for an individual with historical convictions for a minor offense is not a big issue. Allocating taxpayers' money to the costs of that, when at a time when millions of Canadians are saying that everyday costs are out of reach, it just shows how out of touch this government is to the everyday working Canadian. Now, this can hardly be called a priority for Canadians and the Canadian family, the average Canadian family. And that's the main issue I hear from many in the justice and policing community. The priorities of this government seem to be out of step with the needs of Canadians, the needs of our country, and the needs of community safety. Whether it's in the cities, fighting gangs and criminals, or in rural areas, providing police response to support and fight rising crime rates. As I've said many times in this place, it must be the top priority of this House of Commons to put protections of Canadians ahead of political priorities, parties, and elections. Protecting Canadians is far more important than one's political fortunes. Clearly, this is not the case for the Liberal Prime Minister, his senior cabinet ministers and staffers. While we could draw this conclusion from their priorities in the public safety portfolio, the SCN-Lavalin scandal brought this into clear view. The Prime Minister, the Privy Council Clerk, the Minister of Finance, and senior staff, including Gerald Butts and Ben Chin, noting that elections are more of a priority than the independence of our judicial process. That intervening in a criminal prosecution, quite possibly attempting to obstruct justice and undermining the independence of our justice system, was not as important to them as helping out their friends from Montreal-based employer. I'm a member from Papineau, or I'm an MP from Papineau, the Prime Minister has said to have responded. Sadly, the few jobs that might have been impacted, SCN-Lavalin says almost no jobs would be impacted, pales in comparison to the tens of thousands of jobs lost in my province of Alberta in the energy sector. The Prime Minister is fond of suggesting his words are important, but sadly, his actions are found wanting. The priorities of Canadians are not the priorities.
Order. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about an issue that's very important. It's been raised by many people in my community. Issue of pardons in the context of cannabis legalization. And so to have And so there's an issue of relevance here as to what the member across is speaking about, which is not at all about the bill that is before him. And I would ask if he could be directed to speak about the bill, because it's an important bill, and I'd like to hear his thoughts.
I thank the honourable member for Toronto Danforth for raising the point of order. Members will know, of course, that relevance is indeed one of those standing orders, a limit, if you will, on debate in the House. I recognize that the honourable member for Medicine Hat Cardston Warner is only about 5 minutes into his 20-minute speech, so I'll assure the honourable member that I'll listen carefully, and of course he'll be reminded that that's something that he will do in the course of his remarks to ensure that it is on the subject that's before the House. The honourable member for Medicine Hat Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yes, I would ask my honourable colleague to be patient. I will get to my point forthwith. So the priorities of Canadians are not the priorities of this Liberal Prime Minister and his government. And this could not be more clear than when two former cabinet ministers were removed from their party. They were banished last week, and there was a breakdown of trust. And sadly, the fault lies clearly with the Prime Minister and his cronies, while the penalties continue to be placed on members that were removed. The Prime Minister has offered one falsehood after another, trying to explain away, and quite bluntly and painfully obvious to the rest of the country, they put politics ahead of the best interests of Canadians. So the Liberals tabled their bill for taxpayer-funded record suspension. See, there it is, Mr. Speaker. I'm back on the issue. And I ask, how does this align with the needs of Canadians? Just be patient. It's coming. In general, how does it fit with public safety? The issue facing our country, the many issues facing our country, to protect our communities, to ensure a strong, fair justice system, go well beyond the Prime Minister trying to interfere with the independence of the Attorney General or public prosecutions. We know where Canada is struggling in public safety. Canada, according to Stats Canada information, has a gang problem in our cities. We have a justice problem with backlog courts and court appointments for judges. We have a rural crime problem. We have a sentencing and recidivism problem with revolving doors in justice in our jail system. We have evidence lab challenges and the RCMP police resourcing challenges. Stats Canada has shown that gang-related shootings are primarily responsible for recent increases in violent crime in this country. And to date, the only Liberal response has been many unfulfilled promises. Instead of action, and their legislative changes like Bill C-71, for example, went after licensed firearm owners instead of criminals. As the Department of Public Safety noted in their own consultation document, the vast majority of licensed firearm owners are not involved in crime. In fact, stats provided to the Public Safety Committee suggest that under 1%, so the Liberals' legislative response to gang violence and illegal weapons is to crack down on less than 1% of the problem and ignore the 99. So what would help, Mr. Speaker? I know a number of items that could help improve public safety and reduce violent crime. First, spending the money the government promised to go for policing and go after organized crime. Put more resources into public prosecutions and courts and the evidence labs. These have all been shown to be under-resourced, especially with the recent court decisions to limit trial lengths. Third, stop softening sentences on violent criminals as proposed in Bill C-75. Serious crime needs serious punishment for reform to work, and all of these ideas have evidence to show they are needed and would have an impact. Now, what won't have an impact, Mr. Speaker, is a taxpayer-funded pot pardon. No one will be safer because of this policy. A very small number of Canadians will benefit from it. The truth from my experience is that most of the individuals likely seek record suspensions may have a number of other convictions as well. So while they may receive a single free record suspension, their other charges may not be so free. Possession might only be one of the many charges on a person's record. So where does C-73 leave this House and Canada on the constant efforts to combat crime in an ever-changing and evolving world? After 3.5 years of Liberal mismanagement, we have a strained legal system that sees more and more criminals go free rather than face charges or plead to significantly less serious charges. Prisoners will now have access to needles whenever and wherever they want in prisons. As our correctional officers have told us, and they've pointed out more than once, even in Europe, where the Liberals claim to be copying, the needles were never part of the general population. They were in the hands of medical staff. So rather than dealing with the cause of crime, addiction, most often in that case, the Liberal plan is to continue the addiction. So under this Liberal government, we have seen a horrific record on protecting communities from ISIS fighters returning. When we asked the committee how many outstanding monitoring warrants were placed on the 60 ISIS terrorists who have returned, the number was 0. Well, I have no doubt that teams at CSIS and the RCMP are working to keep tabs on these individuals and are doing a great job, limited by the legislation from this government. The red tape and oversight rules proposed under Bill C-59 will no doubt make life harder to watch known radical extremists who have participated in horrific hate-based crimes. To me and many Canadians, a desire to join ISIS is itself an admission that someone supports violence. The Prime Minister is happy to talk about being opposed to radicals and extremists, but none of his actions suggest he is serious about combating the sources of radicalization or the threat of domestic terrorism. Words matter, Mr. Speaker, but actions have impacts. On drugs, we have seen a radical and damaging string of policies that have increased drugs in our communities and have not helped make anyone safer. Whether it was the poorly thought out and rushed legislation on marijuana, which ignored reasonable requests from police and medical professionals, or the unnecessary risk of drug-impaired driving. To my knowledge, we still do not have a reliable roadside mechanism to test for drug impairment, to increase drug injection sites, supervised injection sites. Nothing so exactly explains the potential harms of the Liberal approach to crime as the issue of rural crime, which we are dealing with in rural Canada. My riding has a smaller city in an expansive rural region. And across Alberta, Saskatchewan, and other parts of our country, we have heard from Canadians about the rampant, escalating crime in rural communities, committed, for the most part, by urban criminals victimizing rural Canadians, where police response is minimal, delayed, or in some cases non-existent. Canadians have told us heartbreaking stories of violent encounters, financial hardships, and trauma from the repeat thefts and victimization. Canadians spoke of fear, alienation, and abandonment. That is not Canada, Mr. Speaker. That is not my Canada. But it has become an unfortunate reality for Trudeau's Canada. With Bill C-93, the Liberal government is proposing, the Prime Minister's Canada. I apologize. They got it.
They all got it.
Bill C-93, the government is proposing a no-fee, no waiting period for record suspension without any inquiries, reviews, or administration of personal history or conduct. The reason we have a parole board, Mr. Speaker, both the administration and the regional organization appointed to conduct hearings, is to exercise discretion and review the individual cases. Parole hearings can uncover vital information about convictions, such as an individual with a plea deal with lesser charges, despite having been involved in serious violent crimes. While likely to be a very limited number of cases like this, such cases may be separated from simple possession issues. Moreover, at times, Mr. Speaker, some plea deals may have been arranged with lesser charges, but have specific instructions, such as an agreement to no record suspension is appropriate for their personal history. This means, Mr. Speaker, that these pardons will be granted as a matter of process, and the board will take up no inquiry into the person and will have little opportunity or no opportunity to exercise discretion. This means that even in cases where it is patently obvious that the person has continued a criminal lifestyle but has not had a conviction entered against him or her, a pardon will be granted. The police community in this country have raised some concerns about C-93. They suggest that our officers need to feel confident that individuals who are a threat to the public safety and public order are not going to be popping up on CPIC, even if they, or are going to be popping up on CPIC, even if they have other convictions, even if they've been convicted of simple possession. So here's a scenario for an example. There are many individuals that have been charged with more than one serious criminal drug offense, but once going to court and working out a plea deal for simple possession for a multitude of possessional charges, but once has to go to court, these charges are then reduced for multiple possession reasons: easing of the court backlog, to save witnesses from testifying, securing testimony for conviction on a bigger criminal player, etc. Now, the plea to a simple possession charge would be used by the Crown with the understanding, as I said previously, that the conviction would still be a permanent part of that individual's record, ensuring that any future investigations of a similar nature could be appropriately linked and applied to their own personal history. This does not serve the best interest of officer safety or community safety. It does not promote rehabilitation to those entrenched in the criminal element, the ones who are a true threat of being a repeat offender. Now, I appreciate the fact that we cannot hold unproven facts against an individual. That would be unfair. But we cannot ignore the circumstances that lead to the arrest, charge, and conviction of an individual using the available laws and discretion of the day. And that's key. Crown and the courts would not have accepted the lesser pleas knowing the proposals of today. This is itself affects the administration of justice. There are two very different scenarios at play here, Mr. Speaker. One person gets stopped and charged for carrying a dime bag of marijuana versus a person who gets caught up in a drug ring and pleads to the simple possession charge. Two very different people, but the proposed changes treat them the same. One is not a danger to police or the community, and the other still continues to pose a risk. That is what should be screened, not just blanket pardons. While the Liberals are happy to talk about having discretion in our justice system, they have removed discretion of the public service at the parole board, as well as the discretion of the parole board itself. It is important to keep in context of the arrest, charges, and plea deals, especially since many plea deals would have been considered the possibility of a future government, would never have considered the possibility of a future government legalizing drugs and imposing record suspensions without any review or context. The House should consider, Mr. Speaker, that no individuals benefit from this act that would be excluded otherwise. So I can see no way to make that happen without an appropriate review. Now, I hope that members of the committee are not prevented from making minor and common sense amendments to the legislation that ensures public safety. Already we have seen too many pieces of legislation from the Liberals that ignores common sense and public safety in favor of policies and division. To be clear, I know and believe that the House knows that these are not public safety priorities of Canadians. This bill does not help victims recover from the trauma of violent crimes. It does not prevent criminals from victimizing rural Canadians. It does not stop gang violence or deter youth from joining gangs. And it does not address illegal firearms in our country, Mr. Speaker. It does not address the many concerns and challenges faced by prosecutors and police across the country. For C-93, Mr. Speaker, I see continuation of their plans. More minor gestures without the requisite actions to combat addiction, crime, and poverty to improve public safety. A plan that provides a benefit to a select and small group of Canadians at taxpayers' expense. a plan that doubles down on legalizing marijuana while ignoring real, serious, and important threats to Canada's public safety. These are not the priorities of Canadians. They do not address the issues. And from what I've heard from the police and prosecutors across the country, they do not address their concerns. Mr. Speaker, I can only assume that Liberal MPs will once again be called on to vote blind faith to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety, because today more and more Canadians are seeing clearly that the priorities of the Liberals are not their priorities as Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it has been a pleasure to be on the Public Safety and National Security Committee with the member from across. And interestingly, the committee, we worked together on a joint report on record suspensions, which we tabled in this House in December, and in which we all agreed that a criminal record has a negative impact on a person's ability to find employment, housing, education, travel, adoption, and custody of children, and that we recognize that an applicant's financial situation and ability to pay may be a barrier to applying. And in fact, in which we asked for the government to actually review the record suspension system and the cost of it. So I was actually very surprised to hear the member now speak in what seems like a position that is contrary to the report which he had agreed to when we put it forward in this House. Perhaps he could explain why it makes sense for people to face a financial barrier in achieving a record suspension on something like simple possession.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend for her question. I think it's important to realize that there is no dichotomy in what I've said and what I support at committee. I do fully appreciate that an individual's record moving on in life means that it could limit their ability to acquire appropriate employment, to acquire housing, and all those things. And there needs to be a manner in which that we approach that is fair and just. And that doesn't mean that the taxpayer foots the entire bill. It means that there is a balance that has to be struck. That I never, not once did I suggest that the record suspension should not be considered. I think it's something that needs to be considered. I'm just concerned that we need to look at this. We need to be open to amendments to the current legislation. We need to understand its implications. We need to make sure that we don't straight across the board just give record suspension because someone has a minor possession. We need to have the parole board continue to examine each file and where appropriate issue those suspensions potentially, but not at the taxpayer's expense completely. And so we need to look at that as government.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West, a brief question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask my colleague a question with regards to this. It seems a pattern of behavior with this government. It's too little, too late. It's a lazy approach. It's half measures. I don't understand the concept that they're proposing now when the member for Victoria has proposed a very reasonable bill that had support that could have run through this House. And I think it's the mediocrity and the lack of willing to work on things that this really exemplifies this government. Here you have a case example where you have some unification in the House. You actually have a progress path forward presented in front of them. They refuse to do it. Housing is a good example, is something that's very serious for people, and this bill is going to help people that have been historically affected by this type of a record. So I'd ask the member to maybe highlight that because it is a very significant consequence, and I can't understand the half measure again.
From Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, very briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my NDP colleague for his question. We do see the impacts of persons past and the impact it has on their present and their future. I agree that although new to this House, I wonder many times why legislation of this importance cannot come together as parliamentarians to find common ground, to be accepting of amendments from all parties that have the best interests of Canadians in mind. And I'm hopeful that when this bill goes to committee, that the government members in that committee will be open to amendments that are designed to better the lives of Canadians. Thank you.
Statements by members. By the way, there will be 6 minutes remaining in questions and comments when the House undertakes this topic. Déclaration de député, l'honorable.
So the honourable member for Repentigny.
3,500 people in Quebec run the risk of losing their jobs in the SNC-Lavalin saga. But in Ottawa, political parties don't care at all, as illustrated by the pathetic legal soap opera unfolding between the PM and the Leader of the Opposition. The Conservatives have spread falsehoods without any regard for workers, who, by the way, they treated as being corrupt, all 3,500 of them last week. And how did the Prime Minister react to this nonsense? Even as he's being accused of political interference in the judiciary, he found a way to interfere legally into political debate. Such childishness, Mr. Speaker, it's unworthy of schoolyards, and I've seen plenty of schoolyards in my life. Quebecers deserve better from their Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition than this cockfight. The Conservatives need to end their partisan games at the expense of workers. As for the Liberals, they need to stop their judicial theatrics and take action to protect the employees at SNC-Lavalin.
Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a message from Aman Kandia, a grade 7 student at Thomas L. Wells Public School in Scarborough Rouge Park. He is part of the We Stand movement. These are his words as published by the Toronto Star. Because of the continuing movement of hate around the world, I feel scared. I have more anxiety than I've ever felt before. I feel anxious walking into a place of worship, the mosque that now has become guarded by security personnel 24/7. It feels as if hate and Islamophobia will be a regular part of life forever. My younger brother will have to grow up witnessing even more hate and bigotry. He will have to grow up with the impact of Islamophobia hitting harder than ever. That is until we speak up. Let's make it a priority to unite and connect with each other, to understand each other, and to take down adversaries caused by hate within our schools, communities, and our world. Together we can, together we will, together we stand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of this House and of the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief, I'd like to bring this House's attention to the unjust imprisonment of Dennis Christensen, a prisoner of conscience. Mr. Christensen is a Jehovah's Witness and a Danish citizen. In May of 2017, he was arrested in Russia along with other members of his faith community. The charges related to nothing more than the peaceful practice of his religion. In February, after appearing in court more than 50 times and a detention of over 600 days, he was sentenced to an additional 6 years imprisonment for, quote, continuing the activities of an extremist group. His arrest is one of the many measures Russia has taken to crack down on Jehovah's Witnesses, which include Russia's Supreme Court officially banning it as an extremist organization. Mr. Speaker, this is a gross violation of Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Will this Liberal government put the spotlight on Mr. Christensen's imprisonment and oppose this grotesque assault on religious freedom in Russia?
Honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
This is a very serious lung disease that affects far too many Canadians. Over 20 years ago, Parvinder Maloney watched as his mother died from this disease. So you can imagine how he felt when he was diagnosed with the same disease 5 years ago. His outlook was not good, and as his condition deteriorated, he received on Mother's Day last year a life-saving donor lung. Now, Parvinder firmly believes that was by fate of his mother's intervention. So to honor her, he and his brother Narinder have set up the Prakash Kar Ahluwalia Maloney Fund. And to date, they've raised $70,000 for the Canadian Pulmonary Fibrosis Foundation. And I invite all members of this House to join me in congratulating the brothers on the wonderful work they've done to support this excellent cause.
Bravo. The honourable member for Victoria.
Since we learned from the Panama Papers the enormous scale of overseas tax evasion 3 years ago, $1.6 billion have been recovered globally, but yet there hasn't been any charges or any convictions in Canada. The minister never tells us how much she's actually collected. Last week, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said he can't get the CRA to give him the data to measure how much we are losing to tax evasion and threatened to take the Liberals to court. Canadians are fed up with the lack of tax enforcement for the 1%, Recovered revenue could be used to fund pharmacare, build housing, and invest in infrastructure. 9 out of 10 CRA professionals have agreed, and I quote, "It's easier for corporations and wealthy individuals to evade and or avoid tax responsibilities than it is for ordinary Canadians." Close quote. Tax experts agree that my private member's bill C-362 would help, but again, the government is silent. Will the Liberals please get serious about our tax evasion crisis?
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about our government's climate action plan. Canada, as scientists have told us, is warming at twice the rate of the global average. It is important that governments take bold steps. Our government has shown leadership by making polluters pay while providing a climate action incentive to Canadians. And this, according to the former Republican governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, is the right thing to do. Ironically, while the Conservatives cry that the price on pollution will create havoc, it was Stephen Harper who in 2008 proposed a carbon tax of $65 per ton. Ours is only $20 a ton. Talk about hypocrisy. 11 years ago, British Columbia introduced its carbon price, and now it has outpaced the rest of Canada in reducing emission and increasing its economic growth. This is proof that price on carbon works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a stretch of bad news for Canadians, all brought on by this Prime Minister and his tax and spend government that has delivered another $20 billion deficit. This deficit will push each and every Canadian, every senior, every newborn, every veteran, and every student over $500 further in debt. And now this government has doubled down with a punitive carbon tax, a tax that will hit hardest on seniors with fixed incomes, on young families struggling to balance their household incomes, and a tax that will take money out of people's pockets but will do nothing to take pollution out of the air. Mr. Speaker, I've heard from the people in my riding of North Okanagan-Shuswap, and 90% of them are opposed to this carbon tax grab. It's time for a Conservative government that will end the carbon tax, a Conservative government led by a responsible leader who respects hard-working Canadians, a Conservative government that will let Canadians keep more of their money in their pocket.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan-St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, on the weekend of International Women's Day, I attended the world's largest mineral conference, the PDAC, in Toronto, and I was reminded of an unsung Canadian hero, Nellie Cashman. In 1869, Cashman was one of the only active women prospectors, and she became one of the most influential voices in the industry. But unfortunately, her amazing story has been sadly forgotten. Cashman prospected in Canada, the United States, Mexico, and South Africa for 52 years. She gained the reputation of bravery and leadership by leading a crew on a 77-day rescue mission, braving snow over 10 feet deep in rugged terrain to help 100 ill prospectors and miners. Her entrepreneurship funded her own prospecting adventures and grub-staked many, many others. I stand today, and I hope you will join me on recognizing Nellie Cashman and calling for her to join in the Canadian Mining Hall of Fame.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, recently I had the pleasure of visiting 710 St. Rose Squadron in Laval, where I attended the Commander's Parade. Squadron cadets perfectly executed a musical performance in preparation for the annual parade on May 18th. As a former Air Force major for Air Cadets at CFB Bagotville, I know how important the work of Squadron Commander Captain Melanie Paquette is, and I thank her sincerely. To all the cadets I had the pleasure of meeting, I congratulate you for your commitment. And as the motto of the squadron you so proudly represent says, I say to you, never give up.
Honourable member for Niagara West.
On April 1st, the Prime Minister once again increased taxes on Canadians. This time he added another tax, and you guessed it, the carbon tax. My constituents in Niagara West and Canadians across the country are now paying more for virtually everything: gas, propane, groceries, home heating, and much more. Because of this carbon tax, gas has already gone up by 5 cents a litre. In a vast riding like mine, where public transit is limited, my constituents have no choice but to drive their kids to practice after school or to work. So what are the Liberals going to do with all this new carbon tax money of my constituents and of ordinary Canadians? Well, today the Liberals gave us a sneak preview of things to come. They gave $12 million of it to Loblaw stores so they could retrofit their refrigerators. It seems like the Liberals have no problem raising taxes on ordinary families, only to give it to their corporate billionaire friends. It's obvious the carbon tax is a cash grab, plain and simple. Make no mistake, a Conservative government will scrap the Liberal carbon tax and help Canadians keep their hard-earned dollars where they belong, in their wallets.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Cambridge.
On April 24th, we remember and honor the lives of more than 1.5 million Armenians who were killed during the Armenian genocide. In remembering this atrocity, we work to recognize, understand, and prevent genocide around the world today. All nations must recognize genocide and hate as an issue for humanity, and one which we must confront. The victims' memories are desecrated by many people who actively deny that these horrific events occurred and who perpetrate hate today. We must recommit ourselves to making genocide history, never to happen again. To the Armenian community in Cambridge, across Canada, and Armenians around the world, I stand with you in recognizing, remembering, and proclaiming never again.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Mr. Speaker, today in Ottawa, we celebrated the annual Baisakhi on the Hill. On April 20th, in my riding of Surrey Newton, 500,000 people from all backgrounds will come together to celebrate the birth of Khalsa. As the host MP for the largest Baisakhi and Khalsa Day parade outside of India, it is my honor to recognize this important occasion. This annual event, championed by Dashmesh Darbar Gurdwara, shows the strength of our diversity and our country. It is moments like these that I want celebrated across Canada with the passage of my bill to recognize April as Sikh Heritage Month. As Canadians, we are one people with one history and shared future. On April 20th, I invite all members of this House and all Canadians to join me in celebrating this unique and amazing event.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, last week 338 young Canadian women sat in this place. Although a small Conservative cohort was chosen, those principled, intelligent, articulate Conservative women made their mark with grace and tenacity in the midst of adversity. Along with their colleagues, Caitlin Kitsan, a U of S agribusiness student, third-generation cattle and grain farmer from my riding of Yorkton Melville, made us proud. She spoke to the plight of our farmers facing international trade disputes, transportation issues, and harmful environment policies. It's time the Liberals admit they ignore the world-class sustainable practices of our Canadian farmers. Their transportation policies are not helping our landlocked resources and products. They fail to champion the high quality of our canola because of their ineptness on the international stage. Our farmers are gearing up ready to seed, and they've had the ground pulled out from under them. Another international debacle, another blow to Canadian culture, another failure for this Liberal government.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is Be a Donor Month in Ontario. In Canada, on April 7th, we mark Green Shirt Day in honour of Logan Boulet. He made the ultimate decision to become an organ donor and saved 6 lives doing so. His action led 100,000 organ donor registrations.
Organ donor lists die waiting for a second chance. But a hero emerged with Logan. facing an unspeakable loss. The Boulay family saved lives. Many individuals and families live with pain, anxiety every day, hoping that a selfless act will allow them a second chance. I ask all Canadians to take charge, to find their courage, channel your inner hero, and have the conversation at the kitchen table with your family. No more excuses. It takes 2 minutes. Please register and be a donor today. Merci.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, what a week it was last week. 338 young women took over Parliament. 338 strong, passionate voices came to the House of Commons for Daughter of the Vote and spoke truth to power, either in silent protest, dignified, or in raising issues that need answers. As much as we gained from them, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians were able to gain so much more. These young women came here, and one of them, Megan Metz, who represented Skeena-Bulkley Valley, a young, powerful Haisla woman, talked of meeting the former Attorney General, and this is what she told Canadians. It was really awesome to see people that looked like me, that had on regalia, that also had on traditional bracelets. It was really empowering. I was really upset and overwhelmed, and like maybe I don't have a place here when she was removed. But seeing how many supporters we have, I do believe I belong here. I do believe I have a place here. Yes, you do, Megan, and we should work a lot harder to make sure many more people like you join us in the House of Commons.
Bravo! The honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister can't kick the Leader of the Opposition out of his cabinet or caucus, we found out yesterday that he's suing him for having the audacity to question the Prime Minister's role in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. Now, I've seen the Opposition Leader's criticisms about the Prime Minister's many failures, like an embarrassing trip to India, how he broke ethics laws, or paying $10.5 million to a convicted terrorist, and how he's failed our veterans. So, since the Leader of the Opposition is clearly renting a lot of space in the Prime Minister's head, I have some suggestions on things he can do to make some room. One, the Prime Minister should immediately unfriend him on Facebook, block him on Twitter, and unfollow him on Instagram. And stop the thought of taking any selfies, because we know that'll show him how upset the Prime Minister really is. If these actions don't stop the Leader of the Opposition, there's always the option to apply his admiration of a basic dictatorship and place the Opposition Leader under house arrest.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Speaker, today I rise in the House to speak about bone marrow donation and to raise awareness for the Worldwide Bone Marrow Donor Registry. In my riding of Brampton South, the charity organization Match for Marrow increases awareness about this need. The wonderful organization was born when Jasnoor Deol was diagnosed 9 years ago, and his family wanted to help others like him. He has been waiting for 9 years for a transplant and still no donor. His mother Indrajit, his sister Simrat, and their entire team is here today to celebrate Vaisakhi on the Hill. In Health Committee, I hear a lot about how registries and better data can save lives and improve care. And I will continue to support their efforts to raise awareness of the Bone Marrow Registry. Mr. Speaker, this work deserves to be honored by everyone in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for months now, the Prime Minister has done everything he can to avoid accountability in his handling of the SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal. Now he's indicated that he intends to sue me to stop my criticisms of his government's actions. Now, Canadians are looking forward to this. Canadians are looking forward to the Prime Minister finally appearing under oath and testifying in a setting that he cannot control himself. So can the government inform the House on what date will these court proceedings commence?
The Honourable Government Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, these Conservatives and, frankly, their leader have a history of making untrue and defamatory statements for political gains. In response to a lawyer's letter in December, the Conservative leader deleted tweets that were defamatory to the Minister of Innovation. We put him on notice again because there are consequences for making false statements. At his press conference, he's already refrained from repeating some of his false statements. He should not be misleading Canadians. But here is a question Canadians want to know from the Leader of the Official Opposition. Has he deleted tweets since he received that notice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition, order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they asked a yes or no question, and I can answer a yes or no question. No, I have not deleted tweets because I stand by everything I said in those statements. Now, la réalité de cette...
The reality is that the Prime Minister directed a political interference campaign, and he's trying to silence his opponents now. Canadians deserve answers without him trying to block those answers. When will this court case start? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the response that the opposition leader gave once again shows why we had to give him that notice. Because on March 31st, the same day that he received the letter, he deleted and changed one of his defamatory tweets. He did the same thing with another defamatory statement that he had made on February 11th. We will not remain silent while the Leader of the Opposition is misleading Canadians. That is not how we work in this place or in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Government House Leader wants to talk about falsehoods. Let's run down a few of them. The Prime Minister said that the former Attorney General never came to him with her concerns. That turned out to be false. The Prime Minister said that he never put pressure on the former Attorney General to change her decision. That turned out to be false. The Prime Minister said that he had no idea about the phone call between the Clerk of the Privy Council and the former Attorney General. That turned out to be a falsehood as well. Is the Prime Minister aware of what the consequences are for saying falsehoods under oath in court?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Leader of the Opposition pretends that he won't back down, and he tries to make a show out of it. But that word that he's just used is quite peculiar, because Canadians have noticed that he has been editing and changing his tweets once he's been put on notice. The Leader of the Official Opposition and Conservatives, these Conservatives, know very well that there are consequences when you intentionally mislead Canadians. It is not suitable. We know that it's false because while he's saying that, he's already been editing online statements or erasing them entirely and backpedaling during his press conferences, just like he did yesterday. This past December, he was again forced to take down a statement.
I ask members to be judicious with their comments. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Government House Leader knows that that's just not true. I stand by everything I said in that statement. But here's what we do know, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has done everything he can to try to shut down criticism. He's shut down 2 parliamentary investigations. He used his majority in the House to block calls for a public inquiry. And he kicked 2 members out of his caucus for the sole crime of telling the truth, all to cover up his corruption. So once again, if the Government House Leader is so sure that they've got such a firm case, when will they start court proceedings?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, Canadians know that we will not stand idly by while the Conservatives continue to intentionally mislead Canadians. It is not what the obligations of the Leader of the Official Opposition or any elected official should be. The Leader of the Official Opposition now on numerous occasions, as I have mentioned, has edited and deleted those tweets. But the one tweet the Conservative leader won't change is the one of him attending the same rally as white supremacist Faith Goldy. It's quite interesting when he chooses to make changes, but when he doesn't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. This is always fun, isn't it? The order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this is nothing but a disgusting attempt to deflect from their own despicable handling of this corruption affair. We will always denounce those who promote hateful ideologies while standing up for energy workers. Fighting for their jobs. Now, again, if the government is so sure of their case, why can't the government House Leader inform the House on what day the Prime Minister will show up in court under oath?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have stated clearly, yes, we have again put the Conservatives on notice because they intentionally are misleading Canadians. What we have seen that on March 31st, the exact day when he received this letter, he deleted and then edited one of his defamatory tweets. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Official Opposition and his team, these Conservatives, did the same thing when they were put on notice by the Minister of Innovation because they continue to make misleading Canadians in this House, and they try to do it outside of this House. But what they did when they were served notice, Mr. Speaker, was to change those comments. But when it comes to his presence with Faith Goldy, he will not do such a thing.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Markham-Stouffville described how the Prime Minister went from saying that there's nothing about the allegations then to saying they don't really matter. She disagreed and, quote, said, "I believe that it does matter that attempted interference took place," and she was kicked out for speaking up. Mr. Speaker, this is about a powerful corporation given special access, about interfering in criminal cases. Will the Prime Minister promise Liberals will not politically interfere with the decisions of Canada's top prosecutor?
Hear, hear. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this matter, first of all, members of the Justice Committee have actually set parameters that they had to have this conversation. They actually invited witnesses to appear. Witnesses appeared and responded to those questions. All testimony is now public because the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. I know that that member is new to this place, but I encourage him to really look at the record when it came to the votes that took place. He should know that when it comes to the public prosecutors, that there is no possibility of political interference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Burnaby South. 5 former attorneys general were so concerned that they wrote to the RCMP asking for an investigation. And a Toronto lawyer has also written to the RCMP commissioner calling for a criminal investigation into the Prime Minister's potential political interference. More than ever, people want to know what happened. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to order a public inquiry? Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we know that the members who sat on the Justice Committee did their work. They called witnesses. Witnesses came. They testified. All of the facts are public because the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. We know that the Ethics Commissioner is doing an investigation, and we need to respect our institutions. We do respect our institutions. We believe that they work, and I encourage the member across the way to trust them as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, according to a new survey, a majority of people are concerned about the effects of plastic pollution on the environment. And they think that Liberals should be doing more. We in the NDP have already announced that we will ban single-use plastics by the year 2022. Other countries are already taking similar steps. So when will the Liberals start taking real steps against plastic pollution? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of what our government is doing. We went to the G7, where we took a leadership role. We have a charter on plastic pollution with other countries in the world, as well as with corporations. We know this is a big issue. We are also working with provinces and territories to have a zero plastic pollution national plan. We're all working together.
For Burnaby South.
We need to ban single-use plastics, Mr. Speaker. 1.6 billion plastic coffee cups sit in Canadian landfills. Nearly 8 million plastic bags are thrown away daily. The science is clear. Plastic pollution is threatening our ecosystem, our food supply, and the very health of Canadians. Yet Liberals refuse to stand up to plastic polluters, to plastic producers. It seems Liberals can't even stand up to any powerful corporation. Will the Prime Minister stand with us and ban single-use plastics by 2022?
Well, Minister of Environment.
When we hosted the G7, we took a leadership role. We said that we need to ensure that we don't have more plastic pollution in our oceans than fish by weight by 2050. That's why we brought in the Ocean Plastics Charter, which sets clear targets for countries around the world. That's why we're supporting developing countries who need support with their waste treatment facilities so we don't end up with plastic pollution. And that's why we're meeting with provinces and territories and working with businesses to have zero plastics waste strategy. We need to be working with provinces, we need to be working with cities, and we need to be working with Canadians. And we banned microbeads July 1st, and we need to keep on doing more.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister shut down 2 committees, booted 2 MPs, and is holding documents 200 days past the deadline of an access to information request to hide the truth from Canadians. After months of misleading contradictions and changing his story to cover up his wrongdoing, now he's trying to shut down the opposition by threatening a lawsuit against our leader. Canadians look forward to the Prime Minister giving evidence, providing testimony, and being accountable, finally, under oath in open court. When will the Prime Minister follow through on his threat?
Well, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that Canadians always know that we will not stand idly by while the Conservatives intentionally mislead Canadians. And these Conservatives and that leader of the official opposition, they have a history of doing this. And that's exactly why the day they were served notice, that very same day on March 31st, they deleted then edited a tweet because they know that they should be more judicious when it comes to their word choices. It's exactly the same thing that he did when it was the Minister of Innovation who provided him on notice in December. That member might not know the court of law, but you should know by providing him notice, the process has already begun.
I heard many comments during that answer, including from my friend, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope, and I think he knows that we like to hear from him, but only when he has the floor. He'll get his chance in due course. Probably, you know. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, we know the Prime Minister admires basic dictatorships, but what's clear from that answer is that he doesn't really want to follow through with his empty threat, because it would mean he and his senior staff and multiple officials would have to testify under oath for hours and produce documents, all under a public process that he doesn't control. Conservatives welcome the chance to examine the Prime Minister in pre-trial discovery at the earliest possible date. So, will the Prime Minister follow through on his threat to sue, or is he ready to admit that everything the leader of the opposition said is actually true?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, because the Conservatives and their leader have a history of making untrue and defamatory statements just for political gains, yes, we have again put them on notice. When they were first put on notice, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition deleted and then edited tweets because he knew that those comments were not appropriate, and he knew that legal action could be taken. And anyone who knows the court system would know the first step is putting them on notice. So therefore, the process has already begun, Mr. Speaker. We will not idly stand by while the Conservatives mislead Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister isn't happy with people who think differently from him and happy with what they say, he expels them from his caucus. And now he has a new tactic, which is sending notice of legal action in order to silence people. If the Prime Minister thinks that he can intimidate the leader of the official opposition or silence us, he can think again. When will he act on this threat? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we will not stand idly by while the leader of the opposition misleads Canadians. The process is already underway. That's why we sent this letter. And when we send a letter to the official opposition, or when we did that rather, he changed his tweets. He knows well that this letter has consequences. And he shouldn't make any comments that will mislead Canadians. We will send notice to ensure that he can't do that. Thank you. The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. after having denied the facts, after giving a new version of the truth every week, after expelling 2 upstanding ministers because they didn't think like him, now we have a prime minister who's sending notice of legal action to try to intimidate and silence the opposition. If the prime minister thinks that this new tactic will work, he's wrong. If he has nothing to hide, let him act on this threat. Let him table his evidence and testify under oath. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition is trying to mislead Canadians, but we know that this is not true because he's already deleted and edited tweets, and he's refused to repeat what he said in a press conference. Last December, he had to delete a statement that was defamatory against the Minister of Innovation. False statements have consequences, and that's why we served notice to the Leader of the Opposition. Thank you.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister clearly has no problem getting his way when he threatens his own caucus, but it doesn't work on Conservatives. He put a gag order on the former Attorney General, but he can't muzzle Conservatives. He shut down 2 committee investigations into his interference in an ongoing criminal proceeding, but he can't shut down Conservative questions. We look forward to the Prime Minister giving testimony under oath in court where he faces real consequences if he doesn't tell the truth. Exactly. So we'll see him in court. When do we start?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I will once again confirm that yes, we again have put the Leader of the Official Opposition and these Conservatives on notice. And on March 31st, the exact day when he received this letter, he deleted and then edited one of his defamatory tweets. Mr. Speaker, there's a repetitive behavior here. This is something that the Conservatives have done on numerous occasions because he did the same thing with another defamatory statement he posted on February 11th, another time that we had to serve him notice. When the Conservative leader continues to make false statements outside the House, he must be called out, Mr. Speaker. We will call him out to ensure that he does not mislead Canadians.
I'm getting constant chatter over here during answers. I shouldn't be hearing that. Members know that each side gets to have their turn. And that's important in this system, in our democracy. And members need to respect the fact that others may have different views and different things to say than they might, but we still have to listen to all of them. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader has found the elusive edit button on Twitter, which does not exist, Mr. Speaker. You can't edit tweets. Now, they should be terrified of the Liberal Prime Minister appearing in court under oath to testify. Only last week, he testified in this House that he admitted that the former Attorney General had brought her concerns of his political interference to him directly. Canadians want to know what other truths he's been hiding. So when will the Prime Minister follow through on his notice and see us in court?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that member has just once again proved my point because every time I've answered, I've said that the Leader of the Official Opposition has deleted and then edited the wording of those tweets. He knows that very well because that's exactly what it says. But the Conservatives will never let the facts get in the way of them misleading Canadians. They act tough, but they're already going back and changing their online statements, and Canadians can see that for themselves. They did it on March 31st when they were served notice. They did it on February 11th when the Minister of Innovation served them notice. The only one tweet that the Conservatives will not change is their affiliation with Faith Goldie. They seem to be very proud when it comes to those actions.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, a decision was made to leak confidential information about Chief Justice Joel's Supreme Court application. This is a very serious breach of legal obligations, but the leak went further by trashing his reputation, insinuating that he was a Harper ideologue who would undermine the Charter, and this was baseless and without merit. Justice Joel's privacy and reputation was treated as cannon fodder in this Prime Minister's ongoing attempt to smear the former Attorney General. Very few people had access to that information. So who gave the order to spread the smear, and who leaked the information?
Oh, Minister of Justice.
Speaker, Canadians should have complete confidence in the administration of justice. Our nomination process to the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, is solid, it is merit-based, and considers Canada's finest jurists for the shortlist. As I've said, Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply troubled by the publication of personal details from the most recent selection process and will ensure in any upcoming processes that this does not happen.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I really like the minister. I hope he won't sue me for pointing out that there's a dumpster fire going on behind him. Because, well, let's be referred to the former president of the Treasury Board, who says what we're dealing with are fundamental questions of the Constitution, ethical behavior, and leadership. She says, quote, Canadians deserve to know that someone has taken responsibility. Responsibility. Now, I know that's been a very hard word for our Prime Minister, but we are talking about the rule of law here. So to the Attorney General, let's try this again. Who gave the order to leak the information to smear the former Attorney General and Chief Justice Joel? Who did it?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the integrity of our process depends on the confidentiality of all the parties involved. As I've stated, I am troubled by the publication of personal details, and it is unfair, Mr. Speaker, to any of the parties involved when this kind of personal information is weaponized for political reasons. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the leak did not come from my office, and the Prime Minister has already stated that it did not come from his office.
Alors.
Order. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last February the Prime Minister said that the Globe and Mail story was false. But now we've seen a development in this corruption scandal around the Prime Minister. He's now trying to intimidate the Leader of the Opposition with a threat of legal action. After having hidden the truth from Canadians for months, maybe now we'll finally find out what the truth is in front of the courts. The Prime Minister will have to present his evidence and testify. He won't be able to hide anymore. As he prepares for the trial, can the Prime Minister assure us that he made sure all of the documents related to this corruption scandal were preserved? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence so that Canadians could hear the truth. We know that the Justice Committee did its work, and we know that the Ethics Commissioner is doing his investigation as well. But another thing, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Conservatives continue to mix things up and to mislead people deliberately. We gave notice to the Leader of the Opposition, and when he received that notice, he deleted and then edited his tweets. Thank you. I've been hearing a lot of noise out of the member for Pont-Jacques-Cartier, so I'm sure he can wait until he has the floor. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader talks about tweets a lot, but what we've seen is that the Prime Minister has served notice to the Leader of the Opposition in order to silence him. That's his approach, to silence people. For him, the truth isn't important. He hides behind his other members of Parliament because he knows that everything that the opposition leader says is true. We won't stop talking about the corruption and calling for the truth. But honestly, Mr. Speaker, now that the Prime Minister wants to go to court, we want to know, has he kept all of the documents? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts. On March 31st, the same day when the opposition leader received the letter, he deleted and then edited one of his defamatory tweets. He did the same thing with another defamatory statement that he had made on February 11th. We will not stand idly by while the Leader of the Opposition misleads Canadians. But Canadians can see there is only one tweet that the Leader of the Opposition hasn't changed, and that has to do with his affiliation with Faith Goldie. Thank you.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's threatened lawsuit is a classic slap suit. A strategic lawsuit against public participation. The PM is clearly attempting to censor, silence, and intimidate without intending to proceed. But if he actually does, Mr. Speaker, the PM should proceed quickly. The Leader of the Opposition has invited him to bring it on. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister assure the House that he has ordered retention of all documents related to the SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal?
Honourable Government House Leader.
should be once again stated that to ensure that Canadians could hear the truth for themselves, it was actually this Prime Minister, this government, that waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Mr. Speaker, it should also be noted that it was the first time in the history of our country that this has been done, because it's important that Canadians be able to hear the truth. But you know what else, Mr. Speaker? It's not the first time. It's not the first time that Conservatives are misleading Canadians. And that's exactly why Conservatives have been put on notice. The same day, March 31st, that they received notice, the Leader of the Official Opposition deleted and then edited his tweets. It's the same thing he did on February 11th after the Minister of Innovation had served him notice.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, after months of hiding the truth from Canadians about his corrupt conduct and fraudulent excuses, the Prime Minister himself has created an opportunity to come clean. The PM is obviously trying to intimidate the Leader of the Opposition with the threat of a lawsuit with no intention of proceeding, because if he did, the PM would have to present his evidence and finally testify under oath. So might I respectfully suggest, Mr. Speaker, it's time for the PM to put up or shut up.
Hear, hear. I, of course, will encourage my Honourable friend from Thornhill to be judicious in his choice of wording. The Honourable Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Thornhill should not only be judicious of his words, but he should have respect for this chamber and he should retract those comments. When it comes to a Prime Minister of Canada, any Prime Minister, whether I've agreed with them or not, they are the Prime Minister of our country, and we should be proud of our democratic institutions. These individuals are elected by people, and we should be respectful of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Unfortunately, that is something that member and Conservatives are lacking. It's interesting to see that all of a sudden they have found newfound respect for our institutions. When it comes to the Justice Committee, they did their work. When it comes to the officer, thank you.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable for Jonquière. A report from the Canadian International Trade Tribunal concludes that there's no justification for the unfair steel tariffs imposed by the Trump administration. We know full well that it's the same thing for the aluminum tariffs. Workers won't be able to keep paying the price forever. The finance minister has the power to skirt the tribunal's decision. The Liberals need to take action and impose permanent safeguard measures to protect our jobs in steel and aluminum. Time is running out. Will the minister finally come to the rescue of workers? The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, American tariffs are unjustified on Canadian steel, aluminum, and they have to be eliminated. And that is the message we're constantly sending to the U.S., including during a meeting I had on October 7th. And last Wednesday, the Democrats, the Republicans, and Americans have asked Minister Lighthizer to remove these tariffs.
Last week, steelworkers received the shocking ruling from the Trade Tribunal that safeguard measures won't be permanently imposed. Wow. Workers have already lost hundreds of jobs under the unfair steel tariffs imposed by Trump, and they can't believe that Liberals signed the new NAFTA with them in place. Remember when the Prime Minister told steelworkers that he had their back in Hamilton? Now is the time to show it. This Liberal government isn't doing enough to end the illegal dumping of cheap and dirty steel, and steelworkers are fed up. Will the Finance Minister immediately impose permanent safeguard measures to protect steel jobs? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Government that took a leadership role in introducing those safeguards. Above and beyond that, Mr. Speaker, we introduced $2 billion worth of support for our steel and aluminum workers. We understand that these unjust and unfair tariffs imposed by the Americans are completely unacceptable. We'll continue to defend our steel and aluminum workers. We've been there with them. We've made investments in the large producers, also supporting small and medium-sized businesses as well. We'll continue to defend this sector, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, today is a good day for corporate social responsibility in Canada. In the 10 years since the introduction and ultimate defeat of C-300, the Responsible Mining Bill, Canada has evolved from a strong resistance to naming an ombudsman for the Canadian Office of Responsible Enterprise. This office will help support Canadian companies around the world to operate in accordance with international human rights standards. Can the Minister of International Trade update this House on the appointment of the Ombudsperson and the establishment of her mandate.
All right.
Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Scarborough, Guildwood, for his leadership, his tenacity, and his perseverance for more than a decade on this file. Today I announce the appointment of Sherry Meyerhauer as the first ever Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise. Mr. Speaker, this office is the first of its kind in the world. The Ombudsperson will ensure that Canadian firms operating abroad maintain the highest ethical practices. This solidifies our competitive edge and promotes Canada's strong leadership on the global stage.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. President, yesterday we learned that after organizing a sustained campaign to put pressure on the former AG, the chief strategist and PM has resorted to bullying to muzzle the leader of the opposition. Here's how Emmanuel Latraverse described the PM. He's like a young person who chose to party rather than hit the books and study. On this file, the Prime Minister has failed his governance and transparency class. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition is ready. When will the PM follow through on his threat and testify at court so that Canadians can finally learn the whole truth? The Honourable Government House Leader, Mr. Speaker, to make sure Canadians can hear the whole truth, the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence, and that's exactly why all the facts are now public. But, Mr. Speaker, yes, once again we did give notice to the Leader of the Opposition, and on March 31st, he deleted one of his defamatory tweets. He did the same thing with another defamatory statement he made on February 11th. But, Mr. Speaker, this member, every day last week, he asked for an emergency debate on canola, but today's not asking for it. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I have good news. The Prime Minister cannot fire the Leader of the Opposition, but Canadians can fire the Prime Minister on October 21st. This is what the Prime Minister deserves after his latest attempt to muzzle the Leader of the Opposition. A real leader stands up. Like the member for Regina Capel, this is how a true leader behaves. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve the truth. Lies have consequences at court. We want to know now, after his bullying number, will the Prime Minister put up or shut up, Mr. Speaker?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme je sais que mon collègue de Mégantic-L'Érable est très intéressé par le dossier du canola, ça me fait plaisir de profiter de l'occasion pour lui répondre, comme il a déjà eu plusieurs fois une réponse à sa question précédente. Alors, je peux...
Excusez-moi, alors le Parlement n'a pas l'interprétation simultanée. Est-ce que ça fonctionne maintenant?
Is the simultaneous interpreting working? Is it working now? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague has already heard answers to his question many times, and I know my colleague is very interested in the canola file. I'm happy to take advantage of this opportunity to tell him that I'm working closely with the working group, and our first meeting took place on Thursday. And I am in constant communication with our provincial and industry partners, and I asked for a scientific delegation, and I'm waiting for an answer soon. Thank you.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
You know, Mr. Speaker, what you're seeing here today is the government reacting to the fact that they sent out this letter threatening the Leader of Opposition for basically doing his job, and they're trying to get us to back down so that he doesn't have to, because they know how crazy this is, right? They know that Canadians are watching this and are incensed.
Crazy.
Well, I'm here to say, Mr. Speaker, we're not backing down. The Leader of the Opposition just stood up and said he stands behind everything he said.
Exactly.
When's the Prime Minister going to show up in court?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, perhaps that's exactly why the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Conservatives, have been given notice once again, because it is not their job to mislead Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It is our job to ensure that we work in the best interest of Canadians. And what has happened? On February 11th, the Leader of the Official Opposition changed his statement online after he had been served notice from the Minister of Innovation. On March 31st, he was served notice once again, and what did the Leader of the Official Opposition do? He deleted and then edited those tweets, because all all of a sudden he realized he should be more judicious in his wording. The only tweet they won't change is the one that affiliates them to faith.
The member for Calgary Nose Hill.
My party leader has said he stands behind everything he said, but the interesting thing with the House leader saying that false consequences or false statements have consequences is that it doesn't apply to her leader. She never came to him. He never put pressure on her. No one from his office directed her to do anything. Why are the only people that have any sort of consequences for false statements are strong-wing women in this party? So when she's saying, put us on notice, right back at you, Mr. Speaker, giddy up.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition pretends that he won't back down and that he tries to make a show out of it, and he's even got his own members now parroting those same lines. But we know that that is false because while he's saying that, he's already edited his online statements or erased them entirely.
Order. Order. I know the member for Calgary Hill, Nose Hill, appeared to ask me to giddy up. I don't think she meant that. So members can calm down a little and just listen to the answer. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we know those statements are false because their actions demonstrate differently, because while they're saying and making those comments, he's already edited his online statements, and he's also on numerous occasions now erased them entirely and backpedaling during press conferences like we saw just yesterday. This past December, he was again forced to take down the statement when it came to...
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiewit-Nookaski.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, the National Arts Centre asked the Liberals to fund an Indigenous theatre program to tell the stories of Indigenous peoples. Last week, it was announced that the Liberals denied funding again. Let's be clear, we're talking about the only national Indigenous theatre program in the world. But when asked, Heritage pointed out that the government already spent money on the NAC, clearly not understanding that investing in Indigenous arts and culture is not the same as renovations. So the question is, does this Liberal government look for new and creative ways to insult Indigenous peoples, or do they just come by them naturally?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of Conservative cuts, we're making historic investments in our arts and our creators. We're investing in Indigenous cultures through Indigenous languages, the Indigenous Screen Office, the National Film Board, Telefilm Canada, the Canada Council for the Arts, and Indigenous festivals. We've also invested $225 million to renew the National Arts Centre. Together, we will continue to move towards reconciliation, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, 40% of children 4 and under have already their own tablets to watch what we used to call television. You don't have to be a rocket science to realize that these young streamers will be watching less Quebec and Francophone content. Every day that goes by contributes to the cultural uprooting of the next generation. The cultural sector is asking the government to adopt emergency measures so that Canadian media and 4 digital platforms adhere to the same rules. Can the government commit to implementing emergency measures to protect our culture before the end of its next term? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker.
Friend for his dedication to this file in the Heritage Committee. I commend him on his dedication for asking the same question again and again, and I'll provide the same answer, Mr. Speaker, and he knows the answer. The answer is that for 10 years, the Conservative Party failed to fund the arts in Canada. As a result, our laws governing this subject matter predate the internet. So we created a panel of independent experts to help us modernize the Broadcasting and Telecommunications Act. Our end goal is clear. There will be no free rides.
The member for Carleton.
In February, the Prime Minister looked 37 million Canadians in the eye and said his former Attorney General had never raised any concerns about his political interference in the SNC-Lavalin corruption trial. Last week, he admitted that she looked him in the eye and did exactly that. Now, the Prime Minister will be the star witness in his forthcoming lawsuit. Does he know that it is a crime to lie under oath?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I seem to have a greater respect for this institution, and that's exactly why I'm a lot more judicious in my word. And the Conservatives on numerous occasions have misled Canadians, and that's exactly why they have been put on notice. They were put on notice in the past, and that's exactly why the leader of the official opposition went to Twitter, went to his online statements, he took them down, he edited them, and he put them back on. March 31st is exactly what he did. And the leader of the official opposition, who is now taunting me, wants to know that how the steps work. The first step of any court case is to put them on notice. They have been put.
Order. The honourable member for Carleton.
Great. If anything she just said is true, she can document it and submit it as part of the lawsuit that the Prime Minister is launching later today. But he has to know before he does that, though. When he said that the Globe and Mail story about his political interference in the SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal was absolutely false. So said he. But now we know from text messages, journal entries, and recorded conversations it was absolutely true. So again, does the Prime Minister know it is a crime to lie under oath in a court of law?
Honourable Government House Leader.
The beginning of that member's question quite patronizing, and I always do expect a lot more from the member of Carleton. He's been in this place for a long time. He knows I appreciate his line of questioning and the effort he puts to doing the important work that we do here. Mr. Speaker, for Canadians to be able to decide for themselves, the Prime Minister waives solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Canadians should be able to hear, and that's why the Prime Minister took an unprecedented move. We do have full confidence in our institutions. Yes, we do know the rule of law. That's why it was followed at every single step. That's why all facts are now public. The Conservatives continue.
The honourable member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister told the former Attorney General in September and then Canadians in February that if SNC-Lavalin was forced to go to trial over its fraud and bribery charges, the headquarters and the whole company would leave Canada. We now know that that's not only untrue, but impossible based on an agreement with the Quebec pension plan requiring it stay for at least 7 years. So once again, the Prime Minister will be the star witness in the forthcoming lawsuit that he's launching with the Leader of the Opposition. Does he know that lying under oath in a court is a crime?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that every Canadian knows that it's important that we follow the rule of law. I would hope that every Canadian knows that we can have confidence in our institutions, and that's why the work that the Justice Committee did was so important. That's why when it comes to our Office of Parliament, we should have respect and regard for their important work. That's why we know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating this matter. We have confidence that that office will be able to do their important work. We have confidence in our institutions. We know that the testimony at Justice Committee confirmed that Canadians can have confidence in their institutions as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is reducing export bottlenecks and helping Canadian businesses take advantage of new markets. In the Niagara region alone, we have seen over $2 million in investments to upgrades in the Peace Bridge with respect to their crossing infrastructure to ensure that it continues to serve the people.
Order. 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 There's far too much noise. Members ought to respect the right of other members to speak and to say things they may not agree with, because they want to be heard when they speak. The honourable member for Niagara Centre has the floor.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as well, the greater Canadian economy depends on these investments, and we thank the Minister for that. Can the Minister please update us on further progress made to improve trade corridors across our great nation?
Transport.
Member for Niagara Centre for his excellent question. Under the National Trade Corridors Fund, we have funded 39 projects worth over $800 million. For example, on 50th Street in Edmonton, we're now ensuring vertical separation between road and rail traffic. In New Brunswick, on Coles Island, we're rebuilding 2 bridges to allow heavy traffic to pass. In the Lower Mainland of BC, we're doing all sorts of projects to ensure greater efficiency in rail and car movements across that lower region. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate my friend, our friend, David Saint-Jacques, for his
first place one. The members agree with that. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want to turn the page on SNC, but instead they keep throwing fuel on the fire. Now the Prime Minister is threatening the Leader of the opposition with a defamation lawsuit. But this isn't a threat. It's good news. The Prime Minister would finally have to tell the truth under oath. Canadians deserve the truth. When will the Prime Minister bring this scandal before a judge? Or is he afraid his changing story will fall apart in a court of law?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, it's important that Canadians hear the truth, and that's exactly why the Leader of the official opposition and the Conservatives have again been put on notice. They are misleading Canadians, and we will not stand idly by. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time they did this. They've been put on notice in the past, and that's exactly why they changed their online statements. They deleted and then edited tweets. March 31st, just last week, they were again provided notice, and that's exactly why the Leader of the official opposition deleted and then edited his tweets, because he was put on notice. He knows better than to be misleading Canadians. We will not, once again, stand idly by while the Conservatives.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, last year the Liberal government began taxing Veterans Career Impact Allowance as capital gains. Veterans can no longer split that income with their spouses, which for some means going from receiving a $4,000 tax rebate to owing the government $800. VAC has corrected some cases and refused to fix others. Veterans shouldn't be caught up in the middle of government departments not wanting to take responsibility for their mistakes. Will the Liberals commit to fixing this for all veterans?
Parlementaire des anciens combattants.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Le bien-être des vétérans et leurs familles est notre première priorité.
The well-being of veterans and their families is our top priority. And also, the benefits are part of this. And we're going to take this file very seriously, and we're going to compensate fairly all veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Silence.
Mr. Speaker, every day public safety officers put their safety at risk to help and protect Canadians. As a result, they are often exposed to dangerous and traumatic situations that may lead to post-traumatic stress injuries. Public safety officers and their employers are struggling to respond adequately. Can the Minister of Public Safety explain to this House steps that he has taken to help public safety officers find the treatment they need?
Good question. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in addressing the mental health needs of the emergency workers who protect Canadians, there is always much more that we can do together. A national PTSI action plan released today will support prevention, early intervention, stigma reduction, care and treatment for all types of public safety personnel right across the country. It lays the foundation for better, more accessible treatments for PTSI. It is based upon a $40 million investment in research and a $5 billion transfer to provinces and territories to improve mental health services across the country. This is an issue we need to treat seriously.
The Honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, for months the Prime Minister has been trying to keep the truth from Canadians. He expelled 2 women from his caucus who refused to cooperate with his cover-up, and now he's threatening lawsuits to try to silence his opponents. Mr. Speaker, his intimidation will not work. Canadians want the Prime Minister to present his evidence and testify under oath in the court of law. So when will the Prime Minister follow through on this threat? Or is he all talk and no action?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the process has begun. That's exactly why we sent the Conservatives a letter. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that these Conservatives and this Leader of the official opposition has a history of misleading Canadians. So last week when they were provided notice, March 31st, after they received that notice, you know what they did, Mr. Speaker? They deleted and then edited tweets online to become all of a sudden more judicious in their wording. Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time that they did this. The last time they were served notice in December, again, was another time where they went online, deleted their online statements as well as their tweets. Thank you.
The honourable member for Repentigny. When it comes to secularism, the tone is as important as the substance, Mr. Speaker. Well, things are already getting out of hand. On Friday, the mayor of Hansted, accompanied by the member from Mont-Royal, stated that Bill 21 constituted ethnic cleansing. Nothing less. Will the Minister of Justice condemn this unacceptable statement and ask for clarification from his colleague from Mont-Royal, or should we believe that this is the Liberals' position? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government has always defended and will continue to defend the fundamental rights of Canadians. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects everyone's rights. We can't pick and choose which ones to protect and not protect. Mr. Speaker, our position is clear. It's not up to the state to dictate to people what they can or cannot wear. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The member for Mont-Royal, his statement was unacceptable, and I don't think the Minister of Justice understands this. He was clear about the government's intention. The legal recourse cannot be undertaken until legislation is adopted, he said. In other words, as soon as the National Assembly votes on this legislation, Ottawa will challenge it in court. Quebecers deserve to know the truth, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister of Justice commit to not challenging this government secularism bill in court or supporting court challenges? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Canada is a special country, and this is reflected in all of our institutions. Government employees have the right to show their beliefs, and no one should have to choose between a job and the right to wear a religious symbol. It's everyone's responsibility to protect fundamental rights. Any attempt to erode these rights is irresponsible, and Canada is rich thanks to its diversity.
Thanks, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many members here know, today we're commemorating the horrors of the 25th anniversary of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. Yet, many Canadian military who served in Rwanda, particularly in the second phase of the mission, where it wasn't a failure, but where they did really solid work, go unrecognized on the Veterans Affairs website, unrecognized on the DND website, and still have not had the opportunity, some parliamentarians have had, to go back to Rwanda. They need a medal for that second phase of service, as other governments have done for their veterans who experienced the unbearable.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
To recognize the tremendous work that our men and women do in the Canadian Armed Forces, regardless of mission, is very important. The work that they did in Rwanda was admirable. General Dallaire had an opportunity for him to accompany me to a trip into Africa, to making sure that we had the right information so that we can do peacekeeping more appropriately, Mr. Speaker. Recognition of our men and women is part of our defense policy, and we will always look at new ways to recognize them, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mr. Bart Hanna, an Inuit artist commissioned to produce a sculpture to mark the 20th anniversary of Nunavut entering Confederation. La sculpture.
The sculpture
La sculpture.
The sculpture, officially unveiled this morning, will be put on display in the West Block until it can be installed permanently in the foyer of the House of Commons, following the restoration of the Parliament building.
And I think, and members, if they want to see it, can see it on the third floor in the foyer there for the time being. It will be down in the foyer on the second floor before long. During this week, in which we remember with deep sorrow and horror the 25th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence of in the gallery of Lieutenant General Romeo Dallaire, members will also want to applaud because with him is Dr. James Orbinski. Their humanitarian work during genocide, along with others, was nothing short of heroic. The honourable member for Don Valley West is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there has been discussion among the parties, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. Whereas during a period of 3 months beginning April 7th, 1994, an estimated 800,000 to 1 million Rwandans were killed in an organized campaign of genocide that targeted ethnic Tutsi as well as ethnic Hutus and others who opposed it. Attendu que ce génocide.
Whereas this genocide was made possible by the indifference and inaction of the international community.
Solemnly commemorate the 1994 genocide in Rwanda on the occasion of its 25th anniversary, reaffirms its commitment to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, and designates April 7th as the International Day of Reflection on the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Defer a vote?
I think.
Are you going to defer a vote? No?
Are you deferring a vote?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32(2), I have the honor to table in both official languages the 2018 Annual Report to Parliament on the activities of the Office of the Extractive Sector Corporate Social Responsibility Councillor, covering the June 2017 to May 2018 period. Also, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions. And, Mr. Speaker, while I am on my feet, I would move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg South, that we now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Duguid. Moved. Order. That the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Despite the volume, in my opinion, the yeas have. Call on the members. question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Duguid, moved that the House to now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Pettipas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Gentil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessart.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et Dessart.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrett.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Miss Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Martel. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 113, 113.
I declare the motion carried.
Chilliwack Hope is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, the deferred recorded division on the opposition motion standing in the name of the member for Portage-Lisker, currently scheduled at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment today, be further deferred until the expiry of the time provided for government orders on Tuesday, April 9th, 2019.
The honourable member for the unanimous consent of the House proposed the motion. Yes. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Yes. Carried.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable is rising with a point of order. Mr. Speaker, during the question, Peter, the Minister of Agriculture, recognized the hard work of the opposition to defend canola farmers who are facing this crisis. And that's why I asked the Minister for unanimous consent in this House to hold an emergency debate in the House on this important file for farmers. Do we have the unanimous consent of the House? No, we do not have it. Ways and Means motion. This is a notice of Ways and Means motion tabled in Parliament on 19th of March 2019 and other measures.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019 and other measures be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Following the members. La question est...
The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Chager, moved that a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19th, 2019, and other measures be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Patillo.
Patty Patel.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Jeté la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenté la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Topo North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Miller. Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et les Serres.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratenzi.
Mr. Ratenzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon et Métis Matane-Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon et Métis Matane-Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Serowitz.
Ms. Serowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Mrs. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Island.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Aides Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse Zitchman Levy.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Correction, Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Soren.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 162, 162. Nays contre 107, 107.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to Standing Orders 83-4 and 69-1, Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Changer, moves that a bill entitled An Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures be now read at first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time? Never! At the next sitting of the House. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. 1. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven on international trade. 2. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington on telecommunications. 3. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona on Canada Post.
I've been advised of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Victoria. I have notice.
I'm rising on a question of privilege related to my work as Deputy Justice Critic for the New Democratic Party. My question arises out of that role in the process of making recommendations for appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada. I'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned about the implications for me as a parliamentarian arising out of the inappropriate and likely illegal leak of very sensitive information in that context about a prospective appointee, namely the Chief Justice of the Manitoba Superior Court, by the and as a consequence, I was given access under a non-disclosure agreement to a number of very sensitive documents and very sensitive personal information in respect of that prospective appointee. While this deeply disturbing matter is now officially being investigated by an officer of Parliament, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, my question of privilege relates to my role as a parliamentarian. Mr. Speaker, I know you've heard many questions of privilege in the last while, so I won't waste your time on
remind members of the standing order which provides that members are not to walk between the person speaking and the chair. I ask members to be aware of this and to abide by it. We have a member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I know you've heard many questions of privilege over the past while, and I won't waste your time or the House's time with lengthy quotes about what the privilege means or why it's important. In this case, my reputation as a member has been damaged as a result of speculation about the source of the unprecedented leak of this personal information about this prospective member for the Supreme Court. Until the party who did the leak is found, there remains doubt about who leaked the information in question. We've asked the Attorney General to investigate this, but no reply. Both the honourable member for Niagara Falls and I are under a cloud of suspicion. We are essentially collateral damage as a consequence. I'll perhaps just cite one relevant section of the Green Book, Boscan Gagnon, at page 112. Quote, "It's impossible to codify all incidents which might be interpreted as matters of obstruction, interference, molestation, or intimidation, and as such constitute prima facie cases of privilege. However, some matters found to be prima facie include the damaging of a member's reputation," close quote. This was also dealt with by Speaker Fraser, who on May 5th, 1987, at page 5766 of the debate said, quote, "The privileges of a member are violated by any action which might impede him or her in the fulfillment of his or her duties and functions. It's obvious that the unjust damaging of a reputation could constitute such an impediment," close quote. In conclusion, I believe the leak, wherever it originated, has shown a distinct contempt of Parliament and has had a direct impact on myself and my privileges as a parliamentarian. Should you rule in my favour, Mr. Speaker, I'll be prepared to move the appropriate motion to have the matter investigated at the Standing Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Honourable member for Niagara Falls is rising on the same question privilege.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't look forward to anything like this, Mr. Speaker, but the honourable member from Victoria has made an excellent point as to what has taken place. This was a process that was put together by the existing government in which they wanted a number of members of Parliament to participate in this process to make recommendations with respect to the Supreme Court justice. And I remember that they wanted to be careful about this. They said to my office that you're going to have to swear, that you're going to keep this secret. And my staff pointed out to them, said that I had top security clearances as a former foreign minister and other positions, and that we're members of the Privy Council. But I said, when I heard this, I said, that's fine. I'll swear to keep this quiet. Anything that we can do, any of the contents of this meeting. And so the meeting was very, very small, involving several members of Parliament here, the member from Victoria and myself, and the then Justice Minister, who we made recommendations to, but those are the only people who knew this or something, and it was given to the Prime Minister's office. So what we hear, and like the parliamentary secretary to the Justice Minister said on Friday, and the Prime Minister and others said, they said, no, the Prime Minister, nobody in his office leaked this. Okay. Well, then the Justice Minister has said, no, nothing came from his department. Say, well, then who was it then? I mean, let's face it, there was only just a couple of us involved with this. And so, this is why I have found this very, very concerning. And it seems to me that it weakens people's trust in this institution, that you ask people to swear that they will keep something quiet, secret, and not divulge this information. And then when you see something like this, we want to see something done. Now, a number of us asked the Justice Minister last week, I think 4 questions in a row, say, please investigate this. Wouldn't you want to investigate this, Mr. Speaker? If you believe that the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's office, and the Department of Justice, none of them had anything to do with this leak, wouldn't you want this investigated? I think most people looking at this would say, yeah, that only makes sense to do that, and it's the right thing to do. So I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, that you have a look at this, because this certainly impacts all of us who want to participate and be part of this process here. That, I believe, has been compromised by this, and it should be changed, and it should be put to rest by a proper investigation of this. Thank you.
thank the honourable member for Victoria for raising the matter. I thank the honourable member for Niagara Falls for his comments. I will examine the matter and come back to the House in due course. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills comments, consideration at report stage of Bill C-82, multilateral instrument in respect of Tax Conventions Act, report stage.
Come in the
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that bill. Should I dispense? Yes. Does it please the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
the chamber. He's listening carefully. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C-82, an act to implement a multilateral convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, be concurred in at report stage. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajjan. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Lemetti. Mr. Lemetti. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahichuk. Ms. Mahichuk. Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Mr. Knoll. Mr. Knoll. Ms. Grove. Ms. Grove. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Eiking. Mrs. Lockhart. Mrs. Lockhart. Monsieur Lauzon, Argenté, La Petite Nation. Monsieur Lauzon, Argenté, La Petite Nation. Monsieur Cormier. Monsieur Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. McKenna. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibot. Madame Bibot. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Serres. Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Serres. Monsieur Schiefke. Mr. Schiefke. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratanzi. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Jivsneski. Mr. Jivsneski. Mr. Anandasangari. Mr. Anandasangari. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. DeMoff. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Kara. Ms. Kara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Ms. Young. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Vandal. Mr. De Corsi. Mr. De Corsi. Mrs. Romanado. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Massé Avignon-le-Métis, Matane Matapédia. Mr. Massé Avignon-le-Métis, Matane Matapédia. Mr. Hébert. Mr. Hébert. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pesky-Solido. Mr. Pesky-Solido. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldegg. Mr. Aldegg. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Aria. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Baylis. Mr. Baylis. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Drouin. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morris. Madame Nassif. Madame Nassif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Wallet. Mr. Wallet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Seacon. Mr. Seacon. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spangaman. Mr. Spangaman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbelt. Ms. Vandenbelt. Mr. Whalen. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yep. Ms. Yep. Mr. Rota. Mr. Rota. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Mr. Mass. Oh, correction. Back to Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Finley. Ms. Gladue. Ms. Gladue. Mr. McColman. Mr. McColman. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Fass. Mr. Fass. Ms. Rampel. Ms. Rampel. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres-Chemins, Lévis. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Êtres-Chemins, Lévis. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Martel. Mr. Martel. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Ms. Alislev.
Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Ms. May Sanish-Garfalin.
Miss May Sanish-Garfalin.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Miss Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Graywall.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 270, 270. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Carried. Ah, yes. Quand ce projet...
When shall the bill be read a third time?
Maintenant.
Now? Now.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor for Mr. Morneau.
Moves that Bill C-82, an act to implement a multilateral convention to implement tax treaty related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, be now read a third time and be passed. Debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today about the importance of tax fairness and to join the debate on Bill C-82. I'd like to use my time to explain how this bill will become an important new tool in the government's arsenal to combat aggressive international tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, tax fairness is fundamental to our democracy. It is a cornerstone of our government's plan to grow the middle class and spur economic growth so more people can join it. In each of our government's last 3 budgets, we've introduced measures to enhance the integrity of Canada's tax system, and we continue to do work and take actions in this regard so that Canadians have confidence that their tax system is working and is fair. As part of these actions to improve tax fairness, we introduced Bill C-82. This bill is a response to a profound challenge. When some Canadians choose not to pay their fair share of taxes, all of us are affected. What does this mean for Canadians? It means less money for important social programs to help new parents take care of growing families, workers find skills training, or seniors live in independence. It means less money for vital infrastructure, the roads, the railways, ports and airports that help people move and goods move to where they need to go safely and on time. And it means less money for policing our communities, less money for healthcare or for the environment, and I could go on and on. And this is why, Madam Speaker, it is important to make sure that our tax system is and remains fair. Madam Speaker,
that there is a debate going on, so if they wish to take their conversations outside, it would be much appreciated. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I was saying, our government believes that all Canadians deserve to reap the benefits of a strong and vibrant economy, and that goes without saying, is made possible through a fair tax system.
I'd like now to speak about the bill under consideration in this House more in detail. Bill C-82 would better position Canada to tackle a practice that is called base erosion and profit shifting, or BEPS. These are tax avoidance strategies that businesses and individuals use to take advantage of tax loopholes. They use these loopholes to avoid paying their taxes or to shift their profits to jurisdictions where they pay little or no tax. These schemes allow wealthier businesses and individuals to avoid paying their fair share of taxes, and this robs Canadians of tax revenues that fund the services that make our country such a good country to live in. We've worked hard to tackle this loss in tax revenues, and I'd like to highlight especially the work we've done with our international partners. Among other things, we have worked with our partners in the OECD and with GT country members to identify situations where current tax treaties may be subject to fraud. These organizations have then drawn up measures that countries can include in their tax treaties in order to tackle this. This new approach reflected the fact that current tax treaties take a while to renegotiate. So that is the approach that we're talking about under this bill. It is a multilateral convention, known as well as a multilateral instrument, and this instrument is the fruit of a global initiative and of the work of 100 countries and jurisdictions, including Canada. The multilateral instrument would allow jurisdictions to adopt BEPS measures agreed on by the OECD and the G20 without having to renegotiate all their tax treaties. So in supporting Bill C-82 and in implementing the multilateral instrument, the Government of Canada is acting to preserve the integrity of our tax system and to prevent abuse of our tax treaties. Furthermore, implementing the multilateral instrument would show that Canada is willing to take concrete and coordinated steps to fight against international tax avoidance. In fact, Madam Speaker, businesses and capital have become more and more interconnected and globalized, and therefore no country on its own can tackle tax avoidance. To implement effective reform, international collaboration is necessary, and under this bill, we are taking that step.
Now, Madam Speaker, on the home front, the government is also aggressively pursuing those who promote tax avoidance schemes. In the last fiscal year alone, we've imposed roughly $48 million in civil penalties on these third parties. We're also gaining better access to information on Canadians' overseas bank accounts with the implementation of the Common Reporting Standard, or CRS. CRS is a new system that will let Canada and more than 100 other countries exchange financial account information. This information will help us identify instances where wealthy Canadians hide money in offshore accounts to avoid paying their taxes. We've also hired more specialist auditors who focus on high net worth individual taxpayers. These teams include about 250 auditors who are responsible for examining high-income earners and more than 800 high-net-worth individuals and their webs of corporate structures. In addition, the Minister of Finance and his provincial and territorial counterparts have committed to ensuring that Canadian authorities know who owns which corporations in Canada. They also committed to better harmonize corporate ownership record requirements between various jurisdictions. Building on that agreement, we amended the Canada Business Corporations Act to require federally incorporated corporations to maintain beneficial ownership information. The government's previous budget in 2018 enhanced income tax reporting requirements for trusts so that beneficial ownership information is more available and accessible. Data of this kind helps Canadian authorities act against those engaging in international tax avoidance and criminal activities such as tax evasion. Grâce aux nouvelles
With the new available data, Mr. Speaker, and our government's targeted investments, the Canada Revenue Agency now has better tools and a better approach in order to strengthen the integrity and fairness of our tax system. These tools help the CRA collect precious information, and it allows its officers to work in a more informed and effective way in order to ensure that all Canadians pay their fair share. For example, Canada is a member of the Joint International Tax Shelter Information Centre. This broad network of 38 countries works in collaboration and very closely with other jurisdictions in order to coordinate their implementation activities to assess international tax risks. This expertise has allowed the CRA to be a part of or even to lead expert JITSIC groups to draft strategies to find those who are promoting these tax schemes and to end their activities.
Has also taken steps to coordinate its criminal investigation by joining Australia, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, and the United States in the Joint Chiefs of Global Tax Enforcement, or J5 group. The J5 will share intelligence and criminal investigation strategies with each other and conduct joint operations in the fight against those who commit, promote, and enable international tax crimes, money laundering, and cybercrimes. The CRA has also been automatically accessing all international electronic fund transfers for more than $10,000 entering or leaving the country. As of March 31, 2018, teams have analyzed more than 187,000 of these transactions, amounting to more than $177 billion. Reviewing these types of transfers helps identify transactions for which taxes should potentially have been paid and better risk assess individuals and businesses. Through these efforts, Canada is taking concrete measures to secure tax fairness for Canadians. That includes continuing to work to maintain and improve our enforcement of tax compliance so that we can have a society that works for all Canadians. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude by highlighting our work to ensure tax fairness in a context where the Canadian economy is in a good position to continue growing. The government is continuing with its commitment to invest in people and in what is most important to them: good jobs, strong communities, a cleaner environment, and a better future for the next generation. Approximately 4 years ago, one of the first things we did was to ask the 1%, the wealthiest 1%, to pay a little more so that we could reduce taxes for the middle class. Our government then implemented the new Canada Child Benefit for children that, compared to the previous system, was simpler, more generous, and tax-free and better targeted towards those who needed it the most. In order to ensure that this benefit would take into account the cost of living and that it would truly help those who need it, the government indexed it in July 2018, 2 years earlier than expected. A typical four-person middle-class family receives on average approximately $2,000 more each year thanks to this tax decrease for the middle class and thanks to the benefit. When you add up measures like the Canada Child Benefit, the new Canada Workers Benefit that is more generous and that was brought in by our government, and our support for seniors, you can see that we are on track to help about 650,000 Canadians and to lift them out of poverty. We have actually gone from 825,000 down by several hundred thousand now to people living in poverty. So we're calling on the wealthiest 1%, to do a little more, to do their fair share. We've lowered taxes for the middle class. We've brought in the Canada Child Benefit, as I mentioned, and we've been able to lift so many families out of poverty. But we've also reduced child poverty by 40% in the country, and that is huge progress. We want to have a fair tax system, and that's a priority for us. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a priority for too many governments in the past, including the one that directly preceded us.
On réalise des progrès, Monsieur.
So we're making progress so that we can make communities stronger and more resilient. As well, through our significant infrastructure investments, we approved 30,000 infrastructure projects since 2016 under Investing in Canada, and the vast majority of these projects are ongoing and are currently creating good jobs for the middle class.
These significant and concrete achievements have bettered the lives of many Canadians across the country. Mr. Speaker, we know our plan is working. Over 850,000 more Canadians are employed today than in 2015. The unemployment rate is near its lowest level in 40 years, and our economy is one of the fastest growing in the G7. We're committed to build an economy that works for everyone, where every person has a real and fair shot at success. Moreover, we're committed to make these investments to grow our economy for the long term while we continue to bring down the federal debt to GDP ratio. To continue on the trajectory of growth, Canada's economic health needs everyone to pay their fair share of taxes, Mr. Speaker, and the legislation before us, Bill C-82, gets Canada closer to meeting that goal, and I encourage, indeed, all members in this House to support the legislation that is currently before it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's speech on the regards of BEPS. You know, he does, I think, skip over that this was originally started with the OECD under the previous government. That being said, it's helpful to know that a government can recognize when it's in its interest to pursue what a previous government had done, building on that. So I'm happy to see that happen. But, Mr. Speaker, he mentioned a number of examples to fight tax evasion and money laundering internationally. And while it's very important to have these rules put in place, I would just point out that at this very day, the Solicitor General of British Columbia, David Eby, has actually called out this federal government for not supporting the RCMP so that they can actually do the work that's required to tackle the money laundering that has occurred. There's been a tremendous amount of documentation in the German report that has come out, Mr. Speaker, and yet this government does not fund the important part of enforcement. Does this member realize that having rules is important, but there also needs to be a commitment to actually having boots on the ground, to actually make a meaningful difference, to make sure we have a system that works for everyone?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Et je pense que...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think we should underscore the work of the previous government internationally with the BEP project. It started with the previous government. And if we'd had the help of the people across the way, we would have been able to pass this legislation a lot faster. But still, I salute the initiative of the preceding government. When we talk about funding the RCMP and means to fight tax evasion in Canada, I find it rather surrealistic to hear what the Conservatives are saying, because they cut funding for fighting tax evasion. Mr. Blackburn, who was at National Revenue under Stephen Harper, said we absolutely have to fight tax evasion. And now it's singular to hear the conservatives saying it's important to fight this, but we are really fighting it, and we have increased funding by $2 billion to help increase the fight against tax evasion. So congratulations to the Conservative members to have finally recognized that what we're doing is necessary.
Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech, but when we actually look at what this government is doing, there seems to be a huge gap between what Canadians would expect and what this government is actually doing. Now, we found out just a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, that the Canada Revenue Agency, whose minister continued to say that they'd hired hundreds of new auditors to deal with massive tax evasion that this government has in a very real sense, encouraged. We found out that instead of hundreds, there's just a scant few dozens because of all the retirements that have taken place for the agency. And as well, Mr. Speaker, you're well aware that this government has absolutely and steadfastly opposed having in place a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry that is a key tool in actually fighting back against money laundering. So I wanted to ask the Parliamentary Secretary those two questions. Why did they mislead the House and mislead the Canadian public about the number of auditors that they have actually hired in Canada Revenue? And why are the Liberals absolutely opposed to a publicly accessible beneficial ownership registry?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his work on the Finance Committee and other members of the committee who have studied this issue of money laundering. I think we have to acknowledge the federal government's leadership and our talks with provincial governments to be able to harmonize our approach with the provinces. He will know that the vast majority of these groups fighting corruption or tax evasion are under provincial jurisdiction. So we do need to be harmonized with the provinces to have access to this ownership. With respect to the CRA, he will also know that we have invested impressive resources in the 2016 budget, the 2017 budget, to fight tax evasion, because for our government, this has been a priority, and it's not something that happens overnight. There have to be investigations. These take time. We have to train employees. But it was not a priority for the former government. It is for us.
Comments. Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are proud to support this bill, but there is a lot of hypocrisy in what we hear from the government on this, and I'm going to be going into some of that in my speech, but maybe give the member an opportunity to respond on this particular point. You know, he talks about whether or not we're concerned with the situation of wealthy corporate executives versus the considerations of everyday people. But on the carbon tax, this government has given a break to Canada's largest emitters because, well, they say they need the break. But they will not provide any kind of break in terms of the impact of the carbon tax to everyday Canadians who are now paying so much more at the pumps and elsewhere as a result of this government's punitive approach. If this was an environmental measure, if they were serious about the environment, and if they thought this was actually going to help the environment, they would imply it consistently and across the board, but they're not doing it. So why, in spite of the high rhetoric, the man of the people rhetoric from this parliamentary secretary, why are they giving a holiday on the carbon tax to Canada's largest emitters while ensuring the maximum impact on everyday Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Au contraire, Monsieur le Président, ça...
Mr. Speaker, where was the member over the past few months and weeks? They're starting to believe their own tall stories, because there is an incentive to fight climate change. With this policy, we are helping middle-class Canadians, and these families have more money because of this policy. So I'd like to see his figures, and because it is important to act on the climate file, and we know that Conservatives, historically, over the past 20 years, there are times when this party was wise enough to put a price on carbon. The whole planet knows it has to act, but Conservatives seem to be just going backwards, backwards, backwards. And I find this really sad. I would advise them to check their conscience.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the Honourable Member and Parliamentary Secretary, the theme of our government for the last 3.5 years is focused on tax fairness and Bill C-82 on base erosion profit shifting, along with Budget 2019, where we limit the use of the stock option tax deduction. We did a full tax expenditure review beginning in 2016, $4 billion in savings. Those funds are being invested for everyday programs. I wanted him wanted the Parliamentary Secretary to comment through you, of course, about how important tax fairness is for our government.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member for his question. I think it's been clear from the very beginning when we asked the wealthiest 1% to pay a little more so that we could give a tax break to the middle class, which we did. First thing we did, and Conservatives voted against that. But I think it comes as no surprise that they would vote against that, because the difference in approach has been stark from the very beginning. When, for instance, Conservatives would fight to keep sending checks of the Canada Child Benefit to families of millionaires, we took a different approach, one that's based on the needs of Canadian families, that's more generous, that's free of taxes, and that's helping lift hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty. But that's also an approach that differentiates us when you look, for instance, at one of the Conservative policy in their last mandate was to double the TFSA limit to $11,000. I wonder, and I don't have that many constituents, and I wonder how many Canadians at the end of the year have $11,000 after taxes to put in their TFSA. The American who invented the TFSA said that on the long term, this would put the Canadian government in a fiscal straitjacket. And when the Conservative finance minister was asked what he was going to do about it, he said, "Oh, that's a problem for Stephen Harper's granddaughter to solve." That's their approach, giving more to the wealthiest and letting inequalities foster and grow, which they have done during their decade. We took a different approach that is working. Statistics Canada in the last 2 weeks said that poverty has been reduced by 20% over the last 3 years in Canada. 20%, this is huge. And I think that's something that Canadians should be proud of.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in this House today. I understand my friend from Carleton was trying to give me a run for my money in terms of being the most verbose Conservative, so I'm going to try to catch up with him with a 20-minute speech today on this important bill. Before I get to the substance of the bill, though, I do feel the need to respond to some of the things in particular that the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance said, because he's trying to set up this narrative that is just based on made up things. So I want to point to some clear facts that my friends across the way will hopefully take on board and recognize. Now, what were the fiscal policies of the Conservative government with respect to tax reduction? It's important to underline that all of the taxes that were lowered by Conservatives are the ones that are disproportionately paid by lower income Canadians. We raised the base personal exemption. That is, we increased the amount of money that somebody can earn before they have to pay any tax. Surely my friend across the way would not say that raising the base personal exemption was somehow targeted at helping the wealthy. Indeed, we took many low-income Canadians off the tax rolls completely. We lowered the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. The GST being the tax that all Canadians pay, and in particular our regressive tax that is paid disproportionately. A higher proportion of their income is paid by lower income Canadians than is paid as a proportion of other taxes. So lowering the GST was particularly beneficial to middle and low income Canadians. We also lowered the lowest marginal tax rate, the lowest marginal income tax rate. And yes, we lowered business tax rates. In particular, we lowered small business tax rates. And why did we do this, Mr. Speaker? Why did we lower business tax rates? Because when you lower business tax rates, the evidence shows that it creates jobs. It also raises business tax revenue. Over the time that we've seen a reduction in business taxes in this country, and it was a process that began under the previous Liberal government, which was, I think, relatively speaking, better than this Liberal government on many fiscal issues. They began the process of lowering business taxes, which was continued under the Harper Conservative government. And the effect of that was that over the same period, we saw an increase in business tax revenue. So the tax reductions we were making, they were targeted at improving the effectiveness of our economy, and they were targeted at providing tax relief to those Canadians who needed tax relief the most. Did we lower the highest marginal tax rate? No, we didn't. We targeted tax relief to Canadians who needed it most by raising the base personal exemption, by lowering the GST, and by lowering the lowest marginal tax rate. So the Parliament Secretary for Finance can say, oh, the Conservatives think like this, the Conservatives want this. Well, I challenge him to actually speak specifically, which is what this government never does. We believe that helping low and middle income Canadians can be done most effectively by letting them keep more of their own money and deciding how they want to spend it themselves. We do not take a paternalistic approach when it comes to helping Canadians who are struggling financially. We think people can make good decisions with their own money about what is in their interests, how they want to pursue projects and needs that are important for them and their families. And that's why our approach emphasizes tax reductions. This government has raised taxes for middle-class Canadians and Canadians who, as they like to say, are working hard to join the middle class. We see in the area, and members are clapping when I just pointed out that they're raising taxes on Canadians working hard to join the middle class. So finally they realize it. And certainly we invite those members who realize this flaw to come on over and join us. There's still some time, Mr. Speaker. I know there's so many people coming over to the opposition benches these days, some voluntarily, some not. We welcome more, Mr. Speaker, to see the light. Now, if you look at the contrast in approach, we have the carbon tax, a new tax imposed by this government, which is specifically targeted at punishing Canadians that can pay the tax the least. The government says it's an environmental measure. They say, oh, those Conservatives, they want to make pollution free again. Well, the Liberals are giving a holiday on the carbon tax to Canada's largest emitters. So there's no paying the carbon tax. There's no cost to those large emitters. But instead, they're imposing the cost on Canadians who can least afford it. On the single mom who needs to drive her car to take the kids to grandma and grandpa's. On the small business owner just starting out. On individual Canadians who are struggling, who don't have high-priced lobbyists, who don't have the ability to access PMO. We know how many meetings happened in PMO on how to help SNC-Lavalin avoid prosecution. I wish they had at least that many meetings to think about Canadians who are struggling and will struggle more because of the carbon tax that is being imposed on Canadians who can least afford it, while large emitters are getting a break. If they were at all serious in their claim that this is an environmental measure, then they would impose a carbon tax across the board. But it's not an environmental measure. It is a revenue measure. And that is why Conservatives will get rid of the carbon tax. We won't just get rid of the carbon tax on large emitters, but we will make sure that no Canadian is paying the federally imposed carbon tax that this Prime Minister is so desperate to impose on them. And my friend from Winnipeg North wants to know what's going to happen in the provinces. Well, we see in provincial elections across the country more and more Canadians rejecting the carbon tax as well. We've seen that rejection in Ontario. We saw it in New Brunswick. We saw it in his province of Manitoba. And very soon we will see that in Alberta as well. I'm looking forward next week to Albertans joining the growing movement of Canadians that are rejecting the carbon tax. Of course, people in my constituency may still face a federally imposed carbon tax even after the next provincial election, but they won't have long to wait, Mr. Speaker, until we replace this government this fall and ensure that Albertans and all Canadians don't have the burden of the carbon tax. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, again, for the members that want to say, well, this is the only possible way to respond to climate change, I point to them that we saw reductions in greenhouse gas emissions under the previous Conservative government. We saw in every jurisdiction across the country emissions either go down or go up by less than they had during the previous period. We've seen an increase in emissions in British Columbia under the carbon tax that they've had in place for quite a while. So all the evidence suggests that this is not an environmental measure, and again, their own decision to give a holiday on the carbon tax to the largest emitters shows that they are just not serious about this. So the government needs to re-examine the rhetoric they're using in light of the reality, in light of the fact that they are imposing tax increases at every opportunity they can. And it's clear why they're imposing these tax increases, because they simply cannot get a handle on spending. In the last election, this Prime Minister looked Canadians in the eye, and he told them that he would run deficits lower than $10 billion, and then he would balance the budget by the 2018-2019 fiscal year. Well, there was no balance, Mr. Speaker. We saw very clearly in the budget that the government has not balanced the budget. They have no intention of balancing the budget, and they will not face up to the fact that they made a promise that they simply didn't have any plan or any sincerity about keeping. So now they're desperate to start to plug that fiscal hole by imposing new taxes on Canadians at every opportunity. And they've tried to do this in so many ways. After the last election, despite promising to lower the small business tax rate to 9%, they undid that promise, and they said, oh, we're going to actually leave the tax rate at 10.5%. Effectively, a tax increase on small business. And then, with great fanfare, after they had attacked small business, after they'd called small business owners tax cheats, after they tried to impose these new rules that were met with such frustration, such virulent objection from the business community, they said, oh, guess what? We're going to lower the small business tax rate to 9%, which is what they had promised they were going to do in the last election, and then unmade that promise. And they still have changed rules for small businesses that impose a new and greater tax burden on them. So, Mr. Speaker, we know what this government is about. They are about raising taxes at every turn to try and plug their wide open hole in terms of their fiscal plan. And we can't let them do that, Mr. Speaker. As these deficits and these debts grow, they will certainly be raising taxes unless we get a new government in place that ensures that Canadians are no longer paying for the mistakes of this Prime Minister, that instead allows Canadians to get ahead by lowering their taxes. And you can be sure, Mr. Speaker, that as we've seen in the past, the approach of a Conservative government under the able leadership of the member for Regina Qu'Appelle would be focused on providing tax relief to those Canadians who need it most, those Canadians who are suffering the most under this government's high tax, high spend agenda. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are members across the way who are shouting the phrase trickle down across the way. Well, the approach of this government is to pour subsidies on largest corporations, is to try and give special deals to their friends, is to try and help SNC-Lavalin to get out of their prosecution, and to somehow think that will trickle down. Well, let me tell you, on this side of the House, we oppose their theory of trickle-down government. And that's why we believe in providing tax relief to Canadians who need it most, as we did by lowering the GST, by lowering the lowest marginal tax rate, by raising the base personal exemption. Mr. Speaker, it was important for me to start out by responding to my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, but let me now make a few comments on this legislation, which, contrary to my tone up till now, is actually legislation that we support, and it's legislation it's legislation that really builds on great work done by the previous government. You wouldn't necessarily know it by hearing some of the comments across the way, but Conservatives in government were actively engaged with our international partners at ensuring that we have a fair and more transparent tax system. The work that we're dealing with in terms of this bill really began as a result of an agreement in 2013, and Conservatives from that period onward, and indeed before that period, were active engaging with our international partners. In 2015, in January, we put in place a requirement that electronic transfers of $10,000 or more had to be reported to the Canada Revenue Agency by banks and financial institutions. And we have always, in terms of our policy declarations, the principles we've put out there in platforms and since, emphasized tax fairness, emphasized simplification of the tax code. And I think this is vitally needed. This is an area that many Canadians bring to our attention on a regular basis, that there are opportunities for us to ensure proper reporting, ensure tax fairness, and therefore strengthen Canada's revenue position. So this is legislation that builds on that work that our colleagues have, I think, spoken in favor of up till now, and certainly that we continue to support. But even as we discuss this legislation, Mr. Speaker, I think we continue to see the gaps in terms of some of the things the government says and the reality in terms of what they do. So in many cases with these international conventions, we talk about the issue of simplification, of consistency, of ensuring that CRA is treating everybody fairly, and making sure that there isn't double taxation. And in that light, I think it's worth pointing out again the good work of my colleague from Calgary, whose constituency name escapes me, who put forward Motion 43, which was a motion that would impose a duty of care on the Canada Revenue Agency in their interactions with Canadians, basically to ensure that people are treated fairly in their interactions with the Canada Revenue Agency. Because while on the one hand we have situations where companies may be taking advantage of some of these creative tax planning arrangements, we have situations where individuals, who may be low-income individuals, face the CRA coming down very hard on them, and they really have a difficult time responding. And I think it was a common sense, reasonable motion that my colleague from Calgary put forward, and I was pleased to support that. Unfortunately, it was only members of the Conservative caucus that supported M43. All members of the government opposed this common sense tax fairness measure. Unfortunately, my colleagues in the NDP opposed it. And we do hear the NDP members talk about the problems sometimes, the problems their constituents face with respect to interactions with CRA. And I do hope we'll have an opportunity to bring a similar initiative in the future, perhaps in a future parliament, and maybe in light of the more recent comments we've heard on this from the NDP, maybe they will support it at that time. But I think Canadians can have confidence that when it comes to holding CRA accountable, to make sure that people are treated fairly and equally under the law, that they know that thus far it has only been the Conservatives that have taken that clear, consistent, principled position. If the Liberals are concerned about fairness for the middle class, then we would expect them to vote in favor of initiatives that ensure fairness for the middle class when they have an opportunity. Unfortunately, they haven't done it. Now, on the issue of double taxation, I spoke earlier about the carbon tax. But we have, with the carbon tax, a form of double taxation, which is the fact that the federal government is requiring a carbon tax in every jurisdiction. They are imposing a federal carbon tax in jurisdictions where provinces are not imposing it themselves. And then they are collecting GST on top of it. They have said that this will be revenue neutral for the federal government. It's not revenue neutral for the federal government. Even in and of itself, the federal carbon tax imposed on provinces which have rejected it is not revenue neutral from the perspective of the federal government. They said in their announcements most of the money will be rebated back. Well, that's a big difference from all of the money, but they're collecting GST on top of that, Mr. Speaker. So right here within our own domestic reality, we have a problem of double taxation. We have taxes being imposed on top of other taxes, and then this increases the burden on Canadians who really can least afford it. So we've had a number of initiatives, not just speaking of the work of the previous government, but we've had a number of initiatives in this Parliament from different members of our Conservative team that have been trying to bring about tax relief for Canadians. And every time we propose measures to bring tax relief to Canadians, the government opposes them. The Leader of the Opposition had an excellent initiative around making parental leave tax-free. This gives parents a greater ability to plan to preserve their own fiscal situation while they're going through the transition of having a child. And certainly we want to support parents in that situation. The government's approach to parental leave is to try and reduce the flexibility by reducing the flexibility that families have to allocate leave between different partners, whereas our approach is to provide more choice, more opportunity by reducing taxes across the board. Unfortunately, this government voted against it. And finally, I'll say this, Mr. Speaker, in terms of Bill C-82, that there's a mixed signal being sent by this government. On the one hand, they want to look like they're being tough on tax evasion and tax avoidance. But on the other hand, we see how dedicated the Prime Minister and his team were to try and get a special deal for SNC-Lavalin. So you don't exactly send a message that you're tough on anything when it comes to the actions of big corporations, if then you also say, let's try and put as much pressure as we can to get a special deal for those well-connected companies that can afford high-priced lobbyists and can push back there, Mr. Speaker. It's gravely inconsistent. And I think this government needs to send a message. If they want to address this issue and the issues around it, they need to send a message that everybody is equal under the law, that it does not matter if you're a big company or if you're a Canadian who's struggling to get by, that the law is the law is the law. And sending that message in a clear and consistent way, making sure that everybody is treated equally and fairly under the law, that would very much address this issue that we're talking about. It would confront the problems that this legislation seeks to confront. So while we support this bill, we recognize the desperate need for this government to do better, to stop piling taxes on those Canadians who can least afford to pay them, and to start sending a message that everybody, regardless of where you are situated in society, everybody is equal under the law. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it very troubling, and I've heard this similar speech from this member many times before, but in particular when he starts to talk about getting a handle on spending. How does he rectify the fact that, or justify the fact that, you know, Stephen Harper ran the deficit or the debt up by $160 billion? And I know his response because we hear it a lot from that side of the House, which is it was the economic times, it was the circumstances we needed to, you know, come back out of the 2008 recession. But in reality, Mr. Speaker, if you go back and look at it, over the last 151 years, Conservatives have been in power for 36% of the time, but racked up well over 55% of the debt. And as a matter of fact, if you look back at the last 19 budgets that were introduced by Conservatives in this House, 16 of them ran deficits under Mulroney and Harper. And the only 3 that ran surpluses were the 2 that came after Paul Martin's $13 billion surplus, and the one in 2015 where they slashed veteran services and sold off shares of GM at bargain prices so that they could produce a budget to bring into the election. I'm wondering how he can square that argument off about Stephen Harper's record.
Remedial man.
Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member is asking a similar question to one he's asked before. He will no doubt receive a similar answer. So let me answer each of those points he made. He said that Conservatives ran, usually we hear the figure from Liberals, they say 150 billion. He said 160. Maybe by the election they'll be saying 300. The figure 150 is not even accurate. And in fact, in spite of the global financial crisis, the debt to GDP ratio, the federal debt to GDP ratio, went down during the period of the last Conservative government. And the entire time, members across the way were saying, well, they were here at that time, but they were calling for an increase in spending. Liberals thought we should be spending more, but we said, no, we will have timely, targeted, and temporary deficits, and we will get back to balance, which is what we did. Now, he wants to compare Canada's history over the last 150 years. Look, I don't know if I can say that much about the record of former Prime Minister Tupper, for example, when it comes to deficit spending. We could go back a long way. I don't hold the member responsible for the Liberal policy of, like, Pierre Trudeau opening residential schools. I don't hold the Liberal Party responsible for all the things they've done over the last 150 years. And I can't necessarily be responsible for conservative policies that were pursued in the early part of the 20th century, last part of the 19th century.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. La députée de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To come back to the question of tax conventions, which is what we're debating today, I was wondering whether my colleague had an opinion on the question of entering into these tax conventions with jurisdictions where tax rates are extremely low compared, of course, to Canada's. So there's a potential for these tax conventions to become loopholes for multinationals that shift their profits, their international profits, to those jurisdictions. Instead of registering them in Canada, they register those profits in those jurisdictions with extremely low tax rates. What's my colleague's opinion of these tax conventions in order to get back to the topic before us?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason we enter into tax treaties, and whether that's with higher tax jurisdictions or lower tax jurisdictions, is to ensure a framework for tax fairness, so that people are not facing double taxation, and to ensure there's a proper reporting structure to address possible issues of tax avoidance. Now, to the member's point, I think there's a principle here where, regardless of the agreement, the taxes should be paid in the jurisdiction where, in some sense, the work is being done. So if there's a case where, for instance, all of the operational aspects are in one place, but none of the taxes are being paid there, well, that's an issue, obviously, to discuss and to explore how we can respond to that. But I will point out as well for the member that when other jurisdictions have lower taxes, companies can relocate to those jurisdictions if they wish to. And it's not possible to, let's say, prohibit a company from moving their headquarters somewhere else. In fact, during the period of the previous government, we had companies from the United States that would choose to move their headquarters to Canada. But they would have to bring aspects of their operations to Canada associated with that as well. And so when we are a low-tax jurisdiction, that can work to our advantage as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, and one of the concerns that I think Canadians have is that when we get closer and closer to an election, they expect a certain element of truth coming forward from leaders, and we see a good example of that today from the leader of the opposition, who continued to deny that he didn't retweet after making some changes and so forth. And let me give you an example in terms of what the member across the way is in terms of trying to give misinformation, Mr. Speaker. You see, he's trying to give the impression that most of the residents in Winnipeg North are going to have to pay additional taxes as a direct result of the price on pollution, knowing full well, Mr. Speaker, that there is an actual tax rebate that's going. You go to H&R, you go wherever, you find that you are actually getting money from Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. Most of the residents in Winnipeg North will benefit by the price on pollution, yet the Conservative Party will try to give a false impression to Canadians. My question to the member across the way, is it the Conservative Party's overall plan to try to gain votes is to deceive Canadians?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What unbelievable language and approach from the member for Winnipeg North. I look forward to talking to his constituents about the carbon tax, because I'm sure that people in Winnipeg North, as in Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, as elsewhere, are deeply skeptical of the government's claim that, okay, we're going to take more money from you, we're going to process it over here, and then we're going to give even more of it back to you. Right? When has that worked out, Mr. Speaker? It's about the quality of math that we'd expect from a Prime Minister who said he would balance the budget by this year, and yet we're still tens of billions of dollars in deficit. Canadians know they are paying more as a result of this Liberal carbon tax, and they simply do not accept that in all the process of taking their money and processing it and rebating some of it back, that they would be any further ahead. But I look forward to having the conversation in the next election about the government's plan on the carbon tax. We have shown that we can do more for the environment by not imposing new taxes on Canadians. And they believe that the only solution, the only thing worth doing is to impose new taxes under all kinds of different names and excuses. We reject that, and we look forward to having that debate.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my colleague a very important question. He mentioned how companies can relocate. Well, as everyone knows here, General Motors is leaving Oshawa. We've seen 1,500 job losses in Windsor. And in manufacturing is very susceptible to bad tax policy and uncertainty. That's right. And I wanted him to address that. How important the tax policy is for certainty, competitiveness. We heard our colleagues talk about the carbon tax. And I was actually door knocking this weekend. I had a constituent tell me, Colin, you got to go back and you got to tell those Liberals, you got to make the carbon tax even higher. And I said, what do you mean? He says, I wanted $1 million per ton, because that way with Liberal math, I'm going to be getting back $200,000 or $300,000. I can retire now. I don't know if Canadians realize how bad a policy is. So could my colleague please talk about how important it is to have a good tax policy for certainty and to make sure we have that competitiveness?
Great question.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great question from my colleague who obviously lives these issues and is hearing directly from his constituents about them. I come from an energy-producing part of the country. He comes from a part of the country where manufacturing jobs in the auto sector in particular is very important. I think we see in both of these areas how the imposition of taxes, also regulatory changes, but in particular the imposition of new taxes, is hurting economic development. We saw how in the past lowering business taxes led to an increase in business tax revenue, and it's because companies were looking at those tax policies and making decisions about investment that reflected those calculations. They were choosing to invest in Canada as a result of the fact that Canada was a good place to invest. We have many advantages. We have an educated workforce. I think we have we have many things going for us as a country. But the financial dimension of it is obviously critical as well for companies that are thinking about making these investments. Now, the government solution to this is we're going to tax more and we'll put the money forward in corporate welfare through things like superclusters. But I think what we've seen is that's much less effective The government picking winners and losers and deciding to give money to some of their friends while taxing other people more is a much less effective approach than simply lowering taxes for all Canadians, especially targeting tax relief to small business and to those Canadians who need that tax relief at the individual level the most. And then allowing them, putting them in the driver's seat, allowing them to make decisions and to take advantage of the opportunities that are as a result of that. It is up to the government to try and give people as much opportunity as possible to get ahead, and then to let them do that with their own resources.
Before recognizing the honourable member for Sherbrooke on resuming debate, I must inform him that there's only around 11 minutes left before the end of government orders. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be very honoured to use these 11 minutes to speak to Bill C-82 and give my opinion on this bill that we're still debating, and it will ultimately be voted on at third reading and then sent to the other place. This bill, as we saw at report stage, has unanimous support here in the House from all members, as we saw when it came time to vote. So it's not very controversial. It is fairly important, though, and I'll try not to repeat myself too much, Mr. Speaker, because, as I mentioned, I'll try not to repeat what I already said at second reading before it was sent to committee. At committee, the review of this bill went fairly smoothly. No amendments were proposed. So there were some good debates at committee, all the same, and I'll try to sum those up here just to show you what dangers may lurk in this bill. It's not that simple, but the purpose of the bill really is simply to update the 93 tax conventions we have with 93 countries around the world, 93 jurisdictions, and these tax treaties are almost like a trademark for Canada because other countries don't have as many as we've entered into.
So under these tax treaties, there's no double taxation. Basically, businesses are only taxed once. And this makes sense when you're talking about similar jurisdictions with similar tax systems and similar tax rates. It makes sense to not tax the same revenue twice in jurisdictions that have similar tax systems. And so we have these informal or more formal agreements, like in those 93 other jurisdictions, in order to avoid double taxation so that businesses and individuals can have their official residence in one and be taxed based on that jurisdiction's tax system. Now, that makes sense when you're talking about tax treaties with jurisdictions, but not necessarily where there are tax havens. You know, another one of Canada's brand is to have these tax havens, but it's rather silent on them. For example, Barbados. Barbados has approximately a 0.5 to 1% tax rate. And Canada, this has been Canada's brand, even in its tax policy. Now, I won't necessarily call it this, but it's pretty happy to have a place like Barbados where Canadians can invest directly. They can invest massively in that country, and they do. It's the third country or fourth, let's say, in terms of foreign investments. And that's not a coincidence. You know, it's not simply because there's fantastic economic growth there. It's not because they're building all kinds of hotels and banks. It's not because the population is increasing and is wealthy and flourishing. No, not at all. It's simply because of a tax policy that allows Canadian companies to set up a branch in Barbados and then allow them from there to do their business dealings. And that's the reality of this hidden tax policy of Canada. It means that Barbados can be used as a Canadian financial center, and then from there, these businesses can act. So rather than having their headquarters here and doing their business from here, in fact, they can use their foreign branches. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is why we need to be careful with tax treaties. It's important to make sure that they are used appropriately, that is, in jurisdictions that are similar to ours. I see there may be a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I hope I won't be interrupted for too long.
Leader of the Government.
The Honourable Government House Leader on a point of order.
Lord, no, je ne vais pas interrompre.
No, I won't interrupt the member for too long. But given that there seemed to be a pause, that is why.
The government's responses to order paper questions 2246 to 2264. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would like to advise that agreements could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the following. Third reading stage of Bill C-82, an act to implement a multilateral convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting. Second reading stage of Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis. Therefore, under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the respective stages of each of the previously mentioned bills. And I hope that we can find a better way forward, Mr. Speaker. So I thank you for your time.
The House thanks the Government House Leader. And resuming debate now, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying, this bill is overall approved by all, but we have to be careful, don't we? We have to make sure that our tax treaties are modernized to avoid abuse and aggressive tax evasion, because these tax treaties can be taken advantage of, and that's where C-82 can be useful in order to make sure our tax treaties are not abused. So in fact, what that is on the part of the government is an admission of guilt, because it's actually admitting that even though intentions might be good, there is abuse. And so the language and the wording has to be clarified in order to make sure that this doesn't happen, and so that courts have some more teeth to be able to apply those aspects of the tax treaties that can deal with tax avoidance. So what this is doing actually is recognizing the fact that there are shortcomings in tax treaties, and that's what this bill addresses. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental issue that was raised in the committee was that in order to modernize these tax treaties, you need to have the support of both countries that have signed that tax treaty. Now, we have 93 of those treaties, so not only would we have to ratify C-82 if that were the case, the other country, the partner country, would also have to ratify a similar bill in their jurisdiction for that to be implemented in both countries, and so that the new tax treaty would apply. That would improve in the future the scope of the implementation of this bill. But what we were told in committee was that, yes, both countries have to go through this ratification process for it to be applicable. To date, though, there have only been about a dozen, perhaps more, between 12 and 15 countries that have done what Canada is doing currently. In other words, what we're doing here now. That means that there are another 80 countries that have not gone through that process. And perhaps they won't. Perhaps this won't happen. And the best example I could give you is the example of the Barbados. Barbados actually announced in a ceremony that they had signed a document. However, what's lacking is this whole legislative procedure in their own country to implement this system. And I think that's very worrisome. I'm actually not convinced that our 93 partners are going to sign these. But what it does is that these tax havens will continue to exist. It's all very well to sign a document and have a photo op, but it doesn't mean anything if it's not implemented, and we'll be stuck with the same problem. You know, a tax treaty, an improved tax treaty, has to be signed by both jurisdictions, and if they both don't do it, well, you're stuck with the old system and the old tax treaty that the government has said does not work and allows for loopholes that courts aren't able to close. So there are legal limits to this. It's really an intrinsic limit. It means that its scope, its strength will be limited. It will really be for us to see in the future and for the government to see in the future what it can do to monitor the situation in other countries. It's all very well to have these great ceremonies, but if our partners don't move this forward, or if we on our side do not take responsibility to move this forward, then we end up with the same problem. And that was clearly stated when this bill was being considered in committee. And I think, therefore, this bill will have a limited scope. We need to make sure that over time we monitor what's happening and we monitor those countries that we have tax treaties with, even if we have an improved tax treaty under Bill C-82. And it really is thanks to the NDP. We're the ones who have been pushing for a renegotiation of our tax treaties that have been abused. So I'd like to thank my caucus. I know my caucus pushed for this. 2 years ago, we adopted a motion that called on the government to renegotiate its tax treaties. And so I'd like to thank the caucus and the leader for having pushed for this. It's thanks to that we are renegotiating these treaties today. However, this has to be put in place. And so there have to be actual actions on the part of these other countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Sherbrooke will have another 10 minutes for his remarks when the House continues the debate on this motion.
Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The closure of the Chinese market to Canadian canola seed has been a major blow to Saskatchewan's economy. I'm proud to have been the only member of this House to have risen in March to ask the government a question specifically about canola. On March 22nd, I asked what actions the government would take to reopen the Chinese market and to support our canola producers until this situation is rectified. On the point of supporting our canola farmers, I would note that the Saskatchewan government has since called on the federal government to expand the advance payment program to provide loans of up to $1 million interest-free while this crisis persists. At the International Trade Committee meeting last Tuesday, I asked the Minister of Agriculture whether the federal government was prepared to make that enhancement to the advance payment program. Her response was essentially that the government had a working group that would meet to consider options this past Thursday. Mr. Speaker, that meeting has come and gone, and we still don't have a clear idea of what the federal government plans to do to support our farmers during this crisis. Farmers need to make decisions about what to plant and how to manage their operations. And of course, those decisions would be informed by information about what the government plans to do, whether it's to increase the loan amounts available under the advance payment program, whether it's to change or hopefully eliminate the interest due on those loans, or whether the response is going to be through some other program. Now, Mr. Speaker, the second part of my question had to do with reopening the Chinese market. On this point, I think there's been a bit of a debate between the opposition pushing for the government to escalate things to a higher diplomatic level, and the government trying to deal with it as more of a technical issue without escalating it into a bigger diplomatic fight. Mr. Speaker, without weighing in to that bigger diplomatic question, I would say that we did hear some optimistic things at the Trade Committee. One of them was that China will have a great deal of difficulty replacing the quantity and quality of canola that it received from Canada from other suppliers. That suggests to me that there is a good possibility to get the Chinese market reopened. The second reason for optimism is that Canada can try to develop some alternative markets for canola. We'd be hard-pressed to really replace the Chinese market, but I would like to reiterate the call for the government to do everything that it can do to open other markets. Mr. Speaker, a final optimistic note is that while canola seed has been excluded from the Chinese market, exports of canola oil really have not been affected. It's a sealed product. It's really not subject to the same sort of phytosanitary objections. And, Mr. Speaker, of course, there are many reasons to expand Canada's canola processing capacity, mostly to add to our economy and to create jobs in that processing sector. But I think that this latest trade dispute with China really underscores another reason to continue investing in canola processing, because, of course, the finished product, the oil, is much less vulnerable to these diplomatically motivated phytosanitary types of concerns, and I'm wondering if the government will take action on these fronts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade Diversification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague for raising this important issue, and I share with him the sense of urgency that he's expressing about this matter. As you know, Mr. Speaker, canola farmers are very important to our economy. Today, Canada's canola industry contributes almost $27 billion to the Canadian economy, a contribution that has tripled over the last 10 years. This is why the canola trade issue with China is a top priority for Canada. We take this issue very seriously and are working hard to resolve the disruption of our canola trade with China. We are pushing on all fronts, using every available channel on the ground, both in China and here in Canada, working closely with industry and the provinces. It's important to approach this issue on the grounds of science, Mr. Speaker. Canadian officials inspected the canola seed shipments using appropriate procedures and analysis prior to export and certified shipments as per China's import requirement. We stand by our robust inspection system and will continue to stand up for Canada's canola industry. Plant health experts from Canada and China are talking, and they will continue to exchange technical information. Our goal is to find a science-based solution to this issue as quickly as possible. The Prime Minister recently met with leaders in the canola industry to seek their input on the way forward. He stated that Canada is looking at sending a high-level delegation to China. We are very eager to sit down face-to-face with our Chinese partners. At the same time, we continue to diversify our trade in global markets to give our growers and farmers more markets to their canola and to help mitigate the risk of market closures. In the past 18 months, we've signed 2 new trade agreements with some of our top markets in the world, the European Union and the CPTPP, which is the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. Mr. Speaker, with all of our trade agreements in place, Canadian canola producers have a competitive edge in 2/3 of the global marketplace. The government stands shoulder to shoulder with Canadian producers and wants to ensure that they have the support they need. This is why There are programs in place, as my colleague mentioned, designed to support farmers. For example, the Advance Payments Program provides cash advances of up to $400,000 with the first $100,000 interest-free. That helps producers so that they decide best to when to market their crops. The Advance Payments Program is part of a full set of programs to help them manage risk due to severe market volatility. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we know we need to resolve the trade issue with China. We will not rest until the situation is resolved. We are in regular and ongoing communication with the industry and all stakeholders. We are standing up for canola producers, and we will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Lubin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the update from the Parliamentary Secretary about some of the talks that continue with China. I think I would really like to focus, though, on what the government is doing or is perhaps failing to do to support our canola farmers until this situation is rectified. The Parliamentary Secretary mentioned the current parameters of the advanced payment program, loans of up to $400,000, interest-free on the first increment. But the question he really didn't answer is whether the government is willing to improve that program, whether on a temporary or a permanent basis, in response to this crisis with the Chinese market being closed. I would reiterate that the Saskatchewan government has asked for the advance payment program to be improved to provide loans for up to $1 million interest-free. If the government is willing to do that, I think it would be excellent. If the federal government is not willing to make that change, it should be prepared to explain why and to present some sort of alternative measures to support canola farmers who are currently excluded from the Chinese market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate my colleague's question. And while I do understand the sense of urgency, and I do understand that he wants a firm answer right now, Mr. Speaker, but what I can assure him is that we continue to be in conversation with the industry. We continue to be in conversation with all stakeholders about steps moving forward, not only on how we can resolve the current trade challenge with China, but how can we continue to support our farmers. So I understand that my colleague is pushing for this question. We share that frustration with him. We are deeply concerned about this issue, and we will. What I want to reiterate to him is that our commitment to continue to work with farmers, producers, and all stakeholders in resolving this issue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to rise this evening and to follow up on a question I first asked in this place on November 23rd, 2018, regarding high-speed internet for rural communities. Certainly my riding of Perth Wellington is one of those ridings where we have some pockets, too many pockets, where it's still impossible for families, for small businesses, and for local farmers and farm businesses to access high-speed, reliable internet. In 2019, it is completely unacceptable that so many Canadians still lack reliable high-speed internet. Now, at the time that I originally asked my question, back in November 2018, the Auditor General's report had just come out. The Auditor General's report entitled Reporting on Connectivity in Rural and Remote Areas. And in that report, it said this, quote, "Many detailed examinations of the state of broadband access in Canada have recommended that the federal government lead the creation of a national broadband strategy. However, the government has not agreed to take that step. Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, ISED, the department, knew the extent of broadband access across the country and had programs and other initiatives focusing on internet access in rural and remote areas. However, we found that it did not have a strategy in place to improve access for almost 3.7 million Canadians." Now, Mr. Speaker, that report simply confirmed what the people in Perth Wellington already knew, that the government is failing rural Canadians when it comes to rural high-speed internet. We live in a world that's dependent on effective, on reliable high-speed internet. It's no longer a luxury. It's a necessity. It's a necessity for those who live in our riding. I unfortunately know too many in my riding who have to rely on two separate internet providers in order to ensure that they have internet when they need it. And it's frustrating for families, for farmers, for small business owners when they do not have the access to small businesses. Now, I know the government will try to tout some of its past programs, like its Connect to Innovate program. Mr. Speaker, here's the facts. In my riding alone, I know of at least 4 projects that have been waiting since fall of 2016 to hear back on their applications, one way or the other, either positively or a rejection. November 2016, these applications were due, but yet we still don't have the results one way or the other. That's unacceptable for the small local ISPs in my riding that are trying to do their best to provide high-speed internet for their communities. In fact, one of my local service providers in my home community has on their own been able to put high-speed internet fiber to each farm, business, and household within their ILEC, within their incumbent local exchange carrier. They've done that. But to expand beyond that to the areas where the big telecom companies have failed to bring fiber, in communities across Perth Wellington where they don't have fiber internet, they can't do so because this government is failing to act on that matter. I want to highlight some of the local initiatives that have gone so much. SWIFT Initiative, for example, who's working to bring high-speed internet across the community. Services, organizations like the Wellington County Library, which are now lending mobile hotspots. It's one of their most common and most well-used products is lending high-speed internet mobile hotspots so that families can have access to high-speed internet. But yet this government comes out with no meaningful plan. They come out with a 2030 plan, but yet has no resources to actually connect rural Canadians to high-speed internet. So I want to ask this government again, why are they failing rural Canadians when it comes to high-speed internet?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, puis merci, mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Perth Wellington.
Government has a plan, and we've put resources to that plan. Our government is committed to the needs of rural Canada. When the government develops a plan on the infrastructure, the Investment to Canada plan, and design these objectives in mind. Le plan a été conçu pour...
The plan was developed to invest in the economy to help Canada transition to a green economy and also to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. No.
Offer through 5 dedicated investment streams, the Rural Economic Development for Communities, and in fact, the plan includes $2 billion to dedicated fund for rural and northern communities. Monsieur le Président, nous avons engagé...
Mr. Speaker, we have also increased our support for infrastructure projects whose costs are shared with territories and Indigenous communities. And in order to support small communities with fewer than 5,000 inhabitants, the share of the federal government in this shared cost initiative would pass from 30 to 60%.
The federal share of projects funding can be up to 75%. Mr. Speaker, since Minister Jordan's appointment, Canada's new Minister of Rural Economic Development has been hard at work meeting with Canadians in communities across the country. We are meeting and engaging with members of these rural communities to hear them and find out with their communities how they can succeed and thrive. We are examining what we heard and work with other departments as a whole government approach to develop a broader strategy that will support rural economic development all across Canada. Part of the new minister's role of economic development's mandate is to increase high-speed broadband coverage in rural Canada. This will position rural Canada for the success of the digital economy. Access to high-speed internet is critically important to the success of large and medium businesses. We know that regardless of where you live, high-speed internet needed in order to get Canadian products to global market. Un service d'Internet.
Reliable high-speed internet service would allow Canadians in rural regions to have better access to health services, education, and government. This would also help them remain connected with their friends and family the world over.
Mr. Speaker, includes our commitment to ensure that all Canadians have access by 2030, as the member mentioned, but also significant investments in broadband infrastructure will connect 90% of households by 2021. Our government is leveraging the funding from a number of sources to meet that commitment. Also, we have Universal Broadband Fund, Connect to Innovate program, the Canada Infrastructure Bank, the CRTC, and others. Our government is working closely with the provinces and territories to develop a strategy that will benefit all Canadians. Alors, c'est important que...
It's important that we work with provinces and communities to have a strategy that will...
We have put that money in Budget 2019 to look at working closely with the municipalities and the provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member talks about Budget 2019, but we know that Budget 2019 wasn't really a budget. It was a document of distractions. And so they've thrown out figures, they've thrown out numbers, they've thrown out this 2030 date, but yet their plans to date and their efforts to date have largely failed. They talk about the tiny budgets that were promised for 3 years, tiny deficit for 3 years in exchange for infrastructure investments. But in rural Ontario, in rural southern Ontario, we are not seeing those infrastructure investments, particularly when it comes to the importance of digital infrastructure. Rural communities in my riding of Perth Wellington have failed to see any meaningful investment in the digital infrastructure that is necessary for our businesses, our farmers, our farm families, and our agribusinesses to compete on the international scale in the 21st century. This budget did nothing to alleviate those concerns other than promise money, but no plan to get to the 2030. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think on this side of the House, we have a great deal of caution when it comes to these promises from these Liberals. So again, I go back to my original question. Why has this Liberal government failed to make the necessary investments in digital infrastructure in rural communities over the last 3.5 years?
Secretary Parlementaire de la...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We have invested in broadband more than any other government has done. I'd like to point out to the member, a lot of the caucus members here advocated to have a minister responsible for rural economic development. I'd like to remind the minister that the previous Harper government cut the rural secretariat in 2012. So we've put now a ministry in place to look at developing a rural strategy, not only developing a strategy, but also looking at putting dollars towards that. And there are significant dollars that are in Budget 2019, $1.7 billion that have been added, and we're going to look at further that investment. So yes, it's important. I understand some of the members' writing. There are challenges, but there are challenges across the country. But this government has put a plan in place, has put the resources in place, and we're going to look at working with the provinces over the next several years to ensure that we have high-speed internet connected for people and for businesses all across the country. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's worth maybe just opening up by saying that for those who may be following along at home, adjournment proceedings are meant as an opportunity to follow up on brief exchanges that happen in question period about particular issues. This is the third time in as many months that I'm up on my feet to follow up on questions I asked in the fall that had to do with the behavior of Canada Post management during the rotating strike of postal workers in the fall, and particularly the decision made by Canada Post management to stop paying out sick and vulnerable workers who were on the short-term disability plan during that strike as a negotiating tactic, Mr. Speaker. Now, I've heard a lot of non-answers and unsatisfactory answers about why the government condoned that decision. I've heard, for instance, that really it wasn't that mean of a thing to do because even though they were cutting people off of their short-term disability payments, they could still access EI, and they could even apply to get the benefits that they were entitled to back, and some of them did, but others didn't. I don't think that answer passes muster at all, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing compassionate about people cutting people off a benefit that they're entitled to and then allowing them to apply to get it back. I've heard that the government wouldn't intervene in the management practices of Canada Post, despite the fact that the Canada Post Act clearly gives the minister the authority to issue a directive, and she could have told Canada Post to stop doing that. That's really not a good answer from a government that has shown it's willing to inappropriately try to influence an Auditor General to drop a criminal proceeding when they have no business doing that at all. So then the question is, why wouldn't they intervene to help workers when a public corporation made a bad decision and they had the lawful authority to do it? So we've heard all sorts of half answers, non-answers, distractions about why the government didn't use the tools at its disposal to intervene and say, look, there's a rotating strike going on and it's completely unacceptable for you as a Crown Corporation to be picking on your most sick and vulnerable workers as a negotiating tactic. That government could have said that that was something that they didn't support and disallowed Canada Post from doing that. That wouldn't have affected whatever happened ultimately at the bargaining table. This was not a bargaining issue. This was an issue of management practices during a strike. And the fact of the matter is that this government decided to be a party to that decision to deliberately target sick and vulnerable workers because they did nothing to stop it when they could. And I still haven't heard an answer as to why. So for the people who for 5 weeks didn't receive their already limited pay, I want somebody from this government to stand up and explain to them why it is that this government thought that that was acceptable.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Elmwood Transcona for that important issue. Mr. Speaker, I'm really happy to raise on the opportunity today for this debate to speak about our government's introduction of the Back to Work legislation to ensure the resumption and continuation of services at Canada Post.
Our government has always recognized that labour unions play an important role in protecting the rights of workers and growing the middle class.
I remind the House that that under the previous government, many of the fundamental labour rights that unions have fought to secure were rolled back, and it was more difficult for workers to organize freely, bargaining collectively in good faith, and work in a safe environment.
When we took office, we restored fair and balanced labour laws that acknowledge the important role of unions in Canada by repealing Bills C-377 and C-525, which diminished and weakened Canada's labour movement.
We recognize that unions are important in helping the middle class grow and prosper. We also believe in a fair and balanced approach to labour relations. C'est pourquoi le gouvernement a
That's why we did everything we could to support and encourage Canada Post and the Canadian Union of Postal Workers to reach new negotiated collective agreements.
However, despite our efforts, the parties were unable to reach an agreement. We brought back work-to-work legislation, Bill C-89, on November 22. The rotating strikes ended and postal services resumed. On December 10th, the Minister of Labour appointed Elizabeth McPherson, a former chair of Canada Industrial Relations Board, to help parties reach new collective agreements. The most recent collective agreements have been extended until new agreements can be reached. The work stoppage at Canada Post has a significant negative impact on Canadians, charities, businesses of all sizes, international commerce, Canada Post and its workers and their families. Canadians and businesses rely on Canada Post, and workers especially during the retail season. We had to take some action, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear, back to work legislation was a last resort, but a necessary one after leaving all the options, exhausted all the other options. It is necessary to avoid future harm to the economy. So, Mr. Speaker, we took these steps, and we continue to ensure that there is fair negotiations between Canada Post and its union to reach a negotiated settlement.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to follow up to that, and I do hope that the member will consider speaking to the question that I pose in his next response. The fact of the matter is, when SNC-Lavalin came to the government and said that they had a problem and they wanted a change, they got a legislative change, and then they got the full force of the PMO putting inappropriate pressure on the Attorney General in order to drop a criminal proceeding. When workers on short-term disability at Canada Post during a rotating strike came and asked for help to receive their short-term disability benefits, the government did absolutely nothing, despite having a lawful authority under the Canada Post Act to issue a directive and tell them to stop suspending those payments, Mr. Speaker. So I want to know why it is that that big company got all the special treatment in the world and a bending of the rules, and workers who are on short-term disability couldn't even get the time of day.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, it's really important that both parties sit down to negotiate. Both parties have to look at elements in the collective agreement. As the member mentioned, this is something that needs to be negotiated, needs to be outlined by both parties in order to support the workers. Mr.
Speaker, our government did not want to resort to using back to work legislation, but there was limited progress in the talks between the Canadian Union of Postal Workers and Canada Post.
One that is reached by both parties negotiating at the table. But if it can't happen, then the government has to intervene. Back to work legislation was a last resort after having exhaustive every other options. It's important to remain confident that the mediator and arbitrator will work on these issues that were mentioned and other issues so that both parties could find a solution and result in a win-win situation. We will continue to monitor the situation closely as the days and weeks and months progress. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
La motion pour...
The motion that the House adjourn is deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. according to the standing order.